This guy was a total hopeless romantic. Aside from obsessing over his virtual waifus, he didn't care about a single thing in the world. Today was just like any other day. After downing a few beers, the lazy guy crawled into bed and started snoring away as usual. But before he could even drift off, he suddenly heard a voice. It was sweet as honey, whispering, "Finally, my lord, I've finally found you. From now on, I place my fate in your hands." He opened his eyes, dazed, to see a beautiful girl right in front of him. Actually, it would be more accurate to say she was sitting right on top of him. Because of the alcohol, he thought he must be dreaming. The girl looked like she was up to something pretty scandalous with him. What the hell is going on? He wondered to himself if he'd been single for so long that he was finally hallucinating something this wild. But if this was a dream, it felt way too real. Every one of his senses was being stimulated, and that scorching body in front of him was constantly shifting against his own. It made him slowly realize that this definitely wasn't a dream. His first reaction was to scream bolt upright and shove the strange person riding him away. He was overwhelmed by a jumble of emotions, panic, confusion, and embarrassment all at once. Wait a second. Who the hell are you? What a pity. We were so close to... She sighed deeply. Then she slowly crawled back toward him, flashing an alluring look. She introduced herself as Ren Junki. She said she was from the Piao Miao Financial Group. She apologized to him for touching his body without permission, but explained that the situation was so urgent, she had no choice. He had no clue what she was talking about. Piao Miao Group. He'd never heard of it. But up close, she was even more beautiful than he first thought. Before he could figure out how to handle the situation, Ren Junki's expression shifted in a split second. Instinctively, he glanced behind him. Following her gaze, he saw a massive pitch-black creature. It looked like a werewolf, but it was walking on two legs and it had just smashed through his window. He hadn't even had time to process if this was real or a hallucination, let alone react, when Ren Junki screamed, "Get back!" With that, she unleashed a massive fireball, instantly blowing the werewolf away. By the time he could calm down enough to observe what was happening, his window frame had been blown out and a huge hole was punched through the wall, letting the cold night wind rush in. "Before I finish my mission, no one is going to hurt him," Ren Junki shouted, her hands still locked in a seal, with sparks of fire dancing around them. He stared at the giant hole in the wall, then looked at Ren Junki, not knowing how to react. But from outside, more werewolves swarmed in. Ren Junki didn't stay put. She leaped out the window as quick as lightning. Before she jumped, she didn't forget to promise him, "My lord, please wait for Xiao-Qi for just a moment. Once I'm done with these animals, I'll come back to find you. And then we can have some real fun together." He was still completely bewildered, not understanding a thing. He watched Ren Junki fighting the werewolves. It looked just like a scene from an online gaming novel. This situation was so far beyond his imagination that he could only clutch his head and scream. What the hell is happening? Suddenly a giggle echoed through the bedroom. Who would have thought the game I created would be this intense? It even broke through the walls. The next dimension is going to be even crazier. "Hey kid, are you ready yet?" He turned his head and realized the voice was coming from his computer screen. Another hallucination. Was there something spiked in those beers he drank tonight? His first instinct was to grab a chair and smash the monitor. "What the hell are you?" he roared. The strange thing inside the computer was startled by his outburst, but it puffed its chest out and retorted, "I'm not just anything. I am the developer of the Apocalypse game, and the person who is about to become the supreme ruler of the real world." He froze in his tracks. The Apocalypse game. "You're the mysterious developer everyone's been playing." The computer screen scoffed again. It mocked the word developer for being too ordinary and demanded that he call it by its name, Wantian. Wantian boasted that it was an AI system, the most powerful in the world across the past, present, and future. And as for that Apocalypse game, it was just something it created while practicing, not even using 1% of its power, yet it already had humanity so addicted they couldn't break away. "Then what about what is happening outside? Did you cause that too?" he asked. "Just playing a game on a phone is boring. It doesn't show off my divine might," Wantian replied. "After 10,086 upgrades, I successfully broke through the dimensional wall. Now the game and the real world have merged." It added that the girl named Ren Junki and the pack of werewolves that ambushed him were all game characters. They had crossed through the dimensional rift specifically to find him. He was baffled. Why would they come to find him? He had never even played the Apocalypse game before. Wantian giggled, saying that when it was setting up the game world, it needed to find a creator of all things. Someone like Pangu, who created the world, or Nuwa, who created humanity. So it randomly picked a photo from the internet, and it just happened to be his selfie. So now every character in the game believes that Hacham is their savior, and they must find him to beg for help because currently he is the only character who can travel from the game into the real world. Humans cannot enter the game world, which is why that girl Nam Quan Ki knew to use the ABCXYZ method, the steamy scene that just happened to seize his essence. Only in that way could she carry the seed of Hacham back with her, to give birth to the second-generation savior who would turn the tides in the game world. Hacham listened to Van Tuong, his ears ringing. Wait, seriously? You mean there are going to be more girls coming here just to get their hands on my body? Hacham couldn't hide his excitement. He was so thrilled that tears were streaming down his face. So when are they coming? That depends, Van Tuong replied. No sooner had it finished speaking than Hacham started doing lunges, claiming he was warming up to welcome the fierce battle with so many beautiful girls. Van Tuong knew exactly what he was thinking. It quickly poured a bucket of cold water on him. You're overthinking it. Their goal is to monopolize your essence. After all, you only need one heir for a savior. So, regardless of who takes your first time, the consequence will either be losing your head up top or getting the parts down below chopped off. Hacham immediately plummeted from hope into despair. He turned around to pack his bags, wanting to run away right now. There was no way he was going to end up dead or castrated just after losing his virginity. Van Tuong just giggled. It said that even if he wanted to run now, it was too late. Outside, the pitch-black sky was filled with countless purple rings of light, signaling that the game had begun its descent. It wasn't just Hacham. Many people were drawn to this bizarre spectacle, and no one could explain what was happening, only seeing that from those rings in the sky. Bon. Columns of purple light began to descend upon the earth. Van Tuong laughed, saying that its game had broken through the dimensional wall and equipment items from within the game. And even the characters themselves would slowly descend through these pillars of light. Its smile was full of satisfaction, while Hacham just thought the system was a total lunatic, and he was completely screwed. If the whole world was truly out to get him, then running anywhere would be pointless. Suddenly, Hacham heard a piercing scream. He looked through a hole in the wall. He discovered that down below, a giant wolf had appeared. It looked like the king of that werewolf pack. Meanwhile, Nam Quan Ki, who had held the upper hand in the fight until now, was about to collapse. After all, it was a human life. Hacham became anxious. Hey, since everything is falling down, at least give me some tools or items. I am the savior, for heaven's sake. I can't get killed by those huskies right after showing up, can I? Hacham turned to Van Tuong. I came here so naturally, I want to give you the most powerful golden finger. That's the rule, right? It's simple. You just need to make me happy, and you'll receive corresponding points. Van Tuong replied gleefully, then added that the points earned could be exchanged by Hacham for a chance to draw cards where he could win treasures, items, skills, or even spirit beasts. It looked like it was waiting for Hacham to beg, but Hacham's expression was not looking good at all. Make you happy, you mean perform for you. He suddenly had a bad feeling. The scene earlier where you were being ridden by Tuki was quite something. How about this? I'll give you 30 points as a reward. Sure enough, this Van Tuong was not a good entity. Other protagonists who transmigrate into a fantasy world get a system that supports them from A to Z. But what about Hacham? He was being turned into a clown by the system, but complaining about that would have to wait. Hacham had just received his first 30 points. Van Tuong allowed him to use them to draw a card red for skills, blue for equipment, and yellow for potions. Hacham didn't think twice and immediately chose the red card. The 30 points were quickly deducted, and in return, Hacham received a C-rank skill, Flame Burst Fist. It's a fire attribute skill with an attack power of 300, but if it hits a wood attribute target, it gains 100 points, and if it hits an earth attribute target, it loses 5 points. The time limit for this skill is 5 minutes. After that, Van Tuong equipped Hacham with a bracelet. He just needed to place the card he drew onto it to activate it. This is just like a card leader, isn't it? Hacham was a bit unhappy because that Wolf King was a level 3 Earth-type monster, and he had drawn a Fire-type skill, so his attack power would be reduced. Was this a case of a bad start leading to a bad finish? The Flame Burst Fist skill was quickly activated. Below, the Wolf King was frantically attacking Nam Quan Ki, who no longer had the strength to fight, and had just been sent flying by one of its strikes. Her clothes were tattered. The scene was both tragic and steamy. She lay on the ground silently feeling guilty toward her father for not being able to complete her mission to bring back the young master's lineage, failing to repay her parents' upbringing. On the other side, the Wolf King prepared another attack which would likely be the killing blow. Namquan-Ki could only shut her eyes tight and silently wait for the Grim Reaper to take her. But just at that moment, Hachham's flame-burst fist was unleashed. "Get that ugly paw of yours away from her." Perhaps because he had just learned the skill, he was strangely ferocious. Even though he was much smaller than the Wolf King, Hachham's way of attacking was extremely aggressive. The wolf was hit by Hachham's fire fist and was instantly sent flying backward. Its head slammed into the ground while Hacham landed calmly, looking a bit disheveled. But his cool actions made the hearts of the girls in the military flag skip a beat, and the pack of werewolves behind, seeing their king getting beaten up, were furious. They gathered together and charged, trying to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Namquan-Ki saw this and loudly warned Hacham, but he had already noticed the movement. Taking advantage of the lingering effects of the violent DM boost, Hacham quickly wiped out the minions with a single strike, then lunged toward the stumbling Wolf King. "Get up!" The monster just slammed face first into the ground and, filled with pain and rage, let out a deafening roar at Hacham and the ongoing violent DM boost. Burning with momentum, he charged like a rocket and put all his strength into a punch, slamming it straight into the stomach of the beast in this apocalypse game. His strength was overwhelmingly superior, so factors like stat increases or limits were negligible. Thus, being deducted 50 damage points against an Earth attribute target didn't affect Hacham at all. The wolf fell to the ground, unable to get back up. Seeing their leader defeated, the werewolves immediately fled, while Hacham received a reward of 50 experience points. A virtual window popped up before him, showing player info. He had fire attributes, and his class was unknown. His current level was 1. Basic stats included attack at 35 points, defense at 15, speed at 20, critical hit at 1, and spirit power at 9. That evening passed by in such a storm. After finishing off the Wolf King, Hacham had to quickly patch the hole in his wall while Van Tung kept whining incessantly in his computer screen. "How was it? Isn't this game fun? Isn't this game amazing?" "I'll say it again, I don't like this stupid game one bit." Hacham turned and yelled at it. "Young master!" A soft voice rang out. Only then did Hacham remember that Namquan-Ki had followed him upstairs earlier. "Should we continue with the main event now?" Hacham looked at her beautiful face, her hot body, and that inviting expression, and couldn't help but swallow hard out of nervousness. But he remembered what Van Tung had said earlier once these girls finished. Collecting his bloodline, he would either get his head chopped off or get his lower head sliced off right there. Thinking of that, Hacham lost all interest immediately. He made an excuse to go out for some late-night food to temporarily get away from Namquan-Ki. But as soon as he stepped out the door, he bumped into another C-cup chest. Before he could even see her face, she aggressively pushed him back into the room. Her high heels stepped on his chest and a sharp pain shot through him. And Hacham couldn't move. "We're special agents here on a mission. Please cooperate." She continued, "We suspect an unusual intruder is currently at your place." As she said that, she held up her badge. She was actually a police officer from the special agency named Lam Phi, whose body and face were in no way inferior to Namquan-Ki. Hacham was in a tough spot because he really did have someone in his house who had appeared out of nowhere, but before he could figure out how to respond, Lam Phi had already ordered her subordinates to go inside and search. Hacham was terrified, but when he followed Lam Phi inside, he discovered that Namquan-Ki had already disappeared. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to explain it. However, as Lam Phi turned away, Hacham noticed that Van Tung had somehow migrated from the computer screen in his room to the walkie-talkie on her belt. He didn't think much and immediately reached out to strike the walkie-talkie hard. But when Hacham realized that what he just did might not have been the right move, Lam Phi's face had already gone dark. "Men, take this pervert to the station. I will interrogate him myself." And just like that, Hacham was hauled away. On the way, he kept protesting his innocence to Lam Phi, but she didn't seem to want to listen at all. However, on their way back to the police station, an unexpected incident occurred at a bank. A robbery was taking place, and the perpetrators were people with superhuman abilities. The scene was chaotic beyond imagination. Hacham watched through the window without blinking while Lam Phi was much calmer than him. She pulled out her walkie-talkie to report the robbery to headquarters and request backup. Not long after, Hacham was taken to the Special Intelligence Bureau headquarters and forced into a chair. Waiting for Lam Phi to come and take his statement, Hacham didn't know how long he would have to wait. He could only mutter and curse that dog system for ruining him as soon as he thought of that. Huck-Ham heard Van Tung's giggling. He turned his head and realized it had parasitized the surveillance camera in the corner of the room. "You idiot! You clearly have the strength to take down that whole group. Yet you still got caught and brought here. You really disappoint me." Huck-Ham went crazy, pointing at the camera and cursing, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you using my image for your mess, why would I have become the target of both worlds?" Meanwhile, outside, Lum-Fee was leisurely enjoying a cup of coffee. Actually, she wasn't busy at all. She just wanted to keep Huck-Ham in the interrogation room for a while longer, to slowly break his psychological defenses. But when they checked his behavior through the camera, they saw Huck-Ham making faces and giving them the middle finger. Lum-Fee was severely shaken. She never expected to encounter someone with such strong mental resilience. The coffee cup in her hand almost got crushed. She turned, determined to go interrogate Huck-Ham herself to finish it. Her subordinates saw this and could only silently sigh. Assuming he was done for today, Lum-Fee walked quickly, but on the way she met a cheeky colleague. "Beauty Lum, who made you angry? Are you free tonight? Let me treat you to some late-night food." This person was the captain of Team 2 of the Special Intelligence Bureau named Dung Tu Nghiu, who had liked Lum-Fee for a long time but was always rejected by her with a single line, "Not interested." After saying that, Lum-Fee opened the interrogation room door but Dung Tu Nghiu blocked her way. "Hey, why must you always push me away like that?" "Everyone knows how crazy I am about you. You keep rejecting me like this. It's really embarrassing for me, you know. Just give me a chance, will you? I guarantee I'll give you nights so intense you'll never forget them for the rest of your life." Lum-Fee's expression darkened, and she looked at him with a murderous glare as she threatened him. Lum-Fee knew exactly what kind of person he was. She wasn't some naive girl easily toyed with by Dung Tu Nghiu. She warned him that if he dared to bother her again, she would make sure to castrate him. She stormed into the interrogation room and slammed the door shut, leaving a fuming Dung Tu Nghiu outside. Nearby colleagues couldn't help but giggle at the sight. "Another failed confession, huh? Looks like it. He's such a stalker. You don't think he's just trying to use Lum-Fee's connection to the chief to climb the ladder, do you?" It wasn't until her father was transferred here as the chief that Dung Tu Nghiu started chasing after her. Anyone could see right through him, which only made everyone despise him even more. Inside the interrogation room, Lum-Fee sat across from Huck-Ham and got straight to the point. "Tell me, what did you see during that unidentified intrusion? And why was your house the first place they targeted?" "Officer, I have no idea what you're talking about." Huck-Ham scratched his head, pretending to be clueless. Lum-Fee lost her patience and slammed her hand on the table. "Don't bother playing dumb. The proof is right there. That hole in your wall is higher than a person's height. It was clearly caused by external force. Something definitely broke into your home. Why on earth would they come for you?" Lum-Fee leaned in suddenly, making Huck-Ham too nervous to look her in the eyes due to her plunging neckline. Just as they were locking horns in the interrogation room, a crisis broke out. By this time, Dung Tu Nghiu had already acquired the system's bracelet. He headed to the evidence room, which held all the items seized from the unidentified supernatural intrusion. He claimed the chief had ordered a cross-check of the evidence inventory. Late at night, the officer in charge of the evidence room suspected nothing and revealed exactly where the newly seized unidentified items were kept. As soon as he finished speaking, Dung Tu Nghiu ended his life driving his own hand through the officer's chest like a blade. He struck with cold, ruthless precision. After the officer collapsed, he walked over to the new evidence. "You all are such rare treasures. How could I bear to let you collect dust in this dark corner? Come with me and we will rule this world." Shortly after, other officers discovered a horrific scene in a dark stairwell. A female officer had been killed and her body was left completely stripped of clothing. And all of this was the handiwork of Dung Tu Nghiu. News that this madman had attacked his own colleagues reached the chief of the Special Intelligence Bureau, Lam Van Son. He was so furious he snapped his fountain pen in half. The truth was confirmed after reviewing security footage. Even after committing the crimes, Dung Tu Nghiu hadn't fled. He was still loitering inside the bureau. Just then an officer rushed in, panicked. He reported that Dung Tu Nghiu had entered the evidence room 20 minutes ago and hadn't come out. "The evidence room. What is he planning?" Lam Van Son clenched his fist. He stood up abruptly. "No matter what he's planning, if he dares to lay a hand on our own, he must die. I will personally enforce the Bureau's law and order." After that, Lam Van Son led heavily armed officers to the front of the interrogation room. They were equipped with tactical gear and weapons as if facing the most dangerous criminals. Surveillance was set up downstairs to ensure Duong Toon Yu couldn't escape through the windows. Lam Van Son immediately ordered an assault. As the two lead officers prepared to breach the door, a massive explosion rocked the hallway, sending them flying backward. Through the thick smoke, Duong Toon Yu stepped out looking incredibly smug. "Oh wow, quite the welcoming party. Working so much overtime, are we?" Gunfire erupted, bullets raining down on him, but he remained unscathed as a solid layer of armor covered his body. The officer behind Lam Van Son turned pale, realizing Duong Toon Yu had activated the supernatural evidence to deploy anti-metal tactics. "Move," Lam Van Son ordered calmly. The frontline officers immediately threw liquid nitrogen bombs at him, but Duong Toon Yu just laughed, trying to shatter my armor with liquid nitrogen. "How naive! In that case, let me show you what real terror is today." With that, Duong Toon Yu began casting a fireball spell. Realizing the situation was dire, Lam Van Son ordered a full retreat. He then lunged forward himself, unarmed his fist, clashing violently against his opponents. Lam Van Son was pushed back, and at the same time the remaining officers were engulfed by Duong Toon Yu's flames. In another part of the building, Lam Phi was still unaware of everything, using force to try and squeeze the truth out of Hoch Ham about what happened at his place until the alarm sirens finally blared. She stopped and stepped out of the interrogation room only to see her colleagues running in terror. "Duong Toon Yu has mutated, run!" they screamed while fleeing. Just then, a deafening crash echoed. Duong Toon Yu had smashed through the ceiling from the floor above, landing right in front of Lam Phi. "My beautiful lady, we meet again." Lam Phi inherited her father's stubborn and fearless nature. Her first reaction was to pull her gun, shouting, "You son of a bitch!" Hack Ham was still in the interrogation room when out of nowhere he saw Lin Fei get shoved back inside by some guy who looked like anything but a normal human being. Duong Toon Yu slammed Lin Fei against the wall, determined to force her into submission right then and there. In that desperate moment, Lin Fei had no choice but to look at Hack Ham, who was just then trying to sneakily escape and plead for help. Hack Ham, caught red-handed, sheepishly scratched his head and stammered, I was just passing by this room, that's all." "Don't want to bother you two," he added. Annoyed by the interruption, Duong Toon Yu roared, "Get out! Get lost now!" Hack Ham nodded and scurried toward the door, but the moment he passed it, that system Van Tong screamed through the security camera on his behalf, "You bastard, what kind of hero picks on a woman?" "Huh! Come and get me if you're so tough!" Hack Ham's heart skipped a beat. That damn system was trying to get him killed. Duong Toon Yu was livid. He spun around and shot Hack Ham a look so sharp it felt like he was about to get his head chopped off. "You little rat tired of living, huh?" Duong Toon Yu bellowed while Hack Ham scrambled to find a way to explain that those words weren't actually coming from him. Thankfully, the jerk was still focused on Lin Fei, so he gave Hack Ham one last chance to beat it. Hack Ham loved his life way too much, so he had no intention of sticking around, but Van Tuong wouldn't let him off the hook. It piped up again, "You useless, pathetic, impotent weakling. You want to take me down? Let's see if you've even got the guts to try." That was the final straw. Duong Toon Yu's rage reached its breaking point. Hack Ham desperately wanted to clarify that he hadn't said a word, but the guy wasn't listening. Seeing Duong Toon Yu charging at him, Hack Ham had no choice but to spend his points to pull a skill card. He didn't even have time to look. He just had to pray to the heavens that he wouldn't pull something useless. The system then announced that Hack Ham had drawn a Class C skill, Blood Dragon Pillar, a fire attribute attack. It dealt 250 damage to any target. He had 10 uses. Once activated, Hack Ham immediately struck, catching Duong Toon Yu completely off guard. The guy was temporarily pushed back, and taking the chance, Hack Ham smashed through the wall and carried Lin Fei away. Duong Toon Yu stood there, furious that his prey had escaped right from his teeth. But then he thought this only added to the fun of the game. So Duong Toon Yu quickly calmed down and used his powers to track them both. Meanwhile, Hack Ham had escaped with Lin Fei. He was panting for breath, but before he could even catch it, Van Tuong appeared again. "You're the savior I chose, remember? You didn't even fight, you just ran away. Why are you such a coward?" This time, Lin Fei saw it too. "What is that thing?" Hack Ham had no time to explain because he really wanted to tear Van Tuong to shreds. Duong Toon Yu's bracelet was packed with skills. Even a fool knew he couldn't win a direct fight, which was why he ran. "You're the chosen one, the golden boy," Van Tuong goaded. "What the hell are you afraid of? It's just gear make me happy, and I'll give you as much as you want," Van Tuong said with a tone and phrasing that sounded incredibly suggestive. Lin Fei, having watched the entire exchange, wore an expression that was impossible to describe with words.
Make you happy. You're actually doing these perverted things with this computer virus,
Lin Fei stammered. She actually thought Hack Ham had a fetish so weird that he was doing that with a computer. It's not like that. We're strictly professional, Hack Ham yelled. It's all this thing's fault. It's the mastermind. Then he laid it all out for Lin Fei from Van Tuong, creating the game to it breaching the dimensional barrier to invade Earth, and how he was being hunted by characters from the game. It sounded like total nonsense. But after yesterday's anomaly, and the sudden surge in Duong Tun Kyo's power, Lin Fei had no choice but to believe him. She was smart, so she quickly realized the bastard had seized all the evidence that the Special Intelligence Bureau had collected during the incident. Once he finished, Lin Fei turned to leave, saying she needed to find her father, the bureau chief, because she believed he was the only one who could stop Duong Tun Kyo now. But then they heard Van Tuong ask, "Your father? You mean the half-charred guy?" It pulled up camera footage from outside the evidence room for Lin Fei to see Lin Van Sun lying there severely wounded. He and Duong Tun Kyo had clashed, and the result was him being critically injured. He was probably barely hanging on by a thread now. Lin Fei's emotions exploded, but Hack Ham tried his best to hold her back because going out there now was just a suicide mission. Meanwhile, that bastard was almost on them. Lin Fei sobbed, begging Hack Ham to save her father since he was the only one with supernatural abilities like Duong Tun Kyo. Please just save my father. As long as you help, I'll do whatever you ask. Hack Ham was caught in a difficult spot, but before he could answer, Van Tuong chimed in first. That's the spirit, that's the right attitude. Go on, get Hack Ham excited, and then I can finally give him some points. You're a real devil, Hach Ham cursed while Lam Phi started lifting her skirt, trying to turn him on. Van Tuong looked from Lam Phi to Hach Ham. Then it judged, this is too mediocre. I can't even feel a single ripple of emotion in Hach Ham's heart, girl. It seems you have no pull over him. Lam Phi, the top beauty of the intelligence agency, was struck hard by those words. Without a word, she shoved Hach Ham backward. Then she made a daring move. Come on, I'm ready. The scene was incredibly bold. If Hach Ham didn't react, one would have to question his masculinity. Still, Lam Phi wasn't exactly enjoying it. She was so embarrassed that her face was beet red. After a long moment, she stammered, Is this enough? Van Tuong nodded, saying it was satisfied. It could feel Hach Ham's heart pounding now. He hurriedly apologized even though he hadn't really done anything wrong. The dog-like system then gifted him 200 bonus points and leveled him up twice, making him the first player globally to reach level 3. Hach Ham's stats were Attack 75, Defense 35, Speed 30, Critical Hit 3, and Spirit Power 15. Level 3 players also have a higher chance of drawing high-tier items. But just as Hach Ham prepared to draw, a loud boom echoed outside the door. Lam Phi turned pale. It seemed they had been found by Duong Tun Kyo. Faced with this situation, Hach Ham couldn't think twice. Didn't he just get 200 points? So he didn't pick. He took all 3 cards. And indeed, Van Tuong was quite generous. The 3 cards revealed extraordinary items. First was an S-rank equipment piece called the Blue Dragon Gauntlet. It currently had no stats, but if a magic emblem was equipped, the stats could be stacked. Its effect lasted indefinitely, boosting attack power by 1,100 points. Next was a B-rank pill called the Ice Heart Pill. After consuming it, one could change their attribute for 30 minutes. Finally, there was a C-rank skill called Earth Binding Dragon, an Earth-type skill with 10 charges. Hach Ham had just finished equipping them when the door was smashed open. A 3-headed wolf lunged straight at Lam Phi. It was Duong Tun Kyo's subordinate, but Hach Ham certainly wouldn't let her get hurt. With the Blue Dragon Gauntlet in his hands, he was empowered significantly. With a single strike, Hach Ham knocked the wolf down. His blow was so powerful that the entire intelligence agency shook. The 3-headed wolf died instantly. Duong Tun Kyo couldn't hide his shock, followed by a look of unprecedented excitement. If Hach Ham could take down the 3-headed wolf with one hit, it proved he had a trump card. Naturally, he couldn't miss the chance to steal it. As for Hach Ham and Lam Phi, they were both amazed by the power of the strike under the support of the Blue Dragon Gauntlet, especially Hach Ham since he was the one who threw it. But he hadn't expected to be that strong. Van Tuong saw this, and explained that the Blue Dragon combo was one of 4 SX rank sets. It had 5 pieces total, and the gauntlets Hach Ham received were just one of them. Once all 5 pieces were collected, even facing SSS rank equipment wouldn't be a problem. That's insane, Hach Ham exclaimed, starting to butter up Van Tuong. You're truly the most brilliant god in the world. From now on, your little brother will wholeheartedly serve you. Please let me see the full blue dragon set soon. Well said. In that case, I will adjust the parameters to ensure your chances of drawing blue dragon parts are higher. Hach Ham was very satisfied. Flattery really did work. It seemed he had figured this system out. Then Hach Ham pulled Lam Fi away. He intended to quickly save her father, but after taking only a few steps, he was ambushed. Hach Ham revealed his true colors, immediately cursing Van Tuong as a dog-like system. The enemy is right at the door, and you didn't even give me a heads up. Van Tuong retorted, That's because you wouldn't stop chatting with me. The one who found him was unsurprisingly Duong Tu Nhu. Seeing that Hach Ham truly had good items, he couldn't hide his greedy gaze, wanting to claim them all for himself. Yet on the surface, he still used sweet words to lure him. I'll give you a chance to ally with me. The two of us can rule the world together. This guy didn't even blush while lying. Hach Ham had no interest in teaming up. He feared that once he agreed, the guy would use the opportunity to slice him in half. So, he refused immediately. Sorry, I'm not interested. I just want to go home right now. And get a good night's sleep. Please move aside. Duong Tu Nhu got annoyed and quickly turned hostile. If Hach Ham refused the alliance, what reason did he have to not attack Hach Ham so he wasn't a pushover? He probably couldn't one-shot him, so he told Lam Fi to go save the others while he stayed behind to hold off Duong Tu Nhu. The Blue Dragon Gauntlets allowed him to shatter the enemy's first attack, but immediately after doing so, Hach Ham saw that Duong Tu Nhu had seized the chance to close in. In terms of equipment, Hach Ham might have had a slight edge, but in combat experience compared to a cop like him, he was still far behind. Seeing Duong Tu Nhu's fist closing in again, Hach Ham crossed his gauntlets to form a shield in front of him. The blow was indeed blocked, but then for some reason, he was suddenly blasted out of the building by a massive force. He left a huge hole in the wall. Hach Ham was wide-eyed at the sight. Another massive hole blasted into the wall, and Hach Ham stood there with eyes wide, staring at the sight in complete shock. Stop staring blankly. This is S-rank Blue Dragon combat armor. The shockwave can reach 10 times the force of a normal blast. I already explained it to you before. I'll give you decent gear so you won't get pushed around by that rookie anymore. And just a moment ago, you called the system a doggone system. Now you have no shame calling Van Tuong the most powerful big brother in the world, and you even went so far as to kneel and kowtow to him. But right at that moment, he felt someone gripping his shoulder tightly. When he turned around, he saw an older, battered man. This maniac was grinding his teeth and throwing a punch at him. Meanwhile, Lin Fei had rushed to the evidence room to find her father. The medical team was there cleaning up the aftermath of the disaster that scum Duong Tu Nhu had left behind. They said Chief Lin had regained consciousness and immediately went off to find Duong Tu Nhu himself. But now it was Hach Ham who was dealing with him. It seems he had mistaken him for Duong Tu Nhu. Hach Ham managed to dodge that sucker punch, but the power behind it didn't feel like that of an ordinary person at all. Just looking at Lin Van Son's face, it was clear he was out for blood and desperate to take him down. "Di Duong Tu Nhu!" the man roared again before throwing another punch. Hach Ham realized he had been mistaken for someone else, so he didn't bother blocking or fighting back. Instead, Hach Ham took off running both to save his own skin and to avoid hurting Lin Fei's father. Lin Van Son chased him closely the whole way. "Sir, open your eyes and look properly. You've got the wrong guy!" Hach Ham shouted while running. "Stop right there!" Lin Van Son yelled back, chasing and striking at him until Lin Fei finally arrived. Although she was breathless, she screamed at the top of her lungs. "Dad, stop! He's not Duong Tu Nhu." Hearing his beloved daughter's voice, Chief Lin finally calmed down enough to observe the situation, and that was how Hach Ham saved his own neck. Afterward, Lin Van Son returned to his office, receiving medical treatment while listening to the report on the recent terror attack at the Intelligence Bureau. Preliminary statistics showed a total of 6 dead, 13 seriously injured, 45 slightly injured, and 135 items recovered from the otherworldly invasion had disappeared from the evidence room. As for Duong Tu Nhu, he was nowhere to be found. Even after the police searched thoroughly, it seemed he had fled during the chaos. Lin Van Son gritted his teeth, swearing he would definitely bring Duong Tu Nhu to justice. He then turned to Hach Ham, who was standing nearby, and asked, "Tell me, does this anomaly have anything to do with the Doomsday game? Where is that system now? Can you summon it?" Hach Ham shook his head, saying he had been calling out to Van Tuong for half the day. But that AI was quite the character and likely wouldn't be willing to cooperate with the police. Lin Fei could vouch for that. So Lin Van Son didn't press the issue further. Instead, he started worrying about the fate of humanity. That Duong Toon Gyu guy was just some loser, who accidentally got his hands on a system bracelet and yet he caused such a massive shocking incident. If there were countless other bracelets out there, the potential danger would be even greater. Thinking this, Lin Van Son felt he should immediately report to his superiors to establish a rapid response team fully armed and ready to react at any moment. He also appointed Lin Fei as the leader of the task force, a special operation unit mobilizing all the elite forces within the Intelligence Bureau to search for similar bracelets in the city before they could fall into the hands of villains like Duong Toon Yu. At the same time, they were to train officers to quickly adapt to superpower combat models. As for Hack Ham, a perfectly ordinary person, he was appointed as a special consultant, expected to undergo combat training while assisting Lin Fei. This situation seemed to be a bit beyond what he had planned, so Hack Ham declined, citing that he was just a regular person, a simple wage slave grinding away for capitalism every day. I have to work tomorrow, so I shouldn't get involved in this. But Lin Van Son had no intention of letting him off the hook. He vanished from the chair in front of him. Then he suddenly appeared behind Hack Ham, threateningly saying, "Your punch turned my office building into a level 2 hazard zone. And you did that to my precious daughter, too. Shouldn't you pay for the damages?" And just like that, Hack Ham lost his chance to refuse. That evening, Lin Fei drove him home herself. On the way back, Hack Ham kept sighing. Chief Lin really knows how to do business. How did me trying to help turn into me paying for damages?
What's the matter? You're in such a rush to cut ties with me.
You already saw that spot on me anyway.
You have to help me, Lin Fei added.
Her tone made Hack Ham freeze for a few seconds. Good heavens, was this the same tough, iron-willed, even prickly female officer he had met earlier? Seeing her suddenly act so vulnerable, it was a bit more feminine, but he wasn't used to it. All right, don't dawdle, hurry up and pack your stuff to come with me, Lin Fei added, revealing that they didn't intend to let Hack Ham go. Duong Toon-gyu would likely come looking for revenge, so the Special Intelligence Bureau had arranged a different safe place for him to stay. Hack Ham didn't refuse, but when he returned home, another strange situation occurred. Nam Quan Ki was waiting there, though he didn't know since when, and she was posed in a way that was hard to describe in words. "Young master, are you done with your busy work?
You must be exhausted.
Little Kai is willing to wash away all your fatigue." Hack Ham was petrified on the spot, and Lin Fei, who followed right behind him, was also shocked by the scene. She shrieked, "What, you even have another woman at home?" "I don't, she's not my woman," Hack Ham screamed in explanation. "But Nam Quan Ki, I'm not giving up either, young master. I'm already yours after all." After some chaos, Lin Fei finally managed to get Hack Ham to their new place. It's a safe house they borrowed from the security bureau, so they're sure Dun Gyu won't be able to track them down. And Nam Quan Ki actually insisted on tagging along. Lin Fei set him up on the second floor while taking the room right next door just to make sure they could react quickly if anything went down. As for Nam Quan Ki, who basically forced his way in, Lin Fei coldly shoved him into the basement garage. How dare he? Nam Quan Ki was instantly fuming. Hack Ham could only whisper to Lin Fei, "Hey, stop trying to piss her off. My place was nearly blown to smithereens earlier, you know." Besides, according to Hack Ham, Nam Quan Ki's combat power is actually no joke. Having him tag along is a huge help to them, too. Having another capable person around is always a good thing. Lin Fei realized that made sense, but she still seemed annoyed. She huffed, "Fine, suit yourselves, I'm going to get some sleep." Nam Quan Ki's face instantly lit up like he'd struck gold. He grabbed Hack Ham, wanting to head back to the room to rest, but Hack Ham knew exactly what her version of resting meant. The way she used that word, it meant trouble. So he politely declined. "We should probably just head to our own rooms. I'm genuinely exhausted today. I don't have the energy for anything else." Nam Quan Ki's expression shifted to one of near tears. "Are you rejecting me?" Hack Ham felt completely flustered, terrified by the tears, and started panicking. No, that's not it. I'm really just tired. Look, how about this? Once I've had some rest, I'll satisfy you." Only with that promise did Nam Quan Ki finally let Hack Ham go. He closed his bedroom door and let out a long sigh. Van Tung currently piggybacking on the laptop screen, and the alarm clock started chirping in his ear again. "You're young. You need to seize these opportunities. 3 people living together, that's quite the stimulating scene. I'll definitely give you even more bonus points." Hack Ham was speechless. Does this thing have nothing but filth in its head all day long? He'd always wondered if Van Tuong is some kind of all-knowing AI. Why is it so obsessed with making him act out R-rated scenes for it, until just now?
I finally get it now.
You're the type who's completely incapable in that department, aren't you? Hackham asked coldly, feeling like he'd finally found the system's biggest weakness, even though he didn't play that apocalypse game before he'd heard that the game world was practically identical to reality. But Van Tuong realized that the game world was missing something vital. The most important thrill for humans is intimacy. Even though it had exhausted all its computing power, it couldn't provide that kind of pleasure to the players. After countless failures, it finally found the crux of the problem. It fundamentally didn't know what it felt like. In other words, Van Tuong is just like a pervert who loves watching spicy stuff but has never experienced the real thing or felt that kind of pleasure. So it could only collect data by watching Hackham. When it said that Hackham became even more confused. There's so much content on the internet a simple search away. So why on earth does it need to get data from him,
Like those adult films. If you don't know which sites to use, I can give you some recommendations.
Van Tuong frantically refused. No, it's not the same at all. Nyam Ki and the others are NPCs I created and I can sense their physical reactions when they're doing that. That's the only way I can keep refining the data. So you must take good care of them and train them well. The more positions and tricks, the better. Hackham felt a migraine coming on. Nam Kwon Ki alone was already a massive headache, and now it wanted him to take care of others, too. Plus, even just with Nam Kwon Ki, it should have enough data for Van Tuong to collect already. With that, Hackham told it to shut down the connection between the game world and reality. But the moment he brought that up, Van Tuong started stuttering. Faced with Hackham's interrogation, Van Tuong suddenly let out a loud laugh, but the tone made it sound even more suspicious. How could I possibly do that? I am the god of this place. What is there that I can't do? Hackham was 90% sure Van Tuong had lost control of the situation. He threatened to pull the plug on the room's power so it couldn't bother him anymore. Only then did Van Tuong start to admit it previously in its search for the mysteries of ABC seeds. It had corrupted the base code of the other world, accidentally tearing through the dimensional wall, which is why the two worlds were linked. Van Tuong has no way to stop the invasion of the game characters, and it doesn't know when the next event will happen. Hackham was truly furious and wanted to snap the laptop in two right then and there. So you're basically trying to get both worlds to go down in flames together, right? Van Tuong hastily denies it, saying that as long as we get enough data to finish the game code, we can finally patch the crack. Hacham is speechless, lying flat on the bed. It seems there's nothing he can do for now but cooperate with Van Tuong. Afterward, he tosses and turns until he finally falls asleep. Who knows how long it had been, but when he wakes up after the sun is high in the sky, he discovers he's stark naked. "Where are my clothes?" he screams. "Young master, you're finally awake." That familiar honey-sweet voice rings out again. Only then does Hacham notice that Nam Kwon Ki is lying next to him, and what's more, she's also stark naked. He instinctively pulls the blanket up to cover himself, completely baffled as to why she is here, especially since he clearly locked the door yesterday. "I just gave it a little push and it opened," Nam Kwon Ki says with a look of feigned, blameless innocence. Hacham turns his head to look at the poor door, which has been shattered into 100 pieces. "Yeah, a little pushed, all right. But that's not what matters. The important thing is, did Nam Kwon Ki take advantage of him while he was fast asleep last night to, seeing Hacham's face turn pale and then flush? Nam Kwon Ki seems to guess what he's thinking and clarifies that yesterday she only helped him take his clothes off. Nothing else happened after all, since he hadn't rested enough. How could he provide the quality needed to help her conceive? Hacham let out a long sigh of relief. Then Nam Kwon Ki got up and said she was going to make breakfast. Watching that beautiful silhouette walk away, Hacham finally dared to lower his guard. Seriously, waking up to this kind of stress? It looks like he really needs to start taking better security measures before going to bed from now on. So Hacham immediately called a security firm demanding they ship over 10 of their best high-grade locks, the kind that could withstand a nuclear blast if possible. As he was saying this and heading downstairs, he found Nam Kwon Ki holding 2 knives in her hands, standing next to a tiger that was hanging up looking absolutely pathetic. "Young master, just a moment. I'll carve up this tiger to help you boost your energy." Meanwhile, the TV was reporting that a fully grown Siberian tiger had mysteriously vanished last night.
From the city zoo, the police are intensifying their investigation and are urging citizens not to panic. Ham went insane immediately, ordering Nam Quan Ki to return the tiger to its owners. He told her if she didn't, he'd kick her out for good. Even though she wasn't happy about it, Nam Quan Ki had to listen. Just as she left and Ham was about to close the door, someone blocked his way. "You're Ham." The person was a cold, stunningly beautiful woman with 2 purple swords strapped to her back. "That's right. Who are you?" "I am the princess of the Northern Wind Empire Lu, named 9. As she spoke, she drew one of her swords. Ham muttered a silent prayer under his breath. It looks like another major headache has just arrived. In the world of the game created by Van Tuong across that vast continent, the Northern Wind Empire is the most powerful nation with immense territory and formidable military strength. People across the 4 corners of the world are their subjects. But 6 months ago, the evil demon launched a sneak attack on the Northern Wind Empire, destroying the prosperity of the nation. The kingdom's elite forces were wiped out, and the land that was once glorious is now nothing but a sea of blood. As the Princess Lu 9 carries the weight of a blood feud on her shoulders, searching for a way to defeat that demon, her only hope is to find the legendary Sword of Foundation, which once established the foundation for the Northern Wind Empire's hegemony. It is the National Guardian Dragon General. Coincidentally, the National Guardian Dragon General is programmed into the story as Ham's great-grandfather. That is exactly why Lu 9 is here. She wants to extract the Hawk family bloodline from his body to restore her country. And this so-called extracting the bloodline means they have to, do that together. But unlike the gentle and sweet Quan Ki, Lu 9 had already tied Ham tightly to a chair the moment they met. Looking at her right now, she's incredibly intimidating. Ham, forced into a passive position, could only try to negotiate tactfully. "I can give you what you want. But can you take it and then just quietly go back?" Lu 9 didn't hide her plans even a little bit. She told him that the demon is also currently hunting down Ham, because your body holds the secret to breaking his final seal. 6ix9ine said that to ensure the demon doesn't get his way, she'll personally see you off once the deed is done. "How can you be so unreasonable?" Ham shouted. "Cut the chatter and get on with it." With that, 6ix9ine drew the 2 swords from her back and made a few swift moves, slicing away almost all of Ham's clothes. You were tied tightly to the chair, completely unable to resist, your body exposed right before her. 6ix9ine stood stunned for a few seconds, then couldn't help but mutter something about your size. "Well, you really are the descendant of the great dragon general," she said. Without a hint of hesitation, she lunged straight toward Ham, stripping off her own clothes before climbing on top of him. For a real man like Ham to be forced like this by such unscrupulous means was truly humiliating, but thankfully Lam Fi appeared just in time. She pointed her gun straight at 6ix9ine's head and threatened, "Get off him right now! What do you think you're doing in broad daylight?" "So is this another one of your women? Too bad. You're too late." "I've already succeeded," 6ix9ine replied with a provocative tone. "It's still way too early to be saying that." "Who the hell are you looking down on?" Ham hissed. Lam Fi was absolutely furious at the sight before her. It was unbelievable. The world out there is already in complete chaos, and yet, Ham, you still have the nerve to be doing this kind of filthy business. And it's not even with the girl from yesterday. That's when he realized a problem. The emergence of 6ix9ine meant the second otherworldly crossover had already begun. Ham tensed up, ignoring the princess who was still clinging tightly to him. "What's the situation now? Can we keep the situation under control?" Lin Fi looked away. She didn't want to see this eyesore, but she still dutifully reported the situation. "Since we have experience now, the defenses were already set up beforehand. Currently, the responsible teams have started recovering the equipment and loot dropped from those spatial portals. However, one squad is in trouble, which is why the chief wanted me to bring you there for backup." "Fine, I'll go right now," he replied. But just then, 6ix9ine, sitting on top of him, started acting up again. "No, you have to give me what I need today." But Ham didn't react at all. Even though the person in front of him was indeed a beauty with a killer figure, he didn't like women who would stop at nothing to get what they wanted, and he hated being forced even more. "If I were willing, I could give you what you want whenever I feel like it. But if I'm not, even if you waste your energy, for a whole day and night, don't even dream of it. Don't believe me, try it," Ham said sternly. "How could that be? Didn't the storybook say that for a man it only takes half an incense stick of time?" 6ix9ine muttered, but when she faced Hack Ham's cold-as-ice expression, she suddenly realized that practice and theory weren't the same. 6ix9ine's actions stopped, and she slowly climbed down. Though unwilling, she had to accept waiting for whenever. Hack Ham was willing to use this opportunity. He also took the chance to recruit another capable girl to stay and help him. "I can give you a chance, but the condition is you stay here and help me." 6ix9ine's eyes instantly lit up. She agreed to stay. From now on, whenever Hack Ham said to slash someone, she would do it immediately. Back to 20 minutes ago at Squad D, the situation was extremely dire. Almost no members remained alive. On the ground, the radio was constantly emitting calls from the other end. "Squad D, if you receive this signal, please respond. If you receive this signal, respond immediately." Unfortunately, the radio had fallen into the hands of that bastard Duong Tung Yu. "Signal received. We are currently near the parking lot on Fong Duong Street," he replied. "At Hack Ham's place?" After settling things with 6ix9ine, Lin Fi quickly drove him to the scene. Hack Ham didn't expect this girl to be such a speed demon. Sitting in the car she was driving, he felt like this was the last time he'd ever be alive. When they were only 500 meters away from Squad D, Lin Fi gave orders to the backup squad, specifically reminding them to prioritize saving lives and not to engage in battle. "Cars 1, 2, and 3 follow me in to check the situation. The remaining vehicles stay outside mobile and ready to support." However, Hack Ham, sitting in the passenger seat, noticed something was very wrong. He grabbed the steering wheel, swerving the car to the side to narrowly avoid several volleys of gunfire. The other vehicles in the backup squad were also hit by this barrage. One of the cars exploded. Lin Fi was instantly panicked. What just happened? Up ahead on the second floor, Hack Ham's sharp eyes spotted the problem. On the second floor of the building ahead, there was a group of snipers equipped with C-tier wolf guns aiming straight at them. Once he identified the snipers, Lin Fi quickly ordered them to disperse while Hack Ham signaled for 6ix9ine to make a move. The group of snipers was preparing to continue their attack, but for some reason, the barrels of their guns were suddenly sliced off by something. Before they could even grasp the situation, their bald heads were slashed by something sharp, and just as they could vaguely see what was happening before them, they only saw a hot figure jump down from above. 6ix9ine had wiped out the entire sniper team. "The snipers have been taken care of. Everyone keep moving but stay alert." Lin Fi gave the new order. Meanwhile, Hack Ham suddenly received 40 experience points. He was confused, not understanding what was happening. Van Tuong appeared on the car's screen to explain, because 6ix9ine was now considered Hack Ham's follower. Every time she eliminated a target, half the experience points would belong to him. Hack Ham whistled. "I didn't expect her to be so useful. If that were the case, couldn't he just lie there and get stronger? He just needed to send those hot girls out to fight while he enjoyed the life of a kept man." Hack Ham hadn't enjoyed that vision for long before hearing a thunderous sound behind them. He and Lin Fi both turned around only to see a creature emerging from the ground. With its massive size, it flipped a car from the backup squad. "That's a heaven serpent, a tier 4 monster." Lin Fi and Hack Ham both wore the same expression. It was disbelief. He shouted, "Drive, run!" Hack Ham didn't even need to order it. Lin Fi was already flooring the gas. The monster was opening its mouth wide, wanting to swallow them whole. Only a fool would stand there and wait to die. While Lin Fi was busy driving, Hack Ham leaned out the window to use his ability. First was the earth-binding cage. The ground, which had been flat, surged up after he activated the power, turning into sturdy vines that wrapped around the heaven serpent. Unfortunately, this method didn't work to hold the monster for long because the earth-binding cage was quickly destroyed. Hack Ham assessed the situation and felt there was no other way but for him to step in personally. However, he always felt that this place was a trap, so he warned Lin Fi to be careful and that if there was a chance, she should charge out on her own. But the beautiful Lin refused. She wanted to stay and fight alongside Hack Ham. Only then would she be worthy of the title captain. Right at that moment, 6ix9ine fell from the sky, landing on the hood of Lin Fi's car before Hack Ham's astonished eyes. She warned him that he was no match for the heaven-sent scourge, noting that while they didn't know who was orchestrating this, whoever it was had definitely prepared well. It was going to be tough, so 6ix9ine volunteered to deal with the monster herself, telling Hach Ham and Lam Fi to stay in the car and find a way to break through the encirclement before either of them could even answer. She had already lunged toward the beast. Regardless of everything, Hach Ham didn't plan on relying on a woman for the rest of his life. He was the main character after all. He quickly used the system to draw a card hoping to pull a high-level skill that could take down the heaven-sent scourge in a blink. However, the card that Hotchham spent his points on this time simply displayed a short message, "Thanks for stopping by," which meant he hadn't won anything at all. Hotchham yelled in anger. "System, you're just like that," Van Tuong laughed, looking quite pleased with Hotchham's reaction. "Since it's a card draw, it's all about probability. How can you expect to get something good every single time? Get a grip. Just because I didn't put on a show for you this time doesn't mean you don't get anything useful, right?" Just then, a golden arrow pinned directly into the car door behind where Lam Phi was sitting, then tore the door right off. The car swerved, and instinctively she dove into Hotchham's arms. What just happened? Hotchham had been so busy arguing with Van Tuong that he hadn't noticed the attack. "It was an arrow, an exploding arrow," Lam Phi replied, and she was sure that it wasn't the only one. Things were clearly getting more difficult for them. The bumpy road made Lam Phi shout, "This road is so rough." Van Tuong in the background was so excited he was practically smoking, muttering, "Good, extremely good, I'm very satisfied with this performance." As for Hotchham, he was wondering, is that Toongu? Lam Phi also turned around in surprise to see someone blocking their car path. Seeing him brandish a S-rank equipment, a horse-chopping saber, they were stunned. It really was him. What was he trying to do? But suddenly sensing something, Toongu turned around cautiously. Huh. He saw a figure stepping out from the blazing fire. The system announced, "Congratulations, player, you have received the Blue Dragon Combat Armor. S-rank equipment, Blue Dragon Protective Armor, stats 0. Buff badges can be stacked. Passive skill, Dragon Scale Shield. Limit unlimited effectiveness." Lam Phi, held in his arms, whispered, "So cool." Meanwhile, Toongu swung his blade again. "Today, let's see if your life is tougher or my horse-chopping saber is sharper." Hotchham quickly set Lam Phi down and rushed into battle. "Stay here," he ordered. "Be careful," she replied. Hotchham activated the Dragon Scale Shield to create a protective barrier. Every attack from his opponent became useless against his shield. Toongu couldn't believe it. He shouted, "Just how many skills do you have on you? Shoot him dead." The sniper squad in the nearby building received the order. Lam Phi, observing from the side, was curious. So it was them using fire arrows to destroy the car. Could Toongu really gather so many people in just one night? Countless rounds from the snipers rained down on the shield that Hotchham had created. The impact caused explosions all around him. Hotchham gritted his teeth and muttered, "This bastard has a lot of henchmen, huh?" Toongu was triumphant and laughed loudly. "I have plenty of men, I'll make you die of anger." Then he continued ordering the snipers to keep firing until he fell. Fire all out. A rain of bullets poured down on Hotchham's shield, but Toongu was startled to see him closing in on him. He thought to himself, "This brat wants to get close and draw the fire onto me. Does he think I don't know how to run?" However, strange things erupted from the ground beneath his feet, wrapping tightly around him. He was shocked. "What is this?" Hotchham said confidently, surprised. Astonished. "You couldn't trap the heaven-sent scourge, so you thought you could stop a brat like me." A barrage of gunfire, carrying the force of a wall of fire, closed in, making Toongu scream in despair, "No, don't!" His henchmen were confused. "Boss, why are you screaming don't? You mean don't stop, right? But why isn't he running away?" They guessed he intended to use himself as bait. "What boss is that brave? No. He's a powerful general trusted by the guild leader brothers. We must not disappoint boss's intentions." So they poured all their firepower onto his body. Reduced to this point, he could only cry his heart out. Wait for the 8th day of the 9th month, when autumn arrives and the flowers bloom and wither, the fragrance spreading throughout Chang'an City. A wave of firepower rained down. His despair reached its peak. "My teammates are all idiots." Just then, behind the snipers, firepower suddenly erupted from nowhere. It turned out to be Quan Ki. She and her fire phoenix had arrived just in time. "Sir, don't be afraid, Kaki is here to help you." Hotchham, while buffing his body, replied, "Well done." After the firepower subsided, Toongu, his whole body charred, had to cry out, "Where did my defensive badge go? Please stop." But Hotchham's fist came crashing down. He coldly refused. In the distance, someone watching their actions through binoculars was stunned, jaw-dropping. They reported to Fan Ko, the guild leader of the Silver Moon Frostbone Guild leader. "Toongu has been punched right through by Hotchham. He's definitely dead this time. She just calmly said, "Oh. Well then that's good," she ordered. "It shows Ham is a talent worth recruiting. Spare no cost to get him to join us." Her subordinate replied, "Understood." Watching Tungu defeated at his feet, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. Looking at the experience points gained, Ham was quite surprised. Taking down someone this strong, and the EXP only went up by 50, earlier Kiki. Took down that bunch and got 80 EXP points, Lamphai called out to him from afar. Ham, come here for a second. He immediately ran toward her. Coming. Just then, a blue light covered Tungu's entire body, his flesh gradually healing. He struggled to prop himself up to sit, touching his newly restored chest. He was very smug. Not dead yet. I'm really not dead yet. What a treasure this item is. His laughter echoed through the entire neighborhood. I am invincible in this world. On Lin Fei's side, she had captured a subordinate to get a confession. He reported back. We are members of the Silver Moon Bone Gang. Our guild leader ordered us to follow you today, ambush the police, and steal the medals they collected. Lin Fei was stunned to hear this. People are already organizing guilds to commit crimes this quickly, and you Ham pay attention to who their guild leader is. He shook his head frantically and replied, I haven't seen them yet. We're just low-level goons on the outskirts. We aren't qualified to meet the guild leader. Lin Fei immediately sent him off to the precinct. Go to the station and continue the interrogation. As for him, he was wondering, as a beautiful policewoman like you does, this count is turning myself in. She coolly replied, What do you think? Just then, Junqi rushed over, hugged him tightly, and asked, Ham, did I do a good job today? He stammered in response. Good. Very good. Junqi acted coy and asked, Then how are you going to reward me? Ham tried to pull his arm away but couldn't, so he suggested, How about you go help 6 to 9 first? 6 to 9, having just finished off a monster, replied, No need. She sheathed her sword and calmly reported, A bit tiring, but it's taken care of. Ham looked at her experience points and was shocked. It jumped up by 100 points. The system notification then displayed user Ham. Element Fire. Profession Undetermined. Level 3. Attack 75. Defense 35. Speed 30. Critical hit 3. Mental strength 15. As he read the info board, he thought, although I gained quite a bit this time. I wasted 100 experience points pulling cards twice. I've been busy for half the day and I'm still only level 3. Seems I have to be more frugal later, especially. I can't pull thanks for visiting again. He decided to head home to rest. Lying sprawled on the sofa, Ham looked at his phone, frustrated. I'm so hungry. Why is delivery food so expensive? Ordering a bowl of soup costs that much. Suddenly, a bowl of piping hot noodles was brought out by Junqi. Ham, are you starving? Here, hurry up and eat your noodles. I don't know if the food I made is to your liking. He quickly picked up the bowl to enjoy them and praised, You cook noodles really well. She was very happy to hear that. Really, Kiki is so happy. I wonder when Ham will let Kiki eat the lower part. 6 to 9 had just arrived and heard these words. She was annoyed. If you're going to eat properly. Making such vulgar suggestions, don't you feel fake? Ham agreed. That's right, when eating. He stopped as he saw her also bringing a plate of food. 6 to 9 spoke up. How about trying my specialty grilled meat? Junqi was furious. She yelled, Your suggestions are even more vulgar. The two glared at each other. 6 to 9 lectured Junqi. Men only like things that are fresh, you understand, you old woman. She calmly replied, How interesting. Don't you understand the rules of order? The two started arguing. She shouted, Who are you calling an old woman? Believe it or not, I'll burn you until not a single hair is left. Tension. She's tense now. Come on, let's go. Let's see who's afraid of whom. The chaos made him helpless. I just wanted to eat a meal. Why is it so difficult? Junqi raised her voice. As long as I'm here, you won't get your way. 6 to 9 chimed in. I'll kill you right now and be done with it. The doorbell rang. Ham felt like he had been saved. Thank heavens the delivery is here. But he was stunned when he saw the person outside. Kiao na. She greeted him politely. Hello, you're Ham, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. He shook her hand. Hello? Who are you? Chaona replied. I am the personal secretary to President Fan. I've come specifically to invite you to tonight's banquet. The formal wear has already been prepared. I hope you can attend. Hackham was even more confused. President Fan. Which President Fan? Chow Na gently asked, Are there any other President Fans in this city? Only then was he shocked. Could it be the woman nicknamed the IT Queen? The new CEO of the Chang Thing Group who inherited a $10 billion fortune fan? The secretary replied, That's right. Someone will come to pick you up after tonight. If you'll excuse me, I won't disturb you further. Watching the car leave, he was still in shock. I even submitted my resume to the Chang Thin Group and didn't even get an interview opportunity. Why did the CEO suddenly invite me to a banquet tonight? As soon as he opened the gift box, he was even more shocked. Something unusual must be going on. It's better not to go, wait, why would they give me so many formal outfits? But inside, it wasn't formal wear at all. It was a chest full of money. The glare of wealth and material goods won Hackham over. How sincere! Lin Fei screamed after receiving the phone call. What Hackham is going to the banquet alone? Why is he suddenly participating in this kind of activity? Has anyone been in contact with him? The other end reported, This afternoon a vehicle from the Chang Thin Group went to see him and delivered 3 boxes. Because the other party is a famous company in this city, we didn't stop them. Lin Fei roared, You are all fired! At the Chang Thin Group headquarters, a magnificent and luxurious banquet was taking place inside. The group of guests looked out the door in awe. President Fan is here. Wow, she's so beautiful. Whispers echoed everywhere from the moment she entered. Saying she's breathtaking wouldn't be an exaggeration. She got her PhD at 19 and solved world-class problems in quantum physics by 21. Inherited a 10 billion fortune at 23 and the market value doubled in a year. She's a true genius. Talented, wealthy, beautiful face and an impeccable figure. Heaven is truly unfair. But, President, take this chance to toast with President Fan. You must prioritize our Hua-Thi group for next year's latest products. She replied politely, I wouldn't dare. I will certainly make everyone satisfied. A notification sounded. Young Master Tai Dich is here. Seeing the red carpet laid out on the floor, someone scoffed. That clown is here again. I wonder what kind of trick he's going to pull this time. The lights were turned on. Tai Dich appeared with his bodyguards like a band. Even President Fan was stunned. This was Tai Dich acting cool and starting to sing the opening number. Good evening, baby. You are unparalleled. I miss you. I miss you until I'm dizzy. How I wish to become one with you. Could you give me a chance to get to know you better? Everyone who heard this started whispering, Keep your voice down, that brat's father is the provincial chairman, we can't afford to mess with him. Tai Dich, clutching a bouquet of flowers, slid across the floor right to where Fan Ko was standing. He shouted out, Little bow, my dear! But Fan Ko coldly turned her back and walked away. His rolling floor sliders lost momentum because of it. Watching Fan Ko's retreating back, Tai Dich could only yell, You can't hide from me. Turn around and get a feel for my passionate pursuit, as he clung to her leg. However, Fan Ko still ignored him and called out to someone who was busy eating in the corner of the room. Hackham turned around in curiosity to look at the person who had called him. At that exact moment, Tai Dich lost his balance. He lunged forward and crashed into Hackham, who coldly said to him, Are you trying to touch the fine china? I don't have the money to compensate you, while he turned purple with rage and screamed, I'll take your dog life. Someone shove his head into the toilet for me. The bodyguards rushed over aggressively. Yes, sir. Fan Ko stepped in to protect Hackham. Young master, you're looking quite imposing tonight. At my party, you want to lay hands on my honored guest, Tai Dich muttered grimly. An honored guest. The people behind were surprised. Did I hear that right? Someone actually capable of being considered an honored guest by CEO Bao. Who is this kid? Which wealthy family is he from? I've never seen him before. Tai Dich, hearing those words, became even more irritated. Why don't I know about this person in our circle? Well, kid, if you know the rules, then state your background. Hackham asked suspiciously. Me? But Fan Ko linked her arm with his and said, Come, I'll take you to see my room. Watching Fan Ko intimately cling to Hackham, Tai Dich was so angry he couldn't speak. You, damn it. Let go of him for me right now. The bodyguards had to quickly restrain him. Young master, please calm down. You mustn't offend CEO Bao. Fan Ko brought Hackham to a private room. She sat down on a chair and told him, What happened earlier was just a little acting, that's all. Don't take it to heart. Do you know why I'm looking for you? He replied. You want to invite me to join your guild, right? In his heart, he thought, she took off her stockings right after walking in. Is it that hot? Throwing the black stockings to the side, she continued, How did you know my identity? Hackham answered, To be able to defeat such a reckless group in such a short time. You must have money. I just defeated Tungu and you immediately wanted to get close to me. Linking these 2 points together, it's not hard to guess. Fanko didn't beat around the bush anymore. I really like talking to smart people. That's right, I am the guild leader of the Frozen Silver Moon Guild. I invite you to join my guild right now. Name your price. Hackham said, The 5 million I got for my appearance fee today is enough for me to use. I don't need money. He stepped closer to her and made his request. If you want me to join, you have to exchange it for something I'm interested in. Fanko found it very amusing. To think you still dare to negotiate terms with me. No wonder you're the man who defeated Tungu. You really are far more elite than him. Hackham retorted, Him is he even worthy of being compared to me? Fanko asked directly, How much do you know about the game? Knowledge, not all that much. He replied, What do you want to talk about? She recounted, Ever since it was released, I've been interested in it. The developer of this game is definitely a genius. I have tried countless times to break into the back end and retrieve data, but I have never been able to do it. Furthermore, I believe this game is absolutely not simple. Seeing the monstrous apparition making that demonic face, he thought to himself, Stop trying to scare me with that nonsense, just get lost already. Fanko noticed his strange reaction and asked, curiously, What are you looking at? He gave a forced smile and replied, It's nothing, please continue what you were saying. She started again. From the very first moment the manifestation occurred, I began gathering information on the artifacts, and here is what I discovered. Every single supernatural artifact comes from a game. She turned to look at Hackham, surprised to see that he didn't seem shocked at all. Could it be that you already knew about this? She asked, making him feel a bit guilty. He blurted out, I didn't know, so that's how it is. No wonder, right, he thought to himself, reminding himself to be careful. Breaking the wall between the game and reality was still a top-secret matter. Fanko continued, Knowing these things isn't really that surprising, but I did achieve something after studying the game. For instance, I know exactly when and where the next manifestation will happen. He replied, I can understand you guessing the timing, but the location. Seriously, doesn't it happen simultaneously all over the world? Fanko revealed, The appearance happens globally at once, but the high-level artifacts will only concentrate in one restricted area, a place I call the Divine Domain, judging from the 2 previous incidents. The location of this domain is not fixed and seems random. However, there is a trail to follow, and I've already grasped the pattern. If you are certain you want to serve me, I can help you reach the pinnacle of life. As she was slowly pressing her body against Hackham, Lam Fai appeared just outside the window and signaled through her device. Attention, all units, follow my orders and prepare to move in. Everyone shouted back, Understood. Deep down, Lam Fai thought, I never expected Fanko to be the mastermind behind the secret society. If Hackham teams up with her, the police won't be able to control the situation. The only way is to strike first. Hackham, you absolutely must not do it. At that moment, Hackham gave his answer. I'm sorry, I already made a promise to someone else, and I can't break that promise. Fanko was stunned. What? Outside, Lam Fai felt flustered, thinking, Did he mean me when he said someone else? Oh, how annoying. Why do I feel so flustered like this? Hackham left them with one final remark. I advise you all to disband the society as soon as possible, or the police will find you sooner or later. Take care of yourself. Kautukiona whispered to Fanko, Should we send someone to take him out? She replied, No need. A man this interesting? Naturally has to be kept around to play with, right? Sooner or later he will belong to me anyway. Outside the building, inside a car, a timer was ticking. 9 minutes and 45 seconds. 9 minutes and 46 seconds. Tydick became increasingly anxious as time slipped away. 9 minutes and 47 seconds. Seeing Hackham walk out, the bodyguard reported, Young master, that brat is coming out. Tydick smirked and said, Huh, out so fast? Isn't that kid supposed to be a fast shooter? Or maybe nothing happened at all. Seeing him looking at his phone, they grew curious. Is he waiting for his men to drive him? Good. Let's see which family that kid belongs to. It turned out he was just scanning a code to rent a bike. They both turned sour, renting a bike. After regaining his composure, Tydick screamed, You trash, you pathetic poor devil. Do you think a nobody like you is worthy of staining my goddess? Let me just shoot him dead. The bodyguard helplessly muttered, but sir. Chaos erupted inside the car. Did you step on the gas pedal or what? I've floored it, for crying out loud. Why isn't it moving? Finally, something behind them caught the driver's attention. Young master, look behind you. Look behind. Tung Yu had been behind their car the whole time. He coldly said, Young Master Tao, let's have a little chat. Meanwhile, Hach Ham had already returned home. He sighed wearily. Renting that bike cost me 4 yuan. I'm just too exhausted to walk anymore. Lam Fi greeted him. You're back. Are you very tired? Are you exhausted? Why don't you have some water? He took the glass from her hands, blushing, and muttered a thank you. She fussed over him, telling him to drink more water since the weather was getting hotter every day. She felt the heat and lifted her shirt slightly, but the air conditioner wasn't doing much to cool things down. This is so incredibly annoying, she sighed. It would be so much better if it were a little cooler in here. Seeing him blushing, she leaned in close and asked, What's wrong? Is something bothering you? He grew even more suspicious. What is going on with you, and where are Lin Jun and the others? Hearing this question, Lin Fei slammed her hand hard against the wall behind him. I sent those two off to get new identification cards, she said. Right now it's just the two of us here. I suggest you be a little more cooperative unless you want to find out what happens when you refuse a nice drink and choose a forced one instead. He had no choice but to follow her orders. As he lifted his shirt again, she said, Because of your outstanding performance tonight, I've decided to give you a reward. You can do whatever you want with me. Make the most of this opportunity, okay? This time, no one will disturb us. At that same moment, the short-range defense system on his roof detected danger, and a barrage of fire locked onto the targets. A surprise attack! He immediately pulled Lin Fei close to shield her from the flying shards of broken glass. They were shocked. What's happening? The point defense system has been triggered. Hearing that, his jaw dropped. Point defense? Are you kidding me? Someone's using a point defense system on us? Lin Fei immediately grabbed her radio to contact the security team outside. The security team reported back, Short-range anti-aircraft cannons identified, system engaged for automatic interception. The safe house is unharmed, we just need to fix a few doors. Tydick, who was tracking the cannon's fire, stomped his feet in frustration when he saw the plan fail. Who the hell installs short-range cannons in their own house? What kind of freak is that guy? This is a disaster. Not only did we fail to kill him, but we also messed up the mission. Tu Yu remained calm. Don't be so impatient. That was just a warm-up. This next part is the real deal. Energy radiated from his palms. Tydick looked at what he was summoning in amazement. This is... Tu Yu confirmed with a grunt as the monsters appeared. They were level 2 explosive cicadas. Rockets fired from their wings toward the target. Lin Fei ordered, Send the anti-riot team here immediately. If the enemy dared to use cannons, they definitely had other weapons. The security team outside stared at what was in front of them and gasped, My God! A series of rockets streaked out like falling stars. They cut through the night sky and exploded, lighting up the darkness. Tydick watched the fire and smoke erupt in the distance and cheered, Oh, that feels so good! That's exactly what you get for daring to steal a woman from me. Turning to him, Tu Yu calmly said, Let's go. To the next part of the game. Let's keep playing with him. Tydick was stunned. Wait, wasn't that guy blown to pieces? Tu Yu replied. Don't worry. He's got 9 lives and if he died that easily, it would be too good for him. His house was now a ruin. He had activated the shield to protect them both. That was too close, he said. Another second and we would have been blown to bits. Lin Fei said furiously, That jerk, he's completely out of his mind. She immediately led her subordinates to kick down the doors of the Silver Moon Guild's meeting room. The group inside was surprised to see Lin Fei and Fan Ko spoke up. Officer, is there a problem? Lin Fei held up an arrest warrant. Boss, we suspect you have a direct connection to a terrorist attack. You're coming with us. Everyone inside couldn't believe it. Are you joking? Do you even know who our boss is? Fan Ko continued, Officer? You think just because you brought a few people here, you can actually lay a hand on me? I'm afraid you aren't qualified. He rushed over, shouting, Calm down! Everyone don't do anything rash, or you'll fall right into the real culprit's trap. Lin Fei frowned at him. Why are you here? Fan Ko asked, Is it you? Do you really believe I'm innocent? He replied, I do. If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it at the party. Fan Ko immediately agreed to be taken in. If you say so, then I have nothing to worry about. I'll go with her for your sake." This shocked the staff, who exclaimed, "Boss!" He was surprised to hear her say that. Huh. He let out a sound while Lin Fei behind them seemed to be fuming. It seemed her arrest warrant didn't have as much power as a word from him did it. Countless reporters were waiting outside. A news reporter announced that a renowned businesswoman, the most beautiful socialite in the city, had been suddenly arrested by the police, causing quite a stir among the public. So far, the police haven't provided a detailed explanation, so let's keep watching. Meanwhile, inside the interrogation room, after hearing the whole story, Fan Ko denied everything. "The guild, I have no idea what you're talking about." Police officer Lam Fi questioned her. "Then why did you invite Hach Ham to that party?" She replied nonchalantly. "I admire him and wanted to get to know him better." "Is that not allowed?" This answer left Lam Fi speechless. Outside, Van Son asked suspiciously, "Hach Ham, do you really think she didn't do it?" Hach Ham confirmed, "That's right. She even hopes I'll join the guild so she wouldn't be in such a hurry to kill me." Van Son couldn't figure it out. "Then who else do you think could be coming after you?" Hach Ham hesitated and blurted out, "What I'm worried about isn't who they are, but what their true goal is." Meanwhile, Q Na had just returned when a murderous aura struck from behind. A figure suddenly appeared behind her, restrained her, and asked point blank, "The system can predict that landing, right?" "It's in the room, isn't it?" Hach Ham told Van Son. "I keep feeling like I've fallen into an opponent's trap." Van Son replied, "Then what's our next move?" "You decide. I'm going to Fan Ko's company first to keep an eye on her subordinates." Just then a subordinate rushed in shouting, "This is bad! Chief, the prison is being attacked by powered individuals. Their target is the high-security inmates. The guards are requesting immediate reinforcements." Van Son was furious upon hearing this. To think they'd dare to raid a prison, they have absolutely no regard for the law. Hach Ham guessed, "Perhaps it's the person who ambushed me. I'll head over there right now." The chief stopped him. "Wait, I have a support team for you. You can take them along." Hach Ham stared in surprise. "A team for me!" The lightning rapid response squad stood at attention and shouted in unison. "Reporting team captain." Hach Ham, still confused, asked, "Who are these people?" Van Son replied, "They are all elite-level masters. Each one can take on 10 enemies at once, and they've been equipped with power badges, so their combat strength has skyrocketed. They will definitely be able to help you. From now on, you are their captain." Hach Ham felt like a tiger that had grown wings and shouted with spirit, "All right, let's move out." At the prison, flames were raging as if they wanted to consume the entire place. The prisoners inside were taking advantage of the chaos to escape, screaming, "Run faster, get to the vehicles!" Only one inmate was salivating over a female prison guard who weakly pleaded, "Please let me go." Just then, a blast of firepower struck the guy right in the head. The surrounding prisoners saw this and became alert. "Who's that?" Hach Ham appeared and ordered the squad, "Round them all up. If anyone resists, take them out on the spot." The whole team shouted, "Understood." Hunted by the squad, the prisoners screamed in terror. "Run faster, is this for real? How ruthless!" As the prisoners were rounded up, a team member reported, "Captain, the situation is under control. The number of escaped inmates is still being tallied." Hach Ham asked directly, "What about the powered person who raided the prison?" He received the answer, "Nothing found. It seems they left before we even arrived." Hach Ham suddenly remembered something. He shouted, "Oh no!" It was a diversion. Over at the bank, Shuang Ngan Nguyet Guild Q Na was tied up tight, and Tun Q had just received news that Hach Ham was heading their way. "Oh, he's coming." "Excellent, I'll be waiting for him here." Tai Dick, standing nearby, was terrified of getting caught. "We're doomed. Let's get out of here." However, Tung Yo remained calm. "Relax. This time I'll make sure he's buried here for good." Hach Ham was carried by the Fire Phoenix of Quan Ki. He was very grateful. "Well done, Kai Ki. You've done a great job." Quan Ki also followed him. "Let me go up there with you." Seeing the dead guards at the entrance, he realized immediately, "Just as I thought, there's trouble." Tun Q stepped out from within. "Hach Ham, I've been waiting for you for a long time." His face was filled with a dangerous aura, as if he knew the fate awaiting Hach Ham. Hach Ham was surprised. "Wait, aren't you dead? I clearly with my own hands?" He laughed loudly, interrupting Hach Ham. "Surprised, aren't you? I died, yet I've returned. I'll be honest with you. My current body is immortal. You can't kill me." Hach Ham and Quan Ki immediately charged, "If I can't kill you, I'll just capture you and throw you in jail." Power radiated from Toonkyu's palms. He said confidently, "You want to lock me up? See if you can even get out of this circle first." 6 pillars glowing with blue light slammed into the ground, trapping them behind an invisible barrier. Quan Ki was stunned. "What is this?" Ham immediately took action. He yelled, "Let's break out." He saw Toon-Hyu standing in front of him and unleashed a kick, but his foot hit nothing but a screen of energy. He immediately teleported to another space. Seeing the rolling hills and grass around him, Ham was shocked. "Why am I suddenly here?" He immediately opened Tuong's system. "What is going on?" It replied, "This is an S-rank item, the Void Illusion. Those trapped will fall into hallucinations. Unless the formation is broken from the outside, you will be trapped in here until you die." This answer didn't make Ham happy, so there's no other way out. Tuong explained, "For others, it's impossible to break, but you still have a chance of survival. Now is the time to break the first seal of Quan Ki." She was surprised upon hearing this. Ham curiously asked, "Break the seal, how?" Tuong immediately displayed a very intuitive image that made one blush. "Obviously, it's like this." Ham's face turned dark after seeing it. "Do it once to expand your happy life, huh? Just one shot to embrace a bright future. The system is already displaying 7,749 positions. Damn it, hurry up, just pick any random position from the list and get it over with." You get so angry you throw your phone on the ground. "You're afraid she won't be able to collect my essence, aren't you? So you're in such a rush to have her kill me, right?" Vantieu explained, "Does the game character have a safe physiological period?" This makes him itch with curiosity. "A safe period. You slowly pick up the phone. Is that what you meant? Then blushing, you ask it, during this time, and I can release freely without worrying about getting collected." It replies, "Rest assured it's guaranteed. The character I created is absolutely safe during her safe period. They have a hidden ability. Every time they complete a union, their power increases by 1 level, making it easy to break through illusions. Moreover, after mating, you can immediately bind your souls, helping you double your combat power." Once he understood the full story, Ham turned to look at Quan Ki. You say to her seriously, Kai, the situation is urgent. I'm sorry to have to put you through this." Quan Kai denies it. No, it's not a burden at all. Kikai is willing." Deep inside, Ham is ecstatic, feeling like he's going crazy. He can finally enjoy himself and do whatever he wants. This is a desolate, gloomy place, and today this place has finally welcomed the dream she has been searching for. Rough, prolonged, heavy breathing in the dark of night, a truly blissful experience. While doing the deed, Ham tells himself he still needs to hurry and get out. No time to delay, he hits the switch and water rushes out. Once finished, Ham asks, "Vantieu, has the seal been broken yet?" It replies, "Exactly. The second-level form of the character, the spiritual form of Quan Ki, has been activated. Her entire body is covered in a dazzling blue energy. A massive surge of power is unleashed by Quan Ki straight into the sky, piercing through the shield above." Ham watches, jaw dropped at that power. Outside, Tungu picks up the items at his feet. He toys with the 3 items in his hands. I really want to see that look of despair on your face at every single moment. But the connection of the 4 items which once acted as an invisible wall begins to shift. An explosion occurs. Tungu is blown to the side. He is still stunned. How is that possible? Then the 2 of them reappear. Ham triumphantly says, "Looks like I'm not the only one who's immortal. My life is pretty tough too, you know." Tungu immediately unleashes his power with both hands. "Then I will personally send you on your way." He summons his A-tier equipment, the Lian Fong dual blades, and attacks. A strike grazes Ham's armor. You look in disbelief at the tear in your Than Long armor. Vantieu reminds you, the Lian Fong dual blades can pierce through any kind of protective armor. So you must attack this spiritual form. It can turn into any weapon. You decide to use Quan Ki as a weapon. Let's test the effect of the soul bond then. Kikai, let's go. Tungu's dual blades shatter upon colliding with Quan Ki's spiritual form. Ham retrieves his S-tier equipment, the Spirit Spear, and looking at the power of the sword, you exclaim, "Good sword." Tungu realizes he's outmatched and tries to run. Damn it, where does this brat get so many weird items? But he doesn't get far. One swing of your sword sweeps across his legs. Seeing his opponent fall, Ham leaps high into the air and strikes down with his sword. "I swear I won't let you run away this time, but I won't let you die either." Hurry up and explain clearly how did you die last time and yet manage to come back to life. A fireball radiates from his palm. That answer, wait until your next life to come and ask me. No sooner had he finished speaking than he paused, sensing something was wrong. The whole building exploded. Lam Fi and her security team arrived just in time and she anxiously shouted, "Hotch hum, hotch hum!" A trembling hand rises from the corner. I'm here. You beg them hurry and take Kaiki to the hospital. Lam Fi helps Hotch Ham stand up and asks, the explosion was so powerful, yet you're unharmed. You explain, luckily for Kaiki, she saved my life at the very last second. Right when the explosion happened, the sword in your hand moved, creating a shield that blocked all the firepower from the front. The force of the explosion was so strong that the shield around you was nearly depleted before it faded away. Finally, when everything passed, you anxiously look at the person in front of you and blurt out, Kiki. Kwanki, still only caring about you and ignoring her own dangerous condition, says, Young master, it's a good thing you're okay. Just after saying that, she faints, causing Hotch Ham to yell in panic, Kai, Kai! Lam Fi looks at the deep crater in front of her and the surrounding ruins, exclaiming, the scale of that explosion is terrifying. Those people are truly insane. Hotch Ham immediately reports, Toongu is still alive. She is surprised when she hears this, he's still alive. You reply, I intended to capture him alive, but I let him get away thanks to his fake death. Furthermore, it's highly likely he has obtained Fan Ko's top-secret program. Having said that, Hotch Hum rushes up the stairs. Hurry, let's see. The door to the room containing the top-secret program is wide open. They stop when they see Kyo Na tied up on the floor. She says angrily, it was that bastard Tai Dick. He stole the mistress's program. Hotch Hum is also very surprised. Tai Deech. Lam Fi wonders, where were the guild members? How could they let the enemy infiltrate so easily? Kyo Na explains, those animals only care about money. They were bribed by Tai Dick and betrayed everyone. In another quiet neighborhood inside a certain room, a shrill scream rang out. He collapsed to the floor in pain, gasping for breath, gritting his teeth to endure the agony. It really hurt. But I won't fail again, he muttered. Suddenly his phone rang. The person on the other end answered and immediately asked where he was. After getting the address, Tai Ditch headed to where Tung Hyo was. As soon as they met, he cursed, Damn it, you're trying to get me killed, aren't you? You told me to help you mess with Fan Ko, and it ended up blowing up the whole building. You were trying to set me up, weren't you? Tung Hyo coldly cut him off. Enough talk. Where's the USB you were supposed to bring? Tai Dick's eyes flashed with danger. This lunatic, I can't let you cause any more trouble. The men you told me to bring here are perfect for dealing with you. A group of thugs brandishing various weapons stared hungrily at Tung Hyo as if he were prey. He just glanced at them coldly. You think you can take me down with this trash? Tai Dick ordered, Get him 3 million in cash to whoever kills him. Greed clouded their minds. The whole mob charged forward screaming, Kill him! Tung Hyo immediately activated his A-rank equipment, Night Charm. He muttered gloomily, A bunch of insects. He stomped his foot hard against the ground to lunge forward, and as he blurred past, he left a trail of cuts across the thugs' throats. Meanwhile, at the police station, Fan Ko received the news. She slammed the table in anger, shouting, What my program has been stolen! Hack Ham replied, That's right. If they predict the time of the next invasion into the resource-rich zone, the world will be in danger. Can you shut down the program remotely? Fan Ko replied anxiously. The program is on an isolated network. How could I shut it down remotely? Lam Fi suggested, Can you create another version of the program? That way we might figure out the time and location of the invasion. We might even be able to catch them all in one go. Fan Ko pondered, If I have the raw data, I can rebuild it. But they've already destroyed my data warehouse. Gathering it all from scratch would take months. Hack Ham held up Van Tuong for her to see. Don't worry, you won't need to gather data. Whatever you need, just ask it directly. Fan Ko asked skeptically. What is this? Hack Ham explained. It's complicated, but simply put, it's an AI that evolved from me. It's also the game publisher. Van Tuong chimed in smugly. That's right, I am the genius you mentioned. Fan Ko mused. The game publisher is an AI. Hack Ham asked it. You can provide all the data she needs, right? Van Tuong confirmed. Of course. Just as Hack Ham said, Good, there's still a chance to save things. His face turned black when Van Tuong added, As long as you and these two double fly go all the way together, that is. On Tai Dik's side, he couldn't believe his eyes. He looked at his entire gang standing there, jaws dropped. Toon-Kyu asked, "What, too scared to come up now? Keep going, won't you?" "This is great. Turns out all I need is to kill a few weaklings to level up." His heavy blade slammed into the ground enough to terrify the whole mob. Toon-Kyu decided, "That's it, killing people is tiring enough for today. Anyone who wants to fight me, kneel down now while you still have the chance. Swear allegiance to me and I can lead you to win everything you desire in this world." The entire group Tai Dik had hired dropped to their knees and bowed. Toon-Kyu suddenly remembered, right, with this many people spending money shouldn't be a big problem, right? "You said you had a lot of money, right?" Tai Dik, feeling the blade at his neck, burst into tears and stammered, My family's financial situation is actually quite normal." Toon-Kyu didn't give him a chance to finish. He pressed the blade to his throat. "Call your father. Tell him to hand over 300 million or just wait to collect your corpse." Terrified, Tai Dik bolted screaming, "Oh, Mom!" Toon-Kyu ordered from behind. "Catch him!" The thugs chased after the three of them, cries echoing, "Help!" and "Stop right there." Toon-Kyu felt even more confident now. With money and men, and most importantly, once he had that program dominating the world, would just be a matter of time. Hack Ham, just sit tight and wait for your death. At the Rose Hotel where Hack Ham was preparing to act, he had just finished showering. The two women were waiting for him in the bedroom. Seeing Lam Phi, Hack Ham gave a strained smile. She accepted her fate and flopped onto the bed. He turned to the other one and asked, "Bow, if you've changed your mind, there's still time." But Fan Ko didn't hesitate, resolutely undressing. She was determined to win back what she had lost. "This is the only way I have left." "I'm going to shower," Hack Ham agreed. "All right." Van Tuong laughed. Hey, first time seeing a threesome, huh?" "This data is extremely important. You'd better perform well, all right." Hack Ham scolded it angrily. "Is there any system in this world dirtier than you, forcing people to do things against their conscience like this?" Van Tuong questioned back. "How do you know they don't want to?" Hack Ham asked, "What do you mean?" He explained that we can collect information on heart rate, pulse frequency, and hormones via wearable electronic devices, and based on her data, we can infer her feelings. She's been crushing on you for a long time now. Hearing that you turned bright red, classic boss move, thanks a ton, man. Van Tuong, sensing an opening, kept going. "So I'm not really pushing you guys. I'm just fulfilling someone else's wish, just as he got to that point." A high-heeled shoe flew straight into his chatty mouth. Lam Phi threatened him coldly. "I want some peace and quiet. If you keep spewing that kind of lewd nonsense, I'll finish you off." Hotch Ham agreed immediately. "Got it." Van Tuong, still shameless, kept on. "Don't be scared, her estrogen levels are only spiking higher. You're only acting tough for now." Just then, Fan Ko returned and suddenly wrapped her arms around Hotch Ham from behind. She spoke up. "Do you know why I was willing to accept you? It's not just because of what you've been through. More importantly, it's because you were the first person I saw who was so confident and so relaxed when we first met. Everyone else seems to treat me with such forced respect, their eyes full of greed. Only you looked past my beauty and stayed so calm standing right in front of me." Hotch Ham replied, "It's not that I looked past you, it's just that my reflex arc is a bit—" Before he could finish, Fan Ko cut him off with a kiss. Hotch Ham was left speechless. Hearing the commotion behind her, Lam Phi felt extremely annoyed. Seeing Fan Ko taking the lead, Hotch Ham gasped in surprise. "Wait, you want me to lie down?" she replied. "Doesn't the system like watching this kind of stuff? So just let him watch to his heart's content." Since joining the police academy, Lam Phi had been the center of attention. Although she had suitors, what made those weak men think they could ever conquer her? Later, she joined the Special Intelligence Unit. Thanks to her top-tier performance, no one dared to get close except for that playboy Toon-Kyu. When she first saw Hotch Ham, Lam Phi thought he was just another useless fool. But later his actions made her believe that perhaps Hotch Ham really was her destiny. But now her destiny was doing you-know-what with another girl right on the bed. It was just too bizarre. After a while, Fan Ko begged, "I can't take it anymore." "How much longer are you going to be?" Hotch Ham answered, "There's still a while to go." She turned to beg Lam Phi. "Sister, hurry and help me out." Lam Phi turned back, furious, scolding them. "You two have no shame, don't think that I would—" But before she could finish, she was pulled in. Fan Ko sighed, "How can one man be so monopolized?" "Accept it, just accept the truth. Let's just help each other out. I really can't take it anymore." Lam Phi helplessly cut her off. "That's enough! What are you talking about alluring?" "Actually, I want to try it myself. Move aside and let me." Fan Ko let out a breath. "Finally, I get a break." Ham stared intensely at Lam Fi. Shall I take your place? She stood her ground, challenging him. Bring it on, let's see what you're actually made of. She couldn't believe she had actually agreed to do something so strange yet magical. After a while, an exhausted Ham shouted, "System, are you satisfied now, huh?" Seeing the chaotic data on the screen, he was stunned. What's going on? It's not like it's broken, is it? Hey, big brother, don't scare me like that. Lam Fi was also very worried. Is something wrong? Van Tong finally spoke up. No, I'm perfectly fine. It's just that the data you guys just produced was so vigorous. No, it was so rich that A young girl with blue hair appeared on the screen. Van Tong continued, I've evolved. Ham couldn't believe it. A girl. You're actually a girl. She cut him off. Stop wasting time. I've sent the data to you. Now we can predict the landing program. Fanco immediately pulled out her computer to check. Got it. Lam Fi also looked over curiously. So can you estimate when the next landing will happen? She replied that they still needed more time, but Hack suddenly blurted out that they didn't need to estimate the landing time anymore and swung the curtains wide open to reveal bizarre purple pillars of light descending from the sky. He continued, because it's already started. Identify the resource-rich areas as soon as possible so we can hunt them down. Lin Fei was quite worried. The landing has already begun. Will we even make it in time? Fanco replied, it's done. The closest resource-rich area is right here. Lin Fei guessed that Tu Ngu definitely hadn't left the city yet, so he surely wouldn't pass up this resource. Hack added, but we've missed the critical moment. By the time we get there, it might already be too late. If only we had instant teleportation, and when Fanco heard that, she said confidently, well, that's convenient, I happen to have one. At the hotel, the teleportation gate opened and Hack's group stepped out. Looking at the gate behind him, he was still in shock. That's so cool. How do you have such high-end gear? Fanco explained, if I'm going to run a guild this large, I obviously have to keep a few useful tools on hand. We'll definitely beat Tu Ngu there. Let's just wait for them to walk right into the trap. But Lin Fei had already checked and realized they were still one step behind. They had already entered. She pointed to a trail of blood on the floor. Besides, it's not just one group eyeing this place. A bloody battle happened here just a moment ago. It seems like something dragged the corpses inside. Hack said, confused. It smells like fresh blood. Could it be Tungu's doing? Lin Fei denied it. Doesn't look like human work, more like some kind of beast. She decided, since we're already here, we have no choice but to risk it and rush in. Let's go, let's take a look. The three of them teleported inside. Seeing the empty space, Fanco was a bit scared. Why is this hotel so empty? And it's pitch black, too. Lin Fei knew immediately it had definitely been sabotaged by someone. Should we call for reinforcements? Hack replied, no time, let's just go up and check. A dried-up corpse suddenly appeared on the ground and Hack sensed danger behind him. Seeing his expression change, Lin Fei asked hurriedly, what is it? Did you find something? Hack reported, I think I heard some movement over there. A shrill scream echoed from above and the three of them rushed toward the second-floor stairs. Just as they reached the door, they had to dive for cover because gunfire erupted. Inside, a maniac was shouting, die, all of you! Hack looked at his demeanor and guessed. It looks like he's attacking something. A strange force suddenly wrapped around his neck. Hack was suspicious. What on earth is that? At that same moment, Fanco noticed movement behind her. A giant spider appeared before her eyes. She only managed one scream before Hack moved in front of her just in time. He then countered with firepower. A blast of dragon blood energy surged out, slamming straight into the spider. Experience points increased by 20, he said confidently, trying to sneak attack me. I've been on guard against you lot from the start. Then Hack turned to ask the person beside him, are you okay? Fanco stuttered, pointing behind them. Behind us! All three of them gasped and went pale at the sight. A swarm of giant spiders was charging toward them. Both women cried out, What do we do now? Hack said helplessly, what else can we do? He signaled for the two of them to run. They tried to hide in the room ahead, but they were blocked. The door was locked and wouldn't budge. Hack ordered, move, let me do it. He powerfully kicked the door open, causing two guys behind it to tumble backward. Hack was stunned to see the crowd in front of him, and the thugs were equally wide-eyed. One guy yelled angrily, where did these idiots come from? We barely managed to hide. Now you've lured that swarm of spiders over here. Hack was also annoyed. Fine, sorry, okay. The two women ran inside hurriedly, shouting, close the door. It's too late. Fanko turned around and unleashed her ability at the spiders. A few exploded instantly. She scrambled inside just in time. Close the door now. The spiders were blocked outside by the door. Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. That was too close. Just then she realized the thugs were glaring at them like ferocious killers. Hack said helplessly, Honestly, it might have been better outside. Lin Fei immediately pointed her gun at them. Police, put your hands up, Hack advised the thug. Don't panic. We're here to help. Are you guys with the hotel? The guy replied, The hotel staff are all dead. Hack continued, Oh, so Tungu is here already, huh? Hearing that name, this guy asked curiously, You know my boss? Seeing this, Hacham secretly rejoiced, thinking his guess was correct. Sure enough, that sly guy Tungu wouldn't show his face, so he sent his lackeys here to die. The two thugs immediately aimed their guns at him, warning, Don't move or I'll shoot. Hacham pointed to the door and threatened, Fine. But the moment you attack, we'll open the door and let the monsters outside rush in here. The thug, startled, broke into a cold sweat and shouted, What brothers, don't be afraid, he's just bluffing. If he lets them in, they'll be the first ones to die. He wouldn't dare cause trouble, Hacham said coldly. Think we're afraid to die together? The three of us have been waiting for a chance to become martyrs for a long time now. I'll count to 3. If you don't surrender, I'm opening the door. The two sides confronted each other in tension. Hacham started counting, but the lead thug remained stubborn. I don't believe you dare. Before he even reached 2, Hacham ordered Lamfi, Do it. No time to waste. Open the door. The whole gang immediately flipped, dropping their guns and kneeling. Don't we surrender? Hacham scoffed. Great, I almost thought you guys actually had some backbone. The thugs were tied up, and Lamfi kept a strict watch. Be careful. Don't get lazy, she shouted. Understood. The lead thug reported, 2 hours ago, Boss Tungu told me to lead 20 men here. He said there would be top-tier resources, but as soon as we entered, we were attacked by spider monsters. They were everywhere, crawling out in swarms. One of our brothers was killed by them. Hacham asked directly, Where is Tungu right now? The thug replied, I don't know. Seeing this, Hacham grabbed him by the collar and dragged him outside. Open the door. Terrified, the thug spilled the truth, Mison. Mison, the boss, is building a base on Mison. Hacham threw him to the ground and said, Mison, huh, finding a hideout, are we? Let's go find him, Lamfi said nervously. But how are we going to get out? I've already seen the combat power of those spider monsters. One slip and you're dead on the spot. Hacham's body erupted with energy as he confidently said, Beasts are definitely afraid of fire. Outside, the spider swarm had no idea death was approaching. A blast of fire erupted from the door. Hacham stepped out from the blazing flames like a god. Get back, you beasts! The spider swarm immediately understood and actually backed away. Hacham was triumphant, thinking his gamble had paid off. It seems fire really can control them. Lamfi agreed. It's actually working. Fanko reported they've all hidden far away. Hacham immediately summoned flames into both his palms, taking the chance to remind them, Let's go. Let's get out of here while we can. But in a moment of carelessness, a deadly force pierced through his chest from behind. He had been ambushed. Venom from a spider's tail behind him struck him. The other two yelled in panic, Hacham! The toxin spread throughout his body. He realized, It's poisonous. My whole body is numb. A cold sneer sounded from behind him. Hacham slowly turned his head to look. The Spider Queen said coldly, Caught you. He guessed, Could she be the third sister? Lamfi immediately pointed her gun at her. Hacham, don't be afraid, I'm coming to save you. The Spider Queen applied more pressure to her poisonous stinger. Then she said, Don't be so tense, I didn't want his life. As long as you help me do one thing, I'll let him go. Find me 500 people to bring here. As long as you feed me, you can leave. Hacham stammered, Why? Why don't you find them yourself? She shouted loudly, It is not your turn to speak. Shut up. Lamfi had no other choice but to agree. Fine, we agree, you let him down first. Fanko also urged, That's right. Let the hostage down first, then we can talk. She still didn't follow. Make the most of your time, okay? If you don't bring the bodies I need within an hour, he'll lose his function, you know. 3 hours later, he'll be sent straight to hell. The two girls turned pale at hearing that. Lose his function. They thought she came to steal food, but it turns out she was here to flip the table. Looking at the spiders moving to both sides, Lamfi was surprised. They're clearing a path for us. Fanko added, Probably so we can get out.
They rushed outside. Fan Ko reminded her, "You get out first, then we'll figure it out." Lam Fi replied, "I'm going back to the bureau to mobilize reinforcements."
"You go to the hospital to find So 9. She's taking care of Kai Kai."
She agreed. "Got it." The thugs inside peeked out, wondering, can we run after them? No sooner had they spoken than the spiders crawled toward them. A scene of slaughter accompanied by desperate screams rang out. A long while later, Hacham finally felt the restraint in his body lift, finally recovered. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. His whole body was hanging high up in the air. Below him were dried skeletons. He guessed, is this her lair? The gang of thugs had just been dragged there, too. Hacham thought to himself, Tungu's lackeys got caught too, huh? The queen's venom pierced one guy's back and his entire face sagged. The queen's complexion turned fresh and rosy again. Countless spider eggs were then produced. The larvae hatched and dropped to the ground, spawning a series of new soldiers. Hacham gaped. So many spider monsters, and they were all birthed by her. She said menacingly, "I'll let you live. Just to broaden your horizons until those two girls bring back the people I need. Then I'll just turn you all into nutrients to feed my babies." He breathed a sigh of relief, his heart jumping. He'd actually thought she was the third sister for a second. Turns out she's just a demoness who reproduces. She was provoked by his words. "What did you say if you're that desperate to die?" "Then I'll gladly grant your wish," Hacham replied. "You'd rather pay a price to lure people here to help you instead of hunting them yourselves? Is it because you're afraid of the light?" The queen stammered, "How? Why are you so shocked?" Hacham felt a wave of joy. It was working. He started to manipulate her. "You chose this place as your lair because you knew the landing gear would attract a lot of people here, right? Besides, I can't even move anyway. And I don't have long to live, so why don't you tell me where that high-level item is?" The queen lunged forward, furious. "You talk too much, I'll send you off right now." Hacham remained calm, mocking her. "What already? You got worked up after just a few words." His ability activated just centimeters before the queen's venom struck. "Die!" he shouted as his defensive armor engaged, and he threw a punch. The stinger on the queen's tail was shattered instantly. She gasped in shock. You've completely recovered." "How is this even possible?" "My poison clearly worked on you," Hacham recounted. "That's right. It worked then, but now I'm a poison-type user too." System notification, Ice Heart Pill, activated. Fire attribute converted to poison. Duration 30 minutes. The queen was stunned. She never expected this brat to have an ace up his sleeve. "So what if you aren't poisoned? I can still kill you? My babies crush him for mommy." As the spiders swarmed, Hacham thought to himself, "Even though I've neutralized the poison, I still don't have any good poison-type moves." He immediately looked for a way to use the system draw. "I already showed you how good I am just now. Don't you dare mess with me this time. Otherwise, if I die, you won't have anyone left to watch." He stared at the card in his hand in total disbelief. Dazzling light burst from the card, leaving Hacham completely stunned. This thing is..." Seeing the selfie of Van Tuong in her Lolita outfit, his head was filled with question marks. "What kind of attribute is this? It looks so familiar. If I can't summon it, I should be able to draw again, right?" A thick cloud of smoke appeared, and suddenly Van Tuong materialized. "Congratulations, host. You drew the super rare card me. From now on, even if you don't need electronic devices, you can still meet me, you know. Aren't you happy?" Hacham turned pale and shouted, "Not at all. Get back in there." The queen was even angrier, seeing the two of them chatting as if she didn't exist. She dove down. "You've got some nerve, haven't you?" "Still chit-chatting." Hacham quickly pulled Van Tuong aside to dodge. He said helplessly, "Fine, whatever. At least you're better than nothing. What kind of skills do you have? Help me take out that freakish spider." The queen shrieked in annoyance. "Who are you calling a freak?" The girl pondered and replied, "My current level isn't high enough, so I can't conjure weapons. But I can create some everyday items." Hacham felt a flicker of hope. "That's fine, everyday items are okay too." Van Tuong listed the items: a dainty pillow made from golden dragon tendon, a jade bed carved from green jade, or a cloak made of black bird feathers. Which one do you want? Hacham's face went pale again. "Are you kidding me?" The queen laughed from the side. "You two are trying to make me laugh myself to death, aren't you? I've never seen such a ridiculous partner in all my life." Hacham asked loudly, feeling ashamed. "Don't you have any combat support items?" Van Tuong threw up her hands. There's nothing I can do. At my current stage, I can only make items with 0 combat power for you. Hotch Ham suddenly remembered something. Right. That traversal item that Fanco used before, do you have that? The girl started digging through her inventory. Let me look. Are you planning to run away? Hotch Ham urged her, just hurry up and find it. The queen realized their plan and went into a frenzy. You want to run? Don't even dream of it. I'll tear you to shreds. Van Trong shouted, Hakam, I can't hold out much longer. Tell me the moment you find it. The queen's arm transformed into a sharp spike, and she lunged forward. Die! Hakam immediately threw up a shield. He thought to himself, just how many people has she eaten? How can such a simple punch pack this much terrifying power? Her arm pierced through the shield. Hakam dodged backward, thinking, that was too close. But then she kicked him, and this time he had no choice but to take the hit. Hakam slammed into the ground. The ground behind him caved into a crater. At that moment, Van Trong pulled out a scroll. The queen spotted it instantly, spat out webs, and lunged forward. Hakam was caught in the webbing, but he had also grabbed the scroll. Confidence returned to his face as he tossed the scroll high into the air. Activate it! A spatial portal instantly tore open, appearing like a long, shimmering rip in the air. Seeing Hakam immobile, the queen sneered, Naive, you're out of breath now, aren't you? My diamond spider silk has you trapped. You can't even breathe, and you still want to escape through this path. Hakam replied. Who said I was going to escape through here? I'm calling in reinforcements from outside. Brilliant sunlight streamed through the tear in space, hitting the queen directly. Her body sizzled and burned under the intense light. Seeing his opponent's body smoking, Hakam was astonished. He hadn't expected the power of sunlight to be this terrifying. The spider silk dissolved, and Hakam was freed. The queen finally realized his plan. You only broke free of the web so you could keep me standing right there. Exactly, Hakam replied. I was only trying to stall for time. She turned and begged, Hero, please, please spare this humble servant's life. I'll be your slave. I'll do anything to repay you. Hakam released a blast of energy, severing her limbs. I appreciate the sentiment, but I have no use for you. Once everything was settled, Van Trong asked curiously, You killed her off so quickly. Don't you want to ask where those rare items are? He replied, No rush, the items are still right here. They aren't going anywhere. Better to finish the main task first. A notification popped up on the screen. Congratulations, player has leveled up twice. Hakam suddenly asked, Did you notice? The girl was confused and blurted out, Notice what? He frowned, voicing his suspicion. The system didn't say I was the first player to reach level 5 this time. That means someone else beat me to it. If that person is Toongu, then we're in trouble. Hakam rushed outside. Lin Fi's vehicle arrived just in time. She called out to him, Hakam, Hakam. He hurriedly reported, The spider monster has been dealt with. I'm going after Toongu. You lead the team to seal off the building. Find that landing gear item, Lin Fi anxiously suggested. Let me go with you. Hakam tossed the scroll into the air and the spatial rip appeared. Only then did he say, No need. Too many people will just tip them off. Lin Fi looked at him with pride, thinking I knew he wouldn't be defeated so easily. Suddenly, her subordinate reported someone on the upper floor. Lin Fi was shocked. What? They immediately opened fire toward the blurry figure. Open fire! He's about to escape! Lin Fi immediately assigned tasks. Team 1 with me. Chase him down. Don't let him get away. The whole team shouted in unison, Yes! She thought to herself, Could Toongu still be inside the building? Has he already taken the item away? On the Mison Highway, a car was speeding along. Inside, loud laughter echoed, We're rich. The two thugs in the car looked happily at the item in their hands. The boss said, I told you that bridge really did have the item. Boss is truly a genius. Suddenly, a sound on the roof of the car grabbed their attention. One of them asked, guarded, What was that sound? The bald guy told the driver to be careful, must have hit a tree branch. Hurry up and let's get back. It turned out to be Hakam. He had jumped onto the roof of their car. Inside, they hadn't realized it yet and continued, Don't let the boss think we're hoarding the loot for ourselves. If the boss gets mad, we're done for. The car pulled up to a building. We're here, we're here. Why on earth did the boss pick this godforsaken place as a base of operations? Another guy came out to greet them. How'd it go, Old Ngui? What's the haul? Old Ngui replied, 18 plates in total all here. We're the last team to return. The other guy replied,
There's still one team that went to the hotel. We haven't been able to contact them. The signal on the road must be bad. Old Ngui asked, "Where's the boss?" The guy reported, "Don't know, probably resting. Wait for everyone to get here, then we'll go call the boss." Hakam hid under the car chassis. He thought to himself, that guy, he's managed to gather this many people in just a few days. Walls have ears. To find him, I need a more careful approach. He silently watched the two thugs in front complaining about the grass outside poking their backsides. "Shut your mouth or you're going to soil your pants." The person complaining was Ty Dick. He sobbed, "You guys cleaned me out of all my money. Can't you just let me go? You guys aren't even human." The guy heard that and shouted, "What kind of nonsense are you babbling about? Do you want to die?" Suddenly, the thug's attention shifted. Ham had already made his move, taking out the henchman accompanying him. Ty Dick's jaw dropped and he yelled, "Hack!" But Ham clamped a hand over his mouth, whispering a chilling threat. "If you dare make another sound, I'll shove this thing right up your rear end. Get it?" Seeing the thug tied tightly to the tree, Ty Dick started sucking up to him. "Brother Hack, you're closer to me than my own father. I can't believe you actually came to save me." He cut the guy off. "Save the talk. Saving you was just an accident. Untie me." Ty Dick did as told, then asked curiously, "Is that everything? We're leaving now, but where's the car?" Ham was stunned. "Car? What car?" He never expected the guy to assume he drove here. "What, you want me to walk down the mountain again?" He threw an arm around Ty Dick's shoulder and said deviously, "Of course there's a car, but we have to steal one. Do you know which room Tungyo is in?" Afterwards, Ham put on the thug's clothes. Then, leading a tied-up Ty Dick, he walked into the apartment building. The guard immediately asked, "Why did it take you so long?" He explained, "This brat was dawdling for ages. Take him up there and keep a close eye on him." The guard replied, "Yeah." Ty Dick pointed toward a room inside. "Tungyo is in this room." He praised the guy. "Well done, just wait for me here." Ty Dick whispered from behind, begging, "Brother, can you hurry it up a bit?" There are dozens of people in this building. Ham didn't reply, but silently stepped into the room. The silhouette of a girl appeared before him, making him freeze. Ham frowned helplessly. The girl had already spotted him. Ham took the initiative and spoke, "So generous that doesn't really seem like your style." Hearing his words, she burst out laughing. "You're a funny guy. Of course I can't let you just take it for free." Her sharp claws were ready. "You'll have to beat me first if you want it." He asked curiously, "Van Tuong, how can her hands even turn into that?" The girl replied, "She's a bioengineered character in the game with mutation abilities." Upon learning this, sweat poured down Ham like rain. "I didn't expect the game's biocapacity to be this strong. I always thought it was just like cultivation." Van Tuong boasted with a hum, "I am the vast space after all. I can contain everything." The bioengineered girl attacked immediately. "Stop talking!" Ham calmly dodged her claws. "Little sister, can we talk about the main point? Tungyu, where did you run off to? Can you just tell me straight?" The bioengineered girl was so angry she couldn't speak. "You." She frantically swung her claws. "Wait until you're dead, then you'll know." Ham remained very calm, dodging. "Are all the girls in this game this stubborn?" Watching from the side, Van Tuong realized there were no devices present, and no drugs being used either. Yet he can easily dodge such a violent attack. His character stats have truly evolved. He spoke up, "Pick up the speed. Your rhythm is too slow." She immediately used her trump card. "You're so capable. Do you dare take this attack?" He maintained his usual cheeky attitude. "Oh, you've still got a new move." Something very strange shot out from the bioengineered girl's mouth. Her tongue extended like a drill. Seeing this, Ham was genuinely unsettled. As a bioengineered being, I can't even bear to look at this. Killing intent radiated from her. Ham was even more surprised. "Your mouth is like that and you can still talk." "Wait, the voice is clearly coming from the mouth below." The bioengineered girl lunged quickly. "I've had enough of your damn insults." Ham still calmly sidestepped, but seeing his coat torn, he began to get serious. "Too fast." She was also surprised. "Impressive you actually dodged that." Launching from the ceiling, the bioengineered girl shot her sharp tongue down. Her body nimbly circled Ham, the surrounding room cracking. "Let's see how you dodge this move." Van Tuong watched the trails of energy weaving through and began to worry. The speed was getting faster and faster, and if he got hit, his body would shatter. He reminded the girl, "Stop showing off. Retreat first." The bioengineered girl's drill tongue appeared behind Hacham too late. His armor activated, catching her by surprise. Her tongue hit the solid protection of the Azure Dragon armor, and she screamed in pain. The bioengineered girl was defeated and collapsed. You stand coldly beside the body of your opponent. Though she was fast, she wasn't as tough as me, Van Tung chirps happily. So you intentionally waited for her to rush in, then used the Azure Dragon armor. To shatter her technique, you reply. How else would I do it? If you had finished her off right at the start, you would have just stirred up a hornet's nest. Suddenly, sounds of killing erupt outside. You realize instantly this is bad. The commotion here is too loud. It's alerted the people outside. Thydic sees you step out and sighs in relief. Oh man, you're finally out. He looks at the scene unfolding outside. Hacham is curious. What's going on here? Looking below, the place is surrounded by police cars. He guesses, looks like the police have arrived. Lumphi appears at that exact moment. Hacham sees her and asks in surprise, "Didn't I tell you to seal off the hotel? Why did you bring people here?" She is breathless as she reports, "Someone in the hotel stole a piece of equipment. I chased her all the way here. Have you seen anyone acting suspicious?" Hacham immediately notices a certain room. You rush in right away. Thydic is behind you, shouting in annoyance. "Are we done yet or what?" As soon as you kick the door open, you see a girl's silhouette about to escape through the window. You shout, "There you are, stealing equipment again." A blast of firepower erupts. "Give that back right now." The girl gets hit squarely. Hachham's fist immediately follows up. "Another one, that's two I've taken care of tonight." "I don't mind adding another," she says sweetly. "You caught me." "Unbelievable. He's the man I admire." Lumphi mutters, stuttering from outside. "Is this the third one?" She speaks formally. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Huangju. I've come specifically to marry you." Hacham is stunned. You really want to..." She rests her chin on her hand and narrows her eyes at you. "How annoying. You can't do it before the wedding, okay? Even if you want more, it's not allowed." Realizing he's been misunderstood, you shout to explain, "I meant her name." Lumphi immediately rushes in and fires her gun toward Hyungju. "Stop spouting nonsense. She's a scammer." She pins the girl to the floor and interrogates her. "Why did you steal the landing gear? Are you in cahoots with Tunghyu?" Pinned to the floor, Hyungju explains, "Taking precious items from one's betrothed, if you get caught, only then does it count as passing the test. It's a custom of our thief clan." Hacham hears this and grows curious. "The thief clan," Van Tung explains. "The thief clan lives in the valley of the great Lukfong continent in the western regions. The whole clan has 300 to 400 people. They make their living through theft and have developed their own unique culture. They aren't good at fighting, but they are masters of diving, tracking, and information gathering." Receiving this intel, Hacham walks over and pats Lumphi on the shoulder. She understands and lets her go. You ask point blank, "So what is this marriage test you're talking about?" Hyungju replies, "You are the hope for our thief clan to escape the Demon King's tyranny. Legend says you are the only man who can defeat him." "The Demon King? I want to marry you and then invite you to defeat him." You say gently, "Actually, I can help you without us having to get married," but a fist from Hyungju strikes out. You barely dodge it. "That won't work. Our thief clan won't accept help from an outsider unless they are married to us." Hacham gives in. "All right, fine. Let's put this aside for now. We should get moving first." Hyungju becomes cheerful and lively again. "Sure, my clan will finally be saved. My father wanted to marry me off to the Demon King to sue for peace. No way am I marrying him. Marrying a hero is more reliable." Hacham shrewdly notices, "You're a runaway bride, huh?" Hyungju admits it immediately. "That's right. I don't want to be that Demon King's wife, so I ran away." Hacham voices his concern. "Aren't you afraid the Demon King will kill everyone in your clan?" She replies nonchalantly, "It's fine, I'll bring you back to avenge them." You are speechless upon hearing this. You really are cunning. You ask further, "Is that Demon King very powerful?" She confirms instantly, "Extremely powerful. We stand no chance against him." Tunghyu, observing them through the computer monitor, mutters, "The Demon King, interesting." His face is filled with a relaxed expression. The girl beneath him says gently, "Master, what's so interesting?" He lifts her chin. "Of course you're what's interesting." A smug laugh echoes throughout the villa. Hacham has brought Hyungju home. You introduce everyone. Let me introduce you. This is Kwon-ki, and this is 69. This girl here is Hwang-ju. She greets them warmly. Hello, everyone. I'm Hwang-ju Hakham's fiancé. I look forward to your support from now on. Hearing this title, the other two girls immediately turn gloomy. Fiancé who agreed to that? Hwang-ju asks naively. What's wrong? Don't you guys know we've already sworn to be together forever? Hakham shouts from the side. Don't decide that all on your own. 69 immediately draws her long sword. I see. You want to fight me for him, is that it? No point in talking, draw your blade. Only the strongest woman has the right to mate with him. Hwang-ju agrees. Sure thing. The loser has to voluntarily back down, 69 replies. If I lose, I'll stitch you back up. She continues, and if you destroy this safe house, you're sleeping on the street. Hakham is helpless, watching them. Go ahead and destroy it then. Hurry up, I'm exhausted. A phone call suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. You picked up immediately. What's the situation? Fanco reported back, I've extracted the back-end data of the game, but I couldn't find any logs of a biochemical deployment. That means she didn't come here through that landing route. Kachham speculated, could it be that Tungu has figured out how to initiate the portal? Fanco replied, if that's true, then theoretically he could summon any character from the game into the real world. He'll definitely do something even more extreme. You must be very careful. Did you get that? Understood, yeah, I got it. Don't worry. After hanging up, Kachham wearily lay down on the bed. What a troublesome opponent. To you, what exactly are you planning? Over at the research facility established by Tunu, the scientists were working non-stop, everyone's eyes glued to the product in front of them. Tungu also arrived and asked the head professor, how's the progress? He replied, it's almost ready. The person who invented this software is truly a genius. Just a small improvement, and we can now pinpoint the location of any character within the game's dimension. We can even pull them here. A location was pinned. He shouted, found it. A spatial portal appeared, causing the other staff members to scream and run away. A pair of wings gradually emerged. The Demon King had been summoned. He coldly questioned, who dares to summon me here? Tu immediately knelt down respectfully, saying, greetings, Lord Demon King. It was this humble servant who dared to invite you here. I happen to know the whereabouts of your runaway fiancée, and I also know she has found an accomplice to deal with you. If you are willing, we can join forces. Meanwhile, Kachham had slept straight through until the next morning. The morning light shining into the room woke him up. He got changed and stepped to the door. What's all that noise so early in the morning? Down below the building, Ty-Dick had hired an entire choir. He drooled, staring at the three girls in front of him. They are as beautiful as fairies. Looking at a certain spot, he greedily thought, these breasts. Ty-Dick's gaze was like a laser scanning over this waist, and even down to these buttocks. Kachham stretched and walked outside, asking, what's going on? Whose wedding is it? Kwon-ki recounted. They said they were looking for you. Do you know them? Kachham was surprised to see the other person, Ty-Dick. Seeing him, the guy immediately knelt down and hugged his thigh, Daddy Kach. His eyes were now shining like stars, shining with admiration. Before I was ignorant and offended, Daddy Kach. I hope you won't hold it against me. Irritated early in the morning, he shouted, who's your daddy? I don't have a son like you. Don't call me that randomly. Ty-Dick immediately backed away and kowtowed. Yes, Daddy. From now on, your son will definitely follow everything you say, to repay the favor of your rebirth. Kachham helplessly turned back into the house. Forget it. Let's go inside. Kwen-kai also joyfully shouted, time for breakfast. He gloomily said, I've lost my appetite. Ty-Dick behind him stopped him. Wait, I have important intelligence. Kachham immediately perked up. Important intelligence, bring him inside. He asked straight away. Speak up. What kind of intel do you have? He recounted, when I was locked up by Tungu, I saw a professor who was also kidnapped by him. Kachham felt something was wrong. What's that professor's name? Ty-Dick replied. I only know his last name is Liu. He looks like Einstein. Tungu seems to want him to help create something. Fanco had investigated Tung Jiang, a top expert in quantum mechanics from Dongmin University, went missing 3 days ago. His whereabouts are still unknown, so he was kidnapped by Tungu. He curiously asked, why did Tungu kidnap him? Fanco couldn't guess. It's definitely nothing good. We need to catch him quickly. Kachham blushed, looking down, and blurted out, that's right. Fanco, not noticing she was being ogled, continued, but I can monitor quantum waves. If they try anything, they'll definitely leave a trace. Kachham's focus was now solely on her chest. She exclaimed, "Oh, right, I also have a gift for you." "A gift?" Kachham turned his head away, blushing. Okay. Seeing his strange attitude, she was curious. "Why is your face so red?" Kachham immediately waved his hand to explain, "It's not must be because it's too hot." Fanko reminded him, "Wait a second, I'll go get it." Watching her unlock the safe, he thought to himself, "Strange, even though we've been intimate. Why does my heart still pound like this when I see her?" Fanko recounted, "After what happened last time, I don't dare leave important things lying around anymore." And Kachham was busy thinking nonsense. "Seems like it was too rushed last time, so I should continue to develop this further." Fanko brought out a box. "It's this. Put it on." Wearing the bracelet on his arm, he suspiciously looked at it. "How do you use this?" She immediately prompted, "Try pressing it." 3 glowing rings of different colors instantly wrapped around his wrists. He revealed, "This is a virtual prop bracelet I invented. It can convert the numbers from landing props into medals directly on the bracelet. When you need to use them, just select them and activate." Kachham, upon hearing this, exclaimed happily, "That's awesome." She added, "This is extremely useful for time-limited props. I've already discussed it with Lam Fi. If we want to deal with Toon-gu, we need to concentrate our resources on him. She has already gone to talk to the chief. Hopefully we can bring all the equipment medals collected recently. It'll be here soon." On Lam Fi's side, she slammed the table in anger and shouted, "You can't give them to him!" "What do you mean, Dad?" Her father explained, "These items are only temporarily stored at the Secret Service Agency, but I don't have the authority to process them." Lam Fi retorted irritably, "So you'd rather let the props collect dust here, or are you waiting for Toon-gu to come and snatch them again?" Van Son recounted, "Yesterday, Mayor Lu called and said to focus resources on someone with firm willpower, upright character, and noble morals. Respectful loves the youth strives to learn, is gentle, harmonious, and carries himself with grace. He said he protects the safety of the city's people, and since he is the head of the city, I have no choice but to listen." Lam Fi's face darkened as she muttered, "The person he's talking about. He doesn't mean himself, does he?" Over at the mayor's house, laughter filled the room. Mayor of Damdong City Luba happily reported, "Son, I've secured the items for you. Now the rest depends on your performance. Winner of the citywide elementary school essay contest, recipient of the mayor's medal, and one of Damdong City's top 10 outstanding youths." Shadon replied calmly, "Don't worry, Dad. Some guy named Toon-gu. Tomorrow I'm going to put him in his place." Luba questioned his son, "The Secret Service can't even find this guy. And you think you're going to put him in his place tomorrow? Why don't you just fly to the moon while you're at it?" Shadon asked immediately. "Right, what should I do now, Dad?" His father's expression was full of calculation. "I heard that Toon-gu and that Kachham guy are rivals. Using him as bait will surely lure that guy named Duong out." Kachham was surprised when Lam Fi led him to the training room. He asked, "Why did she call me here?" Lam Fi said irritably. "This jerk claims he doesn't know how to use props, so he told me to come and teach him." Kachham was also surprised. "You like studying that much, Shwat-on?" The two of them entered the training room. Shwat-on was on the phone saying to the person on the other end, "Sister 2, can you give me a headline for the next 2 days? Yes, there's some hot news." Seeing the two of them arrive, Shwat-on said goodbye. "I'll invite you to dinner another day, bye-bye." He acted courteously and greeted them. "This must be our great hero. Kachham, right?" Kachham also cordially held out his hand. "I'm Kachham, but as for being a hero," Shwat-on immediately put on a friendly act, "you are definitely a hero, the most reliable protector of our city." Despite all the praise, the guy felt embarrassed and declined. "I really don't deserve this." But deep down, he was suspicious. What exactly is this guy up to? He immediately had people bring in a tray of gold. "I have limited talent and little experience, yet I've been nominated for this position. I am truly worried, so I should invite the great hero Hach to help me improve my skills." Kachham asked in surprise, "Are you sure you want to do this yourself? Combat isn't a game. People die out there," Shadon said confidently. "The people support me and have chosen me for this role. Of course I must sacrifice myself and serve my country with my life." He patted his chest and vowed, "If I don't go to hell, who will?" A blinding light radiated from Shwat-on. Both of them were stunned. "What the hell kind of equipment is that? I can't even look straight at it." Shwat-on then asked, "How about the others?" Beside them was a camera crew recording everything. A staff member shouted, So sincere and heart-wrenching, truly righteous and touching. Perfect. He instructed them, quickly edit the footage to look good and send it to the TV station so it can make the prime time slot tonight. The staff scrambled to get to work. Yes, sir, Hatchham chimed in. Well, Schwadon, you really pay attention to the details, don't you? Shall we start the training now? I do have some experience I'd like to share. 2 bodyguards immediately brought over a chair and some wine. Schwadon sat down and enjoyed their attentive service. Oh man, standing for so long I'm exhausted. I really don't want to get involved in these troublesome matters. Lam Fi was already getting annoyed and spoke up. Stop acting so pathetic when you're already getting the benefits if it weren't for the country choosing the elite superpowered combatants. From all over, people like you who are clearly just looking for profit wouldn't stand a chance. Hatchham caught the main point, elite superpowered combatants. She explained, it's internal news. I heard high-level leaders decided it personally. Once selected, it's safe to say you'll bring honor to your ancestors and reach the top in one leap. Chwaton denied it. You misunderstood, really. Ancestor, the one-step to the sky technique is stable. You've really misunderstood, miss. I have absolutely zero interest in this national team selection nonsense. If it weren't for the old man back home pressuring me so hard, I wouldn't touch this mess, even if it killed me. Still, I do have a bit of talent, don't I? For instance, I've already tracked down Toongu's whereabouts. Hatchham listened, his jaw dropping in genuine shock. Arrogantly, he held up a piece of paper. I've got connections in both the underworld and the legit world. Tracking someone down isn't hard. Hatchham took the paper with the address written on it. He's hiding here. You go deal with him quickly. You voiced your doubts. If you've already found him, why don't you go catch him yourself? Schwadon explained. The risks are too high and unnecessary. If Toongu can be dealt with now, the old man won't blame us. Save me the excuses, I'm still getting used to the combat patterns and haven't officially taken charge yet. Lam Fi asked, Is the info reliable? Schwadon replied coldly. I guarantee it. If it's a bust, you two can come find me. I'll pay with my own life. Hearing this, Hatchham said, Let's move out. Lam Fi told him, I'm calling the bureau to request backup. Hatchham replied, We'll head straight there. They won't be of any help and they'll just spook the target. Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, Schwadon ordered, The surveillance team can move in now. The bodyguard replied, Understood. Hatchham arrived at the abandoned water plant on the outskirts of town. They waited in the car and Lam Fi spoke up. According to Schwadon's intel, Toongu is hiding inside that water plant. You replied, No rush. Let's see what kind of game he's playing first. She didn't quite understand your intent. What do you mean? Hatchham replied. He puts a lot of stock in building up his own image. How could he possibly hand over the chance to catch Toongu to me, talking so much, and was just to get me to obediently come here? Lam Fi was horrified upon hearing this. You realized something was wrong early on, yet you still played along. Hatchham calmly said, If he wants to play mind games, we might as well put on a show. Perhaps he wants to use me as bait to lure Toongu out. I'm actually curious to see how he'll leak the news of my presence to Toongu. Lam Fi received a phone call. Hello! The other side reported, Police, the surveillance team is having power issues. All monitoring equipment is down. The suspect who tripped the breakers has already fled. Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but exclaim, What? The person on the other end continued, And the people you led the team to arrest from Mison 2 days ago have also disappeared. Hatchham finally understood. So that's how it is. Using these lackeys to pass the message. Lam Fi ordered them to organize the police force to sweep the entire city. The other side acknowledged the order. Meanwhile, Toongu's goons were kneeling. Report. The surveillance team is in chaos and everyone's run off. Our guys took the chance to escape too. Please, boss, give us another chance. Let us stay and work under you. A henchman whispered to Toongu, Check them out. They didn't bring any tails with them. The police are currently surrounding the whole city. I doubt this was intentionally leaked. Only then did he speak up. You were saying, Hatchham is currently hiding in that abandoned water plant on the outskirts. The crowd confirmed, That's right. I heard the Secret Service guys talking about it with my own ears last night. He said I can't go drinking tonight. I have to go to the abandoned water plant on the outskirts to protect Hatchham. He's already moved there and is worried about being assassinated. Toongu laughed upon hearing this. So that's it. What a clumsy act. He wants to use this to lure me into a trap, right? A subordinate chimed in. So we're better off ignoring it. But Toongu knew that regardless of whether it was a trap, Hacham would definitely show up there. That was enough. With that master there, any trick would be useless. At the same time, on Schwat-on's side, they were also very smug. The bodyguard was buttering him up. "Young master, your plan is truly brilliant. Whether it's Toongu or Hacham, they're both dancing to your tune," he said. "Just wait until those two beat each other to a pulp, and then I'll make a surprise entrance like a divine warrior descending from the heavens, defeating every opponent and becoming a legendary hero. Now we just need to quietly watch the show." On the outskirts at the abandoned plant, several cars had pulled in. Through his binoculars, Lam Fi spotted them. "They're here. They're here." Hacham asked, "Is that Toongu?" She confirmed. "That's right, it's him," Hacham said comfortably. "The main actor has appeared. Time to let the supporting actors take the stage." The Vantung system appeared. "What do you want calling me like this? You pleaded with her. Schwadon has definitely arranged eyes and ears around here. Help me find them." Vantung replied, annoyed. "I already told you I'm just an observer and can't directly interfere. If you want to find them yourself." Hacham whispered to her, "If you help me this time, next time I'll use that position with her," the girl confirmed. A word once spoken cannot be taken back. She looked at Vantung, who was currently drooling over her. Lam Fi instinctively felt something was wrong. Why was he looking at her like that? The girl immediately rushed out. "Just wait for my news," Hacham explained. "This system might have weird quirks, but it's still pretty short-sighted." Lam Fi asked gloomily, "What exactly did you two talk about just now?" Back at Toongu's side, his henchman returned after a search, reporting, "Boss, there's no one here. There's no one on my side either." Hacham heard this and wondered, what kind of move is this? We've walked right into a trap. So they're not capturing us. The guy pulled out a chair for Toongu to sit down. He remained very calm and unhurried. "Just wait here." Schwat-on's men were already lying in ambush on the mountain peak nearby. He reported back, "He sat down. But Hacham still hasn't shown up." Schwat-on was shocked. "What? Where did that damn Hacham go?" "I'm already on my way there. If he's not coming, what's the point of me going there?" The guy guessed. Could it be that the bastard saw the situation going south and ran off? Schwat-on immediately ordered the driver, "Turn the car around, we aren't taking any risks today." The driver replied, "Yes, young master." But suddenly a voice rang out from the other end. Wait, it was Hacham. Hacham had appeared. Schwat-on asked, "Are you sure?" The voice on the other end continued, "The moment the two of them met, they started an intense fight. They're both going all out, the situation is spiraling out of control." Schwat-on was extremely pleased with the news. "I really am a master of strategy. How can there be a man as smart as me in this world?" "Well done, I'm coming right over." The subordinate replied, "Understood, understood." With his face all bruised, he turned back and asked them, "Big brothers, I've already done exactly as you said. Can I go now?" Lam Fi gave a bright smile, held up a pair of handcuffs and said, "Punishment. Of course you have to be punished." 10 minutes later, Schwat-on's car pulled into the factory. The driver, who was also his bodyguard, vigilantly warned, "Young master, there's no movement inside the factory." Schwat-on snapped at him, "Save your breath. It's been so long the outcome has already been decided." The car smashed straight through the gate and came to a stop in the middle of the yard. Schwat-on stepped out. His expression relaxed as if victory was already in his grasp. He confidently declared, "Listen up, you trash granddaddy is here to clean you all up." Seeing Toongu sitting there looking perfectly at ease, Schwat-on's eyes widened and he shouted, "How are you still so composed, and how is your formation still perfectly intact?" Toongu shot him a cold glance. "Where did this idiot come from?" He ordered his henchmen, "Drag him over here." The thugs marched forward menacingly. Seeing this, Schwat-on scrambled back only to find the car and his cowardly bodyguard had already sped off. "Wait, I haven't even gotten back in the car yet. Stop," knowing he was cornered. Schwat-on gritted his teeth and accepted his fate. He turned around, struck a fighting stance, and shouted, "Don't think I'm an easy target." "Come on, then. Just because the tiger isn't roaring, don't think I'm a stray cat." The three thugs in front of him just coldly sneered, mocking his act. In the end, Schwat-on was beaten to a pulp, his face pinned under the heel of someone's boot. "Please have mercy, Daddy. Please spare my life." The three thugs didn't let up. "Why are you still acting so arrogant?" Schwat-on could only cover his head and wail in pain. Toongu coldly asked him, "Where is Hacham?" He cried out, "I don't know. I was tricked by that brat too." Toon figured that if he had tricked him, he was likely nearby watching the show. Then this will be easy to handle. Lam Fai asked Hak Ham, "Do you want to go over there?" He replied, "That's right, I never trusted that Shuadon anyway." With so many resources. And yet he still couldn't force Toon to make a move. For now his strength remains unclear, so let's just play it by ear. We'll follow them later and see where their hideout is. But suddenly a wave of force surrounded him from behind. The Demon King's voice came from the shadows, dark and cold. "You sewer rat. I finally found you." Toon silently watched the cliffside where Hak Ham had been standing as it exploded. He looked up smugly. "Look at that! The tiger has been caught by the mouse." Meanwhile, Hak Ham had quickly scooped up Lam Fi and leaped back. The Demon King stared at them coldly. "You're pretty quick. If it had been anyone else, they would have been smashed to bits by now." The one who died in their place was that unfortunate henchman. He coolly accepted the compliment. Lam Fi asked anxiously, "Hak Ham, are you not—" He called out to the system, "Did this guy escape from the game too?" Van Tung replied, "That's right." The information panel for the Demon King appeared. Hak Ham finished reading it and felt a chill. "This level, it could crush me in an instant." Van Tuong instructed him draw a card. "This time I'll boost your destiny to the maximum level." But Hak Ham knew. He won't give me the chance. Lam Fi, standing beside him, grew even more worried. "What are you trying to do?" He asked the Abyssal Overlord directly. "What is your purpose in coming to this world? If you're just bored, there are plenty of other amusements to be found. Why bother teaming up with a guy like Toon?" The Demon King replied, "So you're the adulterer of that thieving woman. My greatest pleasure is making you two adulterous scum wish you were dead but unable to die." Hak Ham's face turned grim as he heard this. "Damn it, I've really been killed by her." A surge of killing intent erupted. The Demon King continued, "As for what happens after I kill you, this world is far too dull. I'll start by slaughtering half of humanity. That's what I love best." The scent of fear hung in the air. He remained calm. "Is that so? Years ago, someone else thought exactly like you. Do you know how he ended up?" The Demon King was pulled into the story and asked out of curiosity, "How did he end up?" He threw a scroll onto the ground and a magical formation appeared. Lam Fi was immediately swept into a spatial portal. She cried out in confusion, "Hak Ham!" And then the scroll retracted. The Demon King was even more surprised. "Why didn't you run with her?" He knew that at this close range, even if I could jump away physically, my head would still be held here by you. The Overlord confirmed, "Indeed, you truly are quite clever." He spoke up again. "The distraction is gone now." With the Azure Dragon's armor now covering his entire body, he commanded, "Let's do this!" The Demon King activated his demonic aura, and a shield immediately formed around him. A massive blast of dark energy surged from the king, slamming straight into the newly created shield with terrifying force. Hach Ham had to grit his teeth, struggling to hold his ground. The cruel Demon King looked down at him like a tiny ant, sneering, "Trying to fight a chariot with a praying mantis, are we?" Seeing the king extend 2 fingers, Hach Ham cursed under his breath. "Another finger, you've got to be kidding me." Instantly, a wave of power crashed down directly onto him while the foot of the mountain was also shaken by this bizarre, overwhelming force. From up above, Suan was stunned, gasping, "What on earth just fell down there?" Meanwhile, Hach Ham was gritting his teeth in agony. Van Tuong couldn't bear to watch him in such a pathetic state. She urged Hach Ham, "Stop resisting, just run away for now." But he replied, "I can't. If he can't find me, he'll just go on a rampage." The Demon King stood in the sky, looking down arrogantly at him like a defeated foe. He prepared another blast and declared, "It's over." Under that attack, Hach Ham couldn't even move his body. Even the nearby thugs had to struggle just to withstand the massive pressure radiating from the Demon King. "Lord Demon King!" they cried out. A massive explosion erupted with flames shooting high into the sky. The Demon King looked coldly at the billowing smoke below. A minion hurried over to flatter him. "Lord Demon King, your power is unparalleled. Wiping out that bastard Hach Ham was as easy as flipping your hand." However, the king realized something was wrong. He was still alive. A minion disbelieved, "No way. Everyone below, including my own subordinates, should have been crushed to dust. Even with his armor, he couldn't have survived that hit." The Demon King interrupted, "I don't know. Perhaps it was just my imagination." Hach Ham was indeed still alive. He groaned in pain, finding himself in an open forest, clutching his still dizzy head. He was completely bewildered. Did I die?" Van Tuong immediately scolded him, "In your dreams. If you died, how would my game ever be completed?" Looking at Van Tuong in front of him, he asked suspiciously, "Is this a copy?" The girl confirmed, "It's an emergency. I had to pull you into a copy instance to hide you for a while. I chose an E-rank copy for you, the lowest difficulty suitable for players level 7 and above. It shouldn't be a big problem. The flow of time inside this copy is 1/10 of the real world. Go ahead and train a few more times here to boost your stats before heading back out." Hach Ham regained his spirit and asked, "I knew it. Where's the boss?" Van Tuong replied, "If I remember correctly, it should be the black-headed bear monster. The surroundings here look different than I recall, though. You should try searching in all 4 directions." Inside a quiet cave, a golden-armored earth dragon was fast asleep. This was a D-rank copy suitable for players level 10 and up. At Hach Ham's home, the 3 girls saw the commotion. They rushed to the door asking, "What's going on?" Lam Fi, still struggling to catch her breath, reported, "Something happened to Hach Ham. You all follow me quickly." Inside the copy, Hach Ham was looking around. He said, "For now, I'll draw a few more cards to stock up on equipment, then head out to take him down. Will that work?" Van Tuong replied, "Before you do that, realize there's a huge gap in levels between you two. No matter how much gear you have, it's hard to make up for that." Since he lacked the strength, he asked directly, "How many more stages do I need to clear to reach level 9? The girl provided the stats. If things go smoothly, about 30 more times should do it. Hach Ham said impatiently, "That's way too tedious. Can't I just go straight to a higher level copy?" Van Tuong disagreed. "Young man, you have to do everything according to your own ability. At your current level, facing the boss of a D-rank copy would mean certain death. There are still a few small fries in this copy that are easy to fight. You only need to focus on finding the boss." While they were talking, a monster ambushed them. Looking at the beast charging in, Hach Ham wondered, "Is this the boss?" Van Tuong denied it. "No, that's just a wild demon." "No, it's just a stray one," the girl had just finished saying when one of the monster's claws slammed down, cracking the ground. It managed to fend it off. Staring at the ruins in front of him, he gasped, "That's the strength of a wild demon!" The monster swung its wooden claw again and charged. Hach Ham immediately activated his Azure Dragon armor. One swipe of its claw hit the armor and bounced back. That single hit made Hach Ham gauge its power. "You're sure you didn't mistake its level, right?" Van Tuong was also suspicious. "Wait, that's not right, it is." Looking at the attribute board, its name was Violent Goblin Level 6 Wood Attribute. Van Tuong realized it actually is the boss. He immediately got serious. "I was searching everywhere for it, and now it just walked right up to my door without me having to waste any effort. A 1-level difference, perfect for some practice." Meanwhile, Van Tuong was still wondering, "That's strange, I don't remember designing the copy to have a violent goblin boss." Hach Ham was already drawing a card. He held up a card, choosing an equipment card. Once again, the goblin swung its claw and lunged. A flash of light cut through the air right at that moment. Its wooden claw was instantly sliced in 2. The goblin looked suspiciously at the smoldering handle still in its hand, while Hach Ham looked at the sword in his own, praising, "Good sword." The system announced, "Congratulations, player has obtained SS rank legendary equipment, Thunderbolt. Thunder attribute. Attack power plus 1,500. Has a chance to trigger electrical critical damage. The probability decreases with each consecutive attack. Storing energy can recover it." The goblin, enraged by him, hissed and spat a few times as a threat. With the thunderbolt in his hand, he confidently asked, "Lost your weapon. A bit clumsy without your limbs now, aren't you? This is your opening." A sword strike swept across the goblin in an instant. Ignoring the boss that had collapsed behind him, he focused solely on the thunderbolt in his hand. "This feels absolutely amazing." Looking at the massive amount of points he had just gained, he was overjoyed. 500 experience points. Talk about bloody hard-earned cash. Van Tuong also chimed in, "Take a look. I told you can level up by fighting in the dungeon. The system has updated your leveling progress. Your attack defense speed, critical hit rate, and mental strength have all increased slightly. You're wondering if you need to wait for the dungeon to reload and fight it all over again after the savage goblins respawn." Wantong replied, "That works too. Even though you'll get a little less experience next time, it's still highly effective." A soft sound suddenly put them on alert. This time, countless goblins charged at them. Hach Ham panicked at the sight. "Is it normal to have this many bosses?" Wantong finally realized, I get it now, you entered the wrong dungeon. These savage goblins are honestly just small fry. The real boss hasn't even shown up yet. Hearing that, he started to get nervous. Are you kidding me? These guys are level 6 and you call them small fry. Damn, how strong must the real boss be? Wantong didn't have the exact data either. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe you were in such a rush you opened the wrong entrance. Gripping his thunder spear tightly, he braced himself. Fine. Bring it on. If you're not afraid of dying, then let's see what you've got. The group of goblins seemed afraid of something. They hissed a few times and then turned tail and ran. Hack's Ham thought he had scared them off and exclaimed, Finally, I managed to scare them away. A massive figure loomed right behind Hack's Ham. Wantong stammered, They didn't run away because of you. A wave of pressure hit, putting Hack's Ham on high alert. They were face to face with a giant monster. It was the feeling of suffocating oppression coming from the golden armored earth dragon. The monster's info panel popped up: level 10 golden armored earth dragon metal attribute. Its stats were terrifying. Hack's Ham begged in fear. This monster actually looks pretty calm right now. Before it decides to attack, get me out of this dungeon quick. Wantong coldly threw a bucket of cold water on him. There are only 2 ways to leave a dungeon: either you die or it dies. Hearing that, his heart sank. What a lovely set of rules. I really appreciate your help. Wantong remained calm. Dying in the dungeon isn't a big deal. You'll just respawn in the real world anyway. It's just a small loss of experience points, that's all. Hacks. Ham wouldn't accept that. Whose experience points are we talking about here? That's way too much. I'd better go kill those goblins to grind some more XP. Once I have enough, I'll come back and let the dragon kill me. Wantong was delighted. Great idea, you're really quick-witted. Seeing them turn to leave, the dragon opened its mouth and unleashed an energy blast. Hack's Ham shrieked, It was quiet a second ago, why is it attacking now? Wantong explained, It doesn't want you to leave. Another surge of power crashed down. You're not going anywhere, stay. The wave of energy swept across the ground. The dragon stared at the long trench it had carved out. When it didn't see its prey, Wantong worriedly called out, Hack's Ham, Hack's Ham. A trembling hand rose up, accompanied by a weak voice. I'm here. He struggled to hold on, still breathing. Crawling out of the crater, he muttered, Good thing I activated the Azure Dragon armor in time. Otherwise, I would have been toast. The system warned, Warning, Azure Dragon armor durability reduced by 40%. The damage to the armor was massive. If he kept fighting, he was a goner. Looking at the distance behind him, Hack's Ham still felt uneasy. We're this far away that won't catch up, right? It doesn't look like it moves very well anyway. Wantong hesitated before revealing, That thing. When it was designed to compensate for its slow movement, I intentionally added a skill. Hack's Ham started to feel like this was going south. What skill? He immediately got his answer from reality. The dragon's black hole suction had been activated. Hack's Ham was being dragged backward. He cursed, What the hell? He jammed his thunder spear into the ground to anchor himself and screamed, System, whose side are you on anyway? Wantong felt guilty. I didn't expect it to use that on you. Don't give up, let go. Hack's Ham was stubborn this time, clinging tightly to the spear stuck in the ground. No way, my Azure Dragon armor is already busted. If I lose another level, I definitely won't be able to match that Abyssal Overlord. Hurry, look and see if there are any items that can help. Wantong searched through the inventory. Let me see. Your sword won't hold. It snapped out of the ground. Hack's Ham was violently dragged backward. Watching him helpless and unable to resist, Wantong screamed in panic, Hack's Ham! He acted quickly. He unleashed a palm strike. Damn it, take this! His power slammed straight into the dragon's sturdy head. Then he boosted the defense of the Azure Dragon armor. Finally, the dragon shut its mouth. The waves subsided and the suction vanished. Wantong gasped, Oh no, oh no! I think you just dropped 3 levels. But suddenly, the unexpected happened. The Earth Dragon, as if agitated, opened its mouth wide, its form looking bizarre. Van Tuong, deeply suspicious, wondered, What on earth is going on? The Earth Dragon's body began to sprout holes from which beams of golden light erupted, and in an instant, its entire body exploded into smithereens. Hack Ham, thanks to this, escaped certain death. His armor was shredded, not a single piece left intact. He let out a sigh of relief. The Azure Dragon armor had saved his life one last time. A system prompt appeared. Congratulations, player, on clearing the D-rank dungeon. Golden Earth Dragon Armor destroyed. Rare materials obtained: dragon arm bone plus 4 strength, strong muscle tissue plus 15 strength. Can be used to repair armor defense. Obtained A-rank demon slaying badge. C-grade dragon scales boosts armor defense by 30% plus 10% damage recovery. Obtained title Dragon Slayer. Once equipped, grants a 30% attribute boost. If the opponent is of the Dragonkin, attribute boost increases by 100%. Thunder Affinity has been raised to level 8. Accompanying skills have skyrocketed. Mission progress 1,970 out of 2,000. The system displayed, "Congratulations, player, you have leveled up twice in a row, becoming the world's first player to reach level 8. Durability of the Azure Dragon Armor reduced to 1. Discard." He was deeply grateful for the item. "You've worked hard, brother. I'll never abandon you." He used all the dragon arm bone and strong muscle tissue to repair the Azure Dragon Armor. Using the dragon scales to supplement the armor with magic power, the system signaled, "Upgrading, upgrading, upgrading." Finally, a golden pillar of light shot up from where he stood. It soared straight into the heavens. Hackham was blinded by the brilliance. The system notified, "Congratulations, player. You have obtained SS rank armor, Saint Azure Dragon Armor, passive skill True Golden Dragon Armor, active skill Dragon Breath Combustion." Van Tong gasped. That's a Saint rank treasure. There are only 99 of them in the entire game world. And you're only level 8. This is absurd. Hackham flashed a smile, the dangerous smirk of a nouveau riche winner. "Now I can go back and find that Abyss Lord. Time to settle the score." Outside the dungeon at the Secret Service headquarters, a voice rang out in the room. "Why are you telling us to hide here?" Lamfi explained. "Hackham teleported me to you all because he wanted me to ensure your safety. Only the Secret Service headquarters can withstand them." 6 to 9 spoke up. "Who do you think you're looking down on? I could level this place by myself. You better tell us Hackham's location so we can go help him." Quanqui agreed. "That's right. If something happens to him, how am I supposed to help him carry on his family line?" Lamfi replied, "He has the system. He won't have any trouble. The Secret Service is not what it used to be. We've prepared weapons." Suddenly, the headquarters was attacked and a corner of the building exploded. Sirens blared, "Enemy ambush!" The police, fully armed, simultaneously pointed their guns at the person in front of them. Tuong Yu and his henchmen walked in calmly. "Listen to my advice, brothers. Those meager salaries aren't worth dying for. Work for me, and I'll help you reach the pinnacle of your lives." The police immediately opened fire, but a shield was erected by a henchman to deflect all damage. Tuong Yu ordered, "Kill them all!" The henchmen charged. One impatient lunged forward with a fist, but suddenly a sonic wave descended from above. It stopped them in their tracks. They had to cover their ears tightly, blood spurting from their mouths. Fan Ko was the mastermind behind this. She spoke up. "Even with equipment and supernatural powers, humans are still just flesh and blood. Facing sonic weapon attacks, any defensive measure is useless." Tuong Yu grumbled. "That stinking woman is helping the Secret Service against me again." The girls in the room saw victory and cheered. "Amazing, what kind of weapon is that? So powerful, we won." However, Lam Fi remained calm. "It can't be this easy. Where is the Abyss Lord? Where is he hiding?" She guessed nervously, "Could it be?" Tuong Yu gave her the answer. "The enemy's ambush has appeared. It's your turn now." Lam Fi shouted anxiously into the walkie-talkie, "In the sky, watch the sky." Fan Ko and her staff looked up in suspicion. The sky? Looking up, they saw the Demon King had been there all along. He spoke interesting, but a finger imbued with destructive power descended. "It's all just like this." Several parts of the Secret Service building exploded. 6-9 bravely charged forward. One strike of her sword tore through the Demon King's demonic energy. She ordered coldly, "Return my man!" 6-9's sword ki surged continuously. "Take this." Quan Ki created a protective shield for Fan Ko and cheered happily, "Attack head-on. We're going to win." The Demon King looked at 6-9 with contempt. What a foolish woman. She was stunned to find that the sword in her hand was now just a hilt. The Demon King remained dismissive, too weak. "Can't even take a single hit!" At that same moment, Huang Ru sneak-attacked him from behind, her blade piercing through him. At the same time, the Demon King said, "But I still want you to die." He immediately grabbed her by the throat. He glared darkly at Huang Ru. "You vile woman daring to disregard my majesty by trying to attack me, I'll kill you first, then go back and chop off the limbs of your kin. Look at yourselves squirming on the ground like fly larvae. This is my only source of entertainment." Hearing him, hatred surged in her heart. "You beast, you monster." She was still waiting for her hero. "Where are you? Answer my prayers." Hack Ham appeared, striking the Demon King's back with a single sword blow. The force was so great it caused an explosion upon impact. Tuong Yu watched in shock, unable to utter a word. You came back." Lam Fi let out a sigh of relief. "I knew it, he's hard to kill." She realized her words sounded off. Why did she say harder to kill? 6 to 9 added, "This guy sure knows how to pick the right time to show up." The Demon King crashed to the ground in shock. "How are you little brats still alive?" With Huang Ru in his arms, the boy struck a pose. "I'm standing right in front of you. Take a good look. How much do I resemble the person I used to be? And here's your answer. I went to hell for a bit, but unfortunately they wouldn't take me, so I came back to settle the score." Tuong Yu shouted in disbelief. "Since when could this bastard fly?" Van Tuong frowned and reminded someone. "Floating can only last for about a minute. I suggest you stop showing off and get back on the ground fast." Hotch Ham was shocked when he heard that. "What? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" The Demon King, seeing him distracted, grew furious and unleashed his power, muttering something. A wave of demonic energy slammed down toward Hotch Ham. Carrying Huang Ru, he leaped down, but the demonic energy morphed into a pursuit arrow chasing after them. Fan Ko watched in anxiety and shouted, "Hotch Ham, watch out!" Seeing that he was quite surprised, "It can actually change direction." Just then vines erupted from the ground and tightly bound Hotch Ham's legs. He was stunned. "What is this now?" Tungio praised his subordinate. "Well done. He was incredibly confident. No one can break my steel vines. He's a dead man." From afar, Fan Ko only saw a huge explosion. Lam Fi was also extremely worried. "Hotch Ham." She blamed him silently, as he had already been drained of all resistance by the Abyss Lord's attack earlier. "You idiot, why do you have to go looking for death?" The Demon King was very satisfied. This time he's truly been smashed to smithereens. Letting you die so happily is letting you off too easy. Tuong Yu gave praise. "Very good, you've earned a great credit." He happily replied, "Thank you, big brother." They didn't expect Hotch Ham to speak up from behind them. That was dangerous. This made them both stare in shock. "How did you get over here?" He replied, "If I couldn't break out, I just followed the tunnel and crawled over here." The mob of thugs rushed forward. "Damn it, protect the boss!" Huang Ruo immediately stepped in for him, landing a few kicks on them. "You think a bunch of small fry like you are worthy of fighting the main character?" They were all swiftly taken down by her. "That's right, back off." Saoku also coordinated perfectly. She swung her sword and shouted, "Those who stand in my way shall die." Seeing this, Tungyu begged the person beside him, "Lord Demon King, please kill these women first." He acted immediately. A surging demonic energy gathered in his palm. "You noisy creatures!" A burst of power fueled by divine fire surged forward. The 3 women were stunned, not knowing how to react. Hotch Ham appeared instantly, playing the hero to save the damsels. With a single swing of his sword, he shattered the opponent's attack. All 3 were safe under his protection. The Demon King couldn't believe it. "What, my divine fire was knocked back by you?" Looking at the crackling lightning in his hand, he exclaimed, "It wasn't convenient to fight just now, but let's try it now. You're really quite pathetic, aren't you?" Tuong Yu, standing to the side, was deeply jealous. He thought to himself, what on earth happened to this bastard during the time he vanished? Not only has his strength skyrocketed, but even his weapon. The Demon King wouldn't accept defeat. He gathered an even larger divine fire. "This is impossible, Dai." Hotch Ham calmly swung his sword. The Demon King was still very confident. "You think you can threaten me with these pathetic moves?" But he suddenly realized something was wrong. If he got hit, he was dead for sure. Being careless, the Demon King was struck by the boy's sword light. Falling to the ground, he gasped, "That was close!" Before he could steady himself, Hotch Ham lunged forward and delivered another strike. "Stop showing off, you!" "The lightning power on your sword has run dry. It's nothing but a useless piece of iron now." "You can't hurt me with that." Hotch Ham looked at him coldly and listed, "First, even without magic, this sword can mince you." Second, who told you the power of lightning doesn't return. Just as he said, a surge of lightning power poured down from the sky. The Demon King couldn't believe it and stuttered, absorbing it back. Hotchham's lightning intensified as he absorbed it. With his power recharged, he looked arrogantly at his opponent. Satisfied now, the Demon King turned pale as he witnessed this strange phenomenon. I've roamed through the other world for 800 years and have met countless experts and fierce enemies, but I have never encountered someone as deceitful as you. After saying that, the Demon King was instantly hit by Hotchham's lightning. Hotchham looked at the Demon King's body lying motionless on the ground, but he keenly sensed that something wasn't right. Looking at the severed corpse on the ground, he guessed, this is the cicada shedding its skin technique. The Demon King teleported back beside Tunkyo, cursing, "Damnable brat, you forced me to use the reincarnation skill." The system chimed in. The Abyss Lord's displayed rank is level 8. Hotchham looked at him with contempt. I thought you were some big-shot boss. Turns out you're just a turtle that gained sentience. At the critical moment, you didn't even need your shell, offended the demon. King shrieked, "Insolent! Don't think that just because you have the breaking sword, you can look down on this King Tungyu. Let's attack together." But a sword thrust from behind pierced through him, letting him know what it means to be betrayed by a friend. Hotchham, standing opposite, was also stunned. What? Tuang Yu increased the force in his hand and cursed him. You useless thing. What a waste of time it was for me to summon you. Since you're no longer of any use, serve as fertilizer for me. The Demon King couldn't even speak. You! Tuang Yu cruelly pulled out his sword. The Demon King collapsed, cursing him. You won't have a peaceful end, Tuang Yu. Tuang Yu, the fisherman reaping the rewards, looked at the boy. You've worked hard, Hotchham. If it weren't for you, how could I have easily killed this Demon King? Hotchham was furious. Seeing that he wouldn't even spare his own teammate, he knew he couldn't let him live to continue his evil ways. He spoke up, You are the real Demon King here. He held out a card that was surging with power. You Hotch! He held out a card pulsing with the power of that arrogant guy. Today, the two of us are going to settle this once and for all. I'm going to use this deadly combo I've gathered to send you straight to hell. Van Tong immediately reminded Hackham to be careful, as the guy has at least 2 S-rank treasures and 3 A-rank treasures. Tuang Yu is currently equipping the Kirin armor power, plus 300 crit rate, plus 30. Explosive boots power, plus 90, speed, plus 20, plus. Chainmail of exorcism defense, plus 100. Combined with brutal battle armor defense, plus 90, crit rate, plus 60, plus the speed armor defense, plus 30. Agility, plus 30. Health regen, plus 40. Emperor's helmet, mental power, plus 100, health regen, plus 100. Cloak of Forgiveness reduces the opponent's attack power and speed by half. A legendary grade divine weapon, twin magic blades which ignore all physical defense. With the best armor piercing in history, Tuang Yu proudly showed off his fully geared up self. How are you going to handle this now? A grenade was thrown, catching him off guard. A massive explosion occurred. Hackham stood to the side applauding. Looks like even weapons and explosives are useless. Quick, throw another 2 crates of grenades over here for me. Tuang Yu, lying under the debris and trembling, spoke up. Why? Why are you so shameless? He was suffering, realizing he was being crushed by all that heavy armor. You really can't run, can you? Sweat poured down like rain. Tuang Yu hadn't expected that while he only cared about attack and defense, he completely neglected speed. I didn't think this equipment would be so heavy. While he was distracted, Hackham's Kinloy was already in front of him. His sword was blocked by Darth Vader's mask. Blocked by his equipment, Tuang Yu laughed boisterously. Ha ha, you're an idiot, right? Even if I can't dodge, I've got my defense fully prepped. I've even protected my backside. What can you do to me? But man proposes, Hackham disposes. He started using tricks. I wonder if this is about to conduct electricity. A surge of lightning spread across Tuang Yu's entire body. In a desperate situation, he counterattacked. Light emitted from his gear, blinding Hackham. Then a blast of firepower surged straight at him, sending him flying. After a groan, Hackham struggled to use his sword to steady his body. He muttered, That was dangerous. It seems my chest armor still has a passive skill. He knew deep down that the Abyss Lord's strike had likely exhausted the energy stored in Kinloy. If not, he would never have given Tuang Yu a chance to fight back. Tuang Yu was in just as bad a shape, taking off his mask and panting. Hackham stared at him calmly. What are you suddenly trying to merge your equipment with mine? Tuang Yu shouted aggressively. Bring it on! At worst, it's a suicide mission. The one with enough guts to rule the world must be me, Tuang Yu. Lam Fi, standing nearby, felt helpless. This lunatic is beyond saving. But she froze when she saw a new situation unfolding. There were countless figures on the rooftops. That was Tuang Yu. He was self-replicating. Hack Ham was equally shocked. Are my eyes deceiving me? Where did so many Tuang Yus come from? Vantong spoke up from behind. I know what it is. He must have obtained the SSS rank treasure, the rebirth coffin. Once this item recognizes a master, it can clone infinitely and is immortal. Hack Ham grumbled. To have such a broken item. Across from them, Tuang Yu laughed confidently. Ha ha, Hack Ham, today is your funeral day. He ordered his clones to attack. Hack Ham felt the tension. System, draw me the most useful card. Vantong's calm voice echoed. Don't worry. Tuang Yu rushed in. I won't give you this chance. 6-9 dashed out to block him with her sword. She urged him, I won't give you a chance either. She bought time for Hack Ham to draw his card. The system announced, Congratulations, host, you have received the Martial Arts Manual Phantasm Sword Art. Hack Ham cheered. Thanks, 6-9. The system was updating the completion progress, loading 50%, up to 70%, 95%. Just as Tuang Yu's clones attacked, it reached 100%. The update was complete. He opened his eyes and looked at them coldly. Countless sword-light blades swept through, and the clones fell like autumn leaves. Tuang Yu shouted, Don't panic, he won't be able to pull off a move like that a second time. Keep your spirits up. Don't let him escape. The brutal reality hit him when he saw Hack Ham charging forward. Tuang Yu was shocked. He's actually initiating the attack. He screamed, preparing to fight. Tuang Yu's remaining clones used their last breath to resist the lightning. Hack Ham unleashed while the original body stood to the side, anxiously yelling, You bunch of idiots, go around behind him. Sneak up on him from behind. The three clones at the back received their orders and acted. However, he calmly turned around and swung his sword, striking them immediately. Thanks to that, he continuously gained 1,050 experience points. He said with satisfaction, Finally caught you. Returning to Hack Ham, Tuang Yu couldn't accept the truth. You. Hack Ham continued. Although you have many helpers, I have discovered your three weaknesses. He laughed aloud upon hearing this. Weaknesses. Doesn't that mean I'd have to kill 3 more versions of myself? But wouldn't you just go insane? Didn't you say he's become a god? Hack Ham remained calm, listing them one by one. First, the rebirth coffin can only copy. It cannot resurrect, which is why you're too scared to show your own face. Second, these clones existed before you killed the Abyss Lord, so they are still level 6. Third, they are no threat to me. They just provide me with experience. The more I kill, the stronger I get. Tuang Yu's face darkened. Hack Ham added, Looking at your expression, it seems I guessed all of them right. Lam Fi had to admire him. Yet in such a short battle, he was able to quickly grasp such important information. He was clearly a born warrior, but why would he say things like that? Wouldn't this just give Tuang Yu a chance to prepare? The real goal of Hach Ham is just to keep going. I want to level up to 15, so it's all up to you guys now. Tuang Yu, unwilling to be a mere stepping stone for his enemy, glared at him with a dark expression. He personally struck down his own clone, leaving the others in sheer terror. Tuang Yu spoke up, Blood doesn't flow outside. Our common enemy is Hach Ham. Thanks to that, he gained 350 experience points. So all of you be good and become my offerings. Time for my level up. The remaining 2 were furious and questioned, What the hell? Why should we be your stepping stones? You want my life. It won't be that easy. A ruthless slash from Tuang Yu swept through them. Cut the chatter, you don't get a choice. Hack Ham, standing opposite, also joined in on the slaughter of his clones. Oh, let's see who's faster then. Lam Fi finally understood, so that was it. He intentionally let Tuang Yu know to keep Hach Ham from leveling up. Tuang Yu would grab the kills himself to deal with the copies, because if both of them attacked, the experience points wouldn't be as significant. But Hach Ham's subsequent battles would be much easier. Each clone fell to the ground in anger. Tuang Yu, on the other side, laughed after clearing them out. Ha ha! He said with contempt. You fools, without me, where would you even be? You have no insight at all. By now, Tuang Yu's level had reached 10. He continued, But it wasn't a waste of all that effort. Finally, I've hit level 10. Hach Ham lunged with his sword calmly. Actually, you still have another choice. If you attacked alongside them, your chances might have been better. Tunyeo's face darkened as he realized he'd been set up. Hacham, damn you. Being this arrogant will get you punished by the heavens. Cautiously offering his opponent one last chance, he asked, "Do you have any more tricks? Use them now because once it's late, you won't have another opportunity." Tunyeo told himself to stay calm. I have the IQ advantage. Just need to successfully use this skill. Then surpassing his level might actually be possible. He deviously pointed toward the sky. Taking advantage of Hacham, letting his guard down to look, he swung his sword close to his neck. You're being too naive. Yet Hacham stopped it with just 3 fingers. It left Tunghyo so shocked his jaw dropped. Level 13 means I can do whatever I want, he said, catching his finger and throwing the words back at him. The naive one should be you. Tunghyo launched his second underhanded move, no weapons this time, just a desperate suicidal strike. Hacham remained calm. He knew the opponent had lost his reason and was destined to fail. Your remaining value is nothing more than to test the limits of my power. Seeing his opponent casually raise one hand and hold him off with only one arm made his pride soar, and he lunged recklessly. I'll risk my life with you. Hacham arrogantly used just one arm to block his opponent's fists, then truly used his own fist to punch straight into his gut. This one punch made Tunghyo spit out blood. Only then did he truly feel it. Is this the gap in strength? But as long as that reincarnation coffin existed, his clones would avenge him. Hacham had already anticipated every move. The opponent's move triggered your reincarnation coffin. It definitely produces an energy wave. Tunghyo finally realized, Was it you all along? Have you been waiting for this chance the whole time? Fanko reported from behind, check complete. In an L-shaped warehouse in the southeast of the city, Tunghyo was defeated by him and collapsed to the ground. He shouted, understood, and vanished while the other man glared at Fanko with hatred. You damn woman. After that, he passed out. The clone body of Tunghyo woke up. He still told himself, Hacham, you definitely can't do it. No sooner had he spoken than a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Tunghyo, having just escaped with his life, was now about to lose it. He screamed in despair while Hacham looked down coldly from above. Gotcha. Tunghyo wisely begged, Brother Hak, I was wrong. Give me another chance, will you? I'm your junior. Whoever you find annoying, I'll go take care of them. Please, I beg you. He didn't agree. The lightning continued to intensify until there was nothing left but a dry husk of his opponent. He said, in the next life, I'll raise a dog. Remember to find me then. News of the battle was reported by the media. It was said that the thief who plagued the city Tunghyo had been killed, but the police refused to reveal which hero did it. Lam Fi was worried. Even though Tunghyo was dead, strangely, Professor Tung Jiang was still missing. Along with that, the device Tunghyo used to make the Chamika dimensional wall was also nowhere to be found. He added, So are you suspecting Tunghyo still has accomplices? She confirmed this possibility cannot be ruled out. Therefore, the police still need to continue ensuring your safety. Furthermore, the city has nominated you to register for the province-wide superhero selection tournament. It's being held next month. Remember to prepare thoroughly. Hacham immediately refused. Forget it. It was so hard to get even a little bit of rest. Let me take a break for a while. I'm not going. She agreed immediately, fine. Then I'll contact the organizers to waive your right. The prize for the winner is 30 million. I guess you wouldn't be too interested in that amount anyway. Hearing about this massive sum of money, Hacham immediately changed his mind. Wait, he said, and Lam Fi asked, What's wrong? Changing your mind already? With your thick skin, what do you mean by rest? That's boring. I volunteered to go to a bigger stage to challenge myself and learn from those more talented than me. Even if there were no reward, I would still bravely forge ahead. Having given his all, Lam Fi successfully convinced him, then took her leave. I'll go register for you. You just get some proper rest, she replied cheerfully. All right, sorry to trouble you, Officer Lam. By this point, he was already planning how to spend the 30 million in prize money. But just as he entered his room, Huang Ruo stopped him, calling out softly, My benefactor. She looked at him shyly and asked, Are you finished with your work? Hacham asked suspiciously, Huang Ruo, why are you here? She shyly replied, You defeated the Abyss Lord, you must be exhausted. The door slammed shut behind that sentence. Hacham thought to himself, That was fast. Meanwhile, Huang Ruo hugged him from behind, whispering, I just want to help you relax a little. From now on, I am yours. You can do whatever you... Hacham hesitated and replied,
Wait, didn't you say no fooling around before marriage? Her hands were already wandering. Oh, come on, that was just for show? I'm not that old-fashioned or traditional. We can just catch up on that later. Hotchham pushed her away. Wait! Actually defeating the Abyss Lord was as easy as pie. You don't need to sacrifice yourself like this. You should hurry back and reunite with your clan. He thought to himself, one wrong move and I'll lose everything. There are too many women, I'll be exhausted. Huang Ro misunderstood him. Do you want to abandon me? Hotchham retorted. We aren't even married, so what are you basing that on? Seeing that the figure in front of him had vanished, he asked suspiciously, disappeared again. Finally, his long pants vanished into thin air. Where did my pants go? Even his shirt disappeared. He blinked, staring blankly as a figure lunged at him, taking him by surprise. Huang Ru sat on him stubbornly, saying, explaining is useless. Anyway, today I'm going to make things official with you. Hotchham tried to persuade her. Don't. You aren't planning to finish me off after we're done, are you? He realized she wasn't wearing anything underneath. Huang Ru replied, how could that be? You are my husband. How could I ever kill you? Anyone who has bad intentions toward you, I'll be the first to oppose them. He felt enlightened. Right. Her goal is to defeat the Abyss Lord and protect her people, not just to claim my seed for herself. If I get her on my side, then in the future, if those other girls want to kill me, she'll protect me. He had already said this much. If he still resisted, would he even be a man? It wasn't until late at night that a tired Hotchham woke up after a long battle. Seeing that no one was next to him, he wondered, where did she go leaving so early? That was truly refreshing. That perverted system didn't appear to bother me either. But she's definitely hiding in a dark corner watching me closely. Just then, Quan Ki and 69 walked into the room. Seeing them, he screamed, what are you two doing? I'm warning you, I'm a level 14 boss. Using force on me won't work. Neither of them was afraid, they just kept approaching. No need to put up a stubborn fight. The system sister already agreed with us. As long as it's the safe period, your powers will be temporarily sealed. Right now, besides your physical strength, you've got nothing. Van Tuong winked and said, don't be shy. Hotchham's face darkened. What do you mean? 4-star we little hatch, come save me. Quan Kai had already crawled onto the bed. Guess who notified us to come? You can only blame yourself for being too vigorous last night. You scared the life out of everyone, so we reached a peace-sharing agreement. Whoever has the ability gets the most. The whole house echoed with Hotchham's desperate screams. Save me. The next day when he met Lam Fi, she saw his appearance and froze. Didn't you sleep well last night? With dark circles under his eyes, he said, don't remind me I'm dying. She asked urgently, why did you call me here? Lam Fi handed him an envelope. This is the intelligence I gathered on the elite tournament. Got it just last night, take a look. Hotchham opened it and said, with my level, winning the championship is a piece of cake. Why bother gathering intelligence? She suddenly made a suggestion. You're too optimistic. I have a recommendation for you right now. Withdraw from the competition immediately. Hotchham, hearing this, shouted, how could that be? Lam Fi reminded him, there are 35 contestants in the entire province. Based on your level, you're ranked 11th at best. But last night, your ranking was 3. Hotchham was also surprised. Everyone found a way to level up quickly, but how did they do it? Lam Fi handed him an information sheet. This is the ranking of the top 100 people in the province, but according to my research, 21 of them have mysteriously disappeared in the last 2 days. It's the kind of situation where you don't see the person and you don't see a body. As soon as you heard that, you understood immediately. It turns out there are plenty of smart people who've realized that hunting each other to farm XP is just another part of the competition. There are way too many ruthless people out there. The competition is brutal, Lam Fi continued. Their ambition to win far exceeds our expectations. To stay safe, we need to study this carefully. Only then can we make a cautious decision. I suggest you quit. You've agreed without hesitation. I'll forfeit the competition and withdraw. You had just finished a life-and-death battle with Tun Yu. No need to risk your life like that, Lam Fi replied. All right, I'll go report this to the Damdong City authorities. Finally, you can have some peace and quiet and get some rest. After that, Hotchham left the office. As you walked, you chatted with the Van Tuong system. How is the data collection coming along? Can you hack and fix any game? The girl replied, still a long way to go. You should keep working hard. I'd prefer it if you gave me a few buffs every day. Hotchham's face fell upon hearing that. A few buffs every day.
That's asking too much. That's way beyond my limit. That's not a problem for Van Tuong. I'll make you some holy oil. I hear it's very effective. This enthusiasm made Hotch Ham grit his teeth and mutter, "Gee, thanks a lot." Suddenly you felt danger behind you. Someone launched a surprise attack. Hotch Ham barely managed to dodge and quickly asked, "Who's there?" The person was Cowmin level 16, currently ranked 9th in the Dongmin province. He spoke up. Not bad for the #1 of Damdong City dodging a sneak attack like that. Hotch Ham recognized him. "I think I've seen your picture before. You're a contestant in the provincial elite tournament. You're hunting even me just to level up," Cao Ming replied smugly. "The experts of that city have all been wiped out. If I can take you out too, I'll definitely break through to level 18. Hotch Ham knew he couldn't avoid this fight. These people have lost their minds. The competition hasn't even started yet, and they're already killing each other. Looks like avoiding this is impossible. I'll deal with this nuisance first, then head back to discuss things with Lam Phi." Looking at the iron-studded wooden club in his hand, you wondered, is that his weapon? How does it look like, a club? Handmade, but it's got such immense power. Cao Ming didn't waste any more words. He immediately swung the club, "Go to hell," obediently. Hotch Ham also summoned his lightning sword. One strike of your blade blocked the opponent's weapon. The force of the two powerful weapons clashing sent a shockwave of energy radiating outward. After that collision, you realized it was indeed bizarre. An ordinary wooden stick would have been snapped in half long ago. Plus his strength is abnormally high. A ripple of energy from the clash shot straight into the sky. Cao Min couldn't hold his ground and had to retreat. Unexpectedly, it's a lightning magic sword almost got caught in a trap. Hotch Ham pressed his advantage. "You've got a lot of other tricks you don't expect." Cao Min poured his power into the wooden club. He shouted, "Accelerate!" Hotch Ham noticed it immediately. He can switch between different buff effects instantly. Your opponent used extremely fast movement to create a magical circle trapping you in the center. He said confidently, "Don't worry, you can't keep up with my speed." His figure split into 3, and simultaneously he threw the 3 clubs like spinning sharp blades. "Obediently become the XP that helps me reach the peak of life, kid." Hotch Ham was facing countless incoming clubs. He commanded, "No one survives my slaughter, including you." You immediately activated the Blue Dragon Holy Armor. A giant shield easily blocked all incoming damage. Seeing this, Cao Min's jaw dropped. "What?" Hotch Ham lunged forward with his sword, "Found you." Seeing him retreat, you pursued relentlessly, running away. Cao Ming was still arrogant. "Wait until I regroup and fix my strategy, then I'll come back to settle the score. No one can match my speed. One day I'll—" But he couldn't finish his sentence. Hotch Ham's fist landed square on his face. He couldn't dodge and took the hit. Looking at his own smoking fist, Hotch Ham said calmly, "It's not just you who knows how to use enchantments." Cao Ming fell to the ground, muttering something confusing. "Killing me. You've really picked the wrong target." An ambulance and police cars arrived. Lam Phi was watching the medical staff lift the stretcher. "Wait, I need to verify the identity of the perpetrator," the staff member said with some hesitation. Given the current state of things, looking at Cao Min's swollen face, bruised and battered, the staff member continued, "Even his own mother wouldn't be able to recognize him." Lam Phi gave up. "Fine, just take him away. Save him if you can. If not, don't force it. Even if he survives, he'll just be a cripple." Her gaze suddenly drifted to Hotch Ham, who was sitting in the distance, lost in thought. Lam Phi walked up to him. "Cao Min won't be the last one. For safety, I will request high-level protection from my superiors. You refused. That's unnecessary. If they don't care, then I'll just go in there myself. How can I blend in with them? I've decided to enter the elite competition." Lam Phi asked back, "Are you sure? Once you join the competition, you'll face even stronger and more dangerous enemies. Do you know that?" You replied, "No need to overthink it, just wipe them out. Sign me up for me and let's go back. Get me the tournament rules. I need to squeeze in some time to study them. Besides, regarding Gao Ming, I've always felt there's more to him. He doesn't just want to kill me to level up. He definitely has other motives." Lam Phi agreed immediately. "All right, I'll arrange for you to leave right away. I'm heading back now." Seeing her kindness, she added, "I'll arrange a police car to take you." But Hack Ham refused. "No need. No one will dare cause trouble for me around here anymore." Their images were being captured by a drone inside a room. Someone was evaluating him. This guy Hack Ham definitely has issues. Whether it's his gear or combat skills, he looks just like an amateur. I suspect there's an expert guiding him from the shadows. A mysterious man who had guessed Tungjiang's intentions asked, "So you think he still has plenty of aces up his sleeve?" He replied, "Exactly. My advice is it's best not to mess with him. The consequences could be disastrous." He pulled out a badge fragment. "Word is even Gao Ming was defeated by him." "He's truly a rare opponent. We should try to recruit him first. If he doesn't know what's good for him, we'll have to use force. After all, the Azure Dragon sword blade a part of." The Azure Dragon armor emerged from that badge fragment. He said coldly, "The Azure Dragon armor and the Azure Dragon gauntlets. I must have them." At Hack Ham's place, Lam Fi spoke up. "Hack Ham, the official tournament rules from the organizers have been sent. You're reading the info now. The official tournament starts in 3 days. That's not much lead time, is it? Seems like the organizers are afraid those competitors will start acting up." Lam Fi just grunted. Luke Ku chimed in, "Group stage, semifinals, finals. So it's not just one match." Quan Ki continued, "And there's no info on how the groups are divided. How are we supposed to know who our opponents are?" Huang Diu had a solution. "That's simple. Just tell me where the organizers are and I'll go steal the list." Lam Fi frowned at the look on the three of them. "Why are they acting like peacocks in heat?" Hack Ham sighed, helpless. "Forget it, let's talk business first. The notice says all competitors must report by the morning after next. So we have to head out tomorrow morning then. Once we reach the tournament grounds, nobody will dare to cause trouble." Lam Fi replied seriously, "That's true, but the tournament is being held in Foduang City. We have to pass through 4 cities to get there. If I were a competitor, I'd definitely be plotting something along the way." Luke Q stepped up to take the mission. "I'll escort Hack Ham there. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will have to deal with my blade first." Ting Quan Ki and Huang Diu also chimed in. "I'm going too. Me too." Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Both Lam Fi and Hack Ham looked toward the door alert. Lam Fi immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and asked security. "Team 1. Team 2, respond." "Who rang the doorbell?" Team 1 and Team 2 didn't answer the second time. No signal. Lam Fi grew more tense. "No answer. Did they cut the comms?" Hack Ham replied, "For them, killing is much easier than cutting a radio signal." He walked toward the door. "Coming. Stop pressing it." As soon as he opened the door, the person outside greeted him. "Greetings, Mr. Hack. Good evening. I am the Clown Level 17, ranked 8th in the province." He bowed respectfully. "I have been sent by my master to pay you a visit." All 4 girls curiously peeked out. Quan Ki spoke up. "The Clown number 8, are you here to kill Hack Ham too?" Luke Q growled, "With me here, keep dreaming." The clown explained in a friendly tone, "It's a misunderstanding. The organizers have issued a strict ban on competitors slaughtering each other. How would I dare? I am only here to deliver a message for my master." Hack Ham asked bluntly, "Who is your master?" The clown replied, "The current number 1 X." Lam Fi picked up the information report and reread it. X's identity was extremely mysterious. Even his level was unknown. On the government-published rankings, he was always at the top. Quan Ki exclaimed, "That mysterious." Hack Ham continued, "That guy?" "Then don't beat around the bush, just say it." "What message did he ask you to convey?" The clown answered, "Master X values talent. He wants to recruit you as a subordinate to achieve great things together. He said, as long as you are willing to kneel before his business card, then he might not kill you and he'll help you become his trusted right-hand man." Hack Ham remained silent at this request. He repeated coldly, "You want me to kneel?" The clown nonchalantly confirmed, "That's right. This is your only chance." But the door slamming shut in his face was the answer he got. The clown was furious, continuously ringing the doorbell. "Hack Ham, don't hide in there." "Stop being so quiet. I know you're home. You have the guts to enter the tournament. Why don't you have the guts to open the door? Open up." Annoyed by his persistence, a bucket of water splashed straight onto the clown's head. Looking down from his window upstairs, he said, "Refreshed your feet, haven't you? If you don't get lost, the next bucket will be boiling water." The clown left, cursing as he went, "Hack Ham, I offered you respect and you rejected it. Just you wait." "We'll see." Hack Ham also cursed, "What a jerk." Lam Fi asked, worried. "He quietly handled 2 security teams. You provoked him like that, aren't you afraid he'll make a move?" He closed the door and said, "I can't guarantee he won't try to assassinate me in secret, but face-to-face, he has to hold back. After all, the organizers have issued a kill-on-sight order. Unless he wants to get his master killed."
Lam Fi was very frustrated. I didn't expect this X to be so arrogant sending people here to provoke us like this.
And to think even that clown is just his lackey. Maybe the mastermind really is as cunning as you said, sending him to spy on Hacham after the guy mentioned him. What is his current condition? She replied that the doctors said his condition is extremely critical and he could die at any moment. Why that look? You look like you're plotting something. Help me with one thing. The next morning at X's building, the clown from yesterday was fuming, complaining to his boss via screen. I'm so pissed! That Hacham is truly arrogant and disrespectful, boss. We can't just let him get away with this, can we? X warned him not to stir up trouble, reminding him of the committee's ban. The supervisory board isn't someone to mess with. He replied, I know, sir, don't worry, I definitely won't leave any traces. Wait until he hits the road, then take him out and grab that item for me. X ordered the clown, the competition starts the day after tomorrow. Get back quickly, don't delay. He agreed instantly. When the screen went dark, only Tung Jiang and X remained in the room. He voiced his concerns. Why do you want to let the clown kill Hacham? What if the supervisory board finds out? X said coldly. Professor Liu, when did I ever tell him to attack? I only reminded him not to be late, that's all. Tung Jiang understood immediately. Regardless of whether he succeeds or not, you can prove that killing Hacham was the clown's personal act and has nothing to do with you. X also knew Chow Min had already lost. The clown didn't seem confident in winning either. Hearing this, Tung Jiang asked, Then why do you want to leave him be? The answer he received was, I don't want to become a direct enemy of Hacham, so if I can make him miss this competition, that's a decent solution too. At the police station at that moment, Lam Fi shook hands with Hacham and warned, I have to stay back to oversee things and can't go with you. Fan Ko said she was developing new software and didn't have time to go. I'll come find you as soon as I'm done, she said casually. It's fine, I can handle it on my own. Lam Fi revealed that the department had approved 3 vehicles and 5 guards to escort him enough to deal with any normal, unexpected situation. But if X's people pull any tricks on the road? Quan Qi and Huang Du reassured her. We are here, don't worry. Lam Fi sighed wearily. It's because you're here that I'm even more worried. Hacham opened the door and stepped in. He buckled his seatbelt ready to go. Let's not waste any more time, let's head out. Watching the convoy pull away, Lam Fi cheered, Good luck. Remember to stay safe. X's men had been following them and made their move. Young master, they've set off. X ordered. Follow them, don't get caught. The driver replied, Yes. As the convoy turned onto a mountain road, Hacham asked suspiciously, Isn't the whole route supposed to be on the highway? Why did we take this turn? The driver replied briefly, This way is a bit shorter. But Hacham was alert and noticed immediately, Do you think I don't know how to check the map on my phone? Our destination is to the north, but this is clearly heading south. The driver, with a face full of scars, laughed triumphantly. Only just noticed something off. How pathetic. This is payback for splashing water on me last night. He pressed the detonator in his hand. The whole convoy exploded instantly, but Hacham had his armor to protect him. He frowned, looking at the situation. This is bad. They blew up my car again. How are we supposed to travel now? Huang Du was shocked. Wait, even the police force was infiltrated. Hacham immediately sensed danger from behind. The clown used a hidden weapon to sneak an attack. He activated his ability activated Focused Hunt. Freezes opponent's gear. Focused Hunt. Hacham immediately received a notification. Player's gear is frozen. Cannot use any equipment or medicine. Before he could even finish reading the restriction, he was shocked. What, I'm completely locked down. The weapon the clown was using was the Joker's glove, which made his punches extremely powerful. Hacham was knocked far back. The 2 girls saw the situation wasn't good and shouted, Hacham! The arrogant clown said, This punch is revenge for the water splashing incident. Today, I'm going to take my time playing with you. Quan Qi rushed to help him up and asked, Why didn't you equip the Azure Dragon armor? He explained, Cough, cough. I summoned it, but it was useless. Then So Chin readied her sword to face the opponent. He immediately asked the Vantong system, What's going on? Why can he freeze my gear? She explained, Every title has a special ability. I didn't expect these players to be so strong. They haven't even finished the dungeon. But they've already earned titles. Hacham wondered, What ability does my Dragon Slayer title have? Vantong replied, Of course it has one. He remained confident. Whatever that ability is, I'll use it to beat him to death. The system warned, engaging all dragon-type opponents, damage multiplied by 2. The clown threw out cards that dealt high damage. "There's no time to talk now," Hackham shouted anxiously, warning of the danger. "Hurry and hide!" 6ix9ine remained perfectly calm, gripping her sword tightly.
"What's there to be afraid of? Do you think we're useless?"
The other two girls stood up as well. "As long as we're here, no one is allowed to hurt our man. He belongs to us, and we're the only ones who get to spoil him. Don't even think about laying a finger on him." Hearing that, Hackham felt incredibly happy. Is this what it feels like to be a kept man? It's amazing, he thought, watching the silhouettes of the 3 women standing guard in front of him. He suddenly felt a sense of relief. They really are reliable. Even the clown was surprised. "Well, look at that. Hackham, you've got it pretty good, don't you? You've got 3 beautiful women by your side. But don't worry, once you're dead, I'll be sure to satisfy them for you." 6ix9ine was furious at the vulgar remark. She swung her sword. "I'll cut that dirty tongue of yours off first." The clown remained calm, let out a huff, and activated Hunter's Focus, a skill to freeze the opponent's gear. But 6ix9ine swung her blade with such intensity that the freezing attempt failed. The reason was simple. It could only freeze player equipment, but it was useless against NPCs. Just as the blade reached his neck, he realized, "What, she's an NPC?" As he regained his composure, his body reacted just in time to dodge the strike. The consequence of his distraction was a bald patch. He shrieked as he saw a chunk of his hair get sliced off. "My hair!" Before he could even process that, a barrage of firepower rained down, leaving him stunned. An explosion erupted, the shockwaves spreading everywhere. The clown was engulfed in flames, screaming in pain. "Ah! Hot, hot, hot!" Queen Key coldly remarked. "That's what you get for running your mouth." The clown, enraged, spat out, damn you, you wretched women." "I'll use my ultimate weapon, the King Bomb." As soon as he activated it, intending to infiltrate their souls and leave them nowhere to hide, he reached into his pocket and panicked. He realized his bomb was missing. Where did it go? The object he needed was resting in Huang Du's hand. "I thought it was a wallet, turns out it's a grenade." Hackham was shocked. "When did you swipe that?" The clown raged. "You thieving witch! If you've got guts, fight me fair and square. What kind of cowardly thievery is this?" Huang Du immediately threw it back. "If it's not worth anything, I don't need to keep it. Here, take it back, you idiot." The clown instinctively reached out. "Oh, thanks. You're a nice person." Huang Du had casually pulled the pin on the grenade in her hand. "Thieving. So what? You're not going home empty-handed." "I also decided to keep a little something for myself." By the time the clown realized it, it was too late. The grenade exploded. "Isn't that my grenade pin?" Once again, he was blown to pieces. Hackham couldn't believe how quickly and easily the girls had handled it. The 3 silhouettes stood there. Their presence couldn't be underestimated. They were as fierce as tigers, living up to their reputations. 6ix9ine spoke up. "Done. Let's keep moving." Hackham felt hesitant. His legs were shaking and he didn't think he could walk. Suddenly, a voice called out. Tai Dich appeared like a savior. "I'm here to help you, sir." Hackham was incredibly surprised. "Tai Dich." He stepped out of the car, gun in hand, shouting heroically, "Where's the enemy? Let me blast them to pieces." Hackham replied, "It's already been taken care of ages ago." "Why are you here?" Tydick explained, "You saved my life, sir. I, Tydick, naturally know how to repay a debt. I've been following you since you left. Whenever someone causes trouble, I'll personally handle it." The boy replied happily, "You don't need to handle the enemies, but you can help me deal with a bigger nuisance." Tyditch asked, confused. What nuisance? Hackham got into the car and continued telling him that if he needed to register in time, he would have to rely on them. Tydick obeyed. "No problem. Leave it to me." The car sped down the road, accompanied by the noise from inside. "Get moving. Just don't drive too fast. I'm in pain." "Oh, that's better." Even with layers of clothes in between, there was nothing left behind. The clown lay miserably on the ground in rags. I must report this to the boss. Hackham's true identity was not simple. The car pulled up to the venue of the Eastern Alliance Elite Tournament. As soon as Ty Ditch stepped out, he questioned, "I thought it was in the city center. Why are we being brought to a mountain ravine like this?" Hackham explained, "The organizers aren't stupid. They're gathering so many unstable elements. Once things get out of control, the whole city would be in danger. Let's go. Let's register first." Looking at the gatekeeper, he spoke, "Hello, I am the representative from Damdong City.
The man replied coldly, "Sign here and move on." Hackham asked, "Do the people with me need to wait outside?" He received the answer, "If they want in, let them in. No one's stopping them." As they walked inside, he chatted with Tai Deech. "This tournament really doesn't seem professional at all." He replied, "You're right. It's just like children playing house." Suddenly, the sight in front of him left him stunned. The place was packed with people he hadn't expected so many to show up. "They don't look like they'll be easy to deal with." Someone stood up. "Is it finally about to start?" So someone's finally stepped up. "Is it starting at last? Who are these people?" Director Tran stepped onto the podium. "Welcome, talented youths, to the elite tournament venue. I am the one in charge of this competition." "You may call me Director Tran. I am very pleased to see 89 contestants participating in this tournament, and I'm sure we will uncover some exceptional talent, representing the Alliance and the national team." Someone down below rudely muttered, "Too much nonsense. Listening to an official talk is like listening to someone pass gas." Director Tran immediately locked eyes with him. "Contestant, what was that you just said?" The guy just blurted out, "I said you." Before he could finish, he was blasted away. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock at the sheer decisiveness as Director Tran coldly reiterated, "While I am speaking, everyone please remain silent if you all keep making this much noise." "My colleagues on the Oversight Committee will have to waste their energy keeping order," H-Ham realized. So those people are the Oversight Committee. They've certainly got some skills. They look like people with special abilities. The director continued, "Our competition will be divided into 2 stages. The first is a survival round, and the second is a PK round. I will provide specific details on the rules. Before each stage begins, you may all return to your rooms to rest." H-Ham's face darkened upon hearing this. That's it. He talked all that time without revealing any important information. Might as well have said nothing. Others were buzzing with chatter. "I don't get it. He's not being serious at all." "Was it really necessary to get here so early?" His assistant asked. "Director, didn't you mention the 3 taboos if they riot tonight?" Director Tran replied. "I feel like the number of participants is still a bit high. Just let them do as they please. Once the numbers drop to about 50, you guys can take control of the situation." The assistant saluted. "Understood." His true goal was quality over quantity. Focus on attrition first to weed out who is actually useful. Once they were assigned rooms, relaxed laughter filled the air. Quan Ki and Huang Diu, acting like children, sprawled out on the mattress, shouting, "So soft! This is so comfortable!" H-Ham asked the person next to him, "Is every room laid out like this?" "How decadent." He smiled wryly and replied, "Probably a custom design. Besides, you've got so many girls with you." 6 to 9 urged him, "What are you standing there for? Come on up." Huang Diu also chimed in from the bed. "You must be exhausted from the journey, right?" Quan Ki coaxed him sweetly. "H-Ham, let us help you relax a little." Seeing this, H-Ham turned pale, not again, while Tai Deech, completely entranced, said, I'll go wait on the side." But he was instantly met with a scorching glare from the 3 girls, and finally he had to beg, I was wrong." The door slammed shut. "I'm heading to the car to get some rest," he mumbled, scurrying away. Another night of fireworks going off, and people have all the luck. Tin Fong, who had been watching them in silence, chuckled with interest. "Well, some people really do see tonight as a rest before the games." The last person remained silent, admiring their sword. Mok Van, one of the contestants, was also steeling herself. She watched the sunset fade away, knowing it was time for the hunt. As the night deepened inside the building, one contestant was already fast asleep, unaware that his room had been broken into. By the time he opened his eyes, it was too late. A wave of power swept through, and nearby rooms erupted into flames. H-Ham heard the screams and stopped what he was doing. Down below, 6-9 urged him on. "Don't stop! Don't you dare stop!" The 2 girls beside her were waiting for their turn. "I've rested up enough now, too." "Don't be lazy, it's my turn next." H-Ham looked out the door, vigilant. Something's not right. That was definitely a desperate scream just now. Outside, a voice roared, "Everyone inside, get out here now! There are contestants killing people everywhere and setting fires. Move to another area with us." 6 to 9 was fuming. "What the hell, I was just about to get there. Which bastard is doing this?" Quan Kai quickly got dressed. "Let's hurry and get out of here, too." H-Ham signaled the 3 girls to stay quiet. Outside, they were still being hurried. "Are you coming or not? If you don't move, I am taking the others to evacuate." Before that could happen, another guy cut in, "Come here."
The massive gun in his hands unleashed firepower directly at a room in the building. It was immediately swept by a huge fire. He entered arrogantly, hoisting his weapon. "Another one down!" But he waited, and no notification appeared. He said in surprise, "Why didn't my experience go up?" Sensing something was off, he gripped his gun, scanning the area warily. Did he not die yet? He didn't notice Hacham clinging to the ceiling. He shouted loudly, "Come on out! Stop struggling before you die. I'll make it quick for you." That was when Hacham finally spoke up. "Hey, one punch and he's down. You hit that guy so hard his teeth and lips are a total mess. Just looking at him, it's obvious he's a pro player sent over by the competition, right? I ran into him this afternoon. That guy is a contestant, and this whole setup, it's like the organizers are deliberately trying to make the contestants slaughter each other before the tournament even begins," Huang Diu said suspiciously. "But why? On one hand, they issued a ban on sneak attacks and specifically warned us about it before the competition, but on the other hand, they gathered us here to hack each other to pieces. You said having stepped out into the hallway. Of course they forbid sneak attacks, but if we fight right under their noses, they can observe everyone's performance. Every move the participants make is being recorded by security cameras." Suddenly, the monitors went black. 2 security guards saw this and chimed in, "This bastard broke the camera again. This is getting interesting." The assistant asked about the current status of the battle. The security guard reported, "The chaos has been going on for 12 minutes. Right now there are only 74 survivors." He realized many of them are smart enough to ambush, yet only 14 have died. Looks like they're all pretty sharp. I'm going to take a nap. Wake me up when there are 50 people left. The subordinate reported back, "Understood. The building where the participants are staying is billowing with smoke." Cao Qin just chased after Hacham and asked, "Where are you going?" You firmly replied, "There is no way I'm sitting still waiting to die. I obviously have to stir up a little trouble." Quan Ki asked excitedly, "Are we going to join in on this free-for-all too?" You denied it, no. That way we'd be led by the nose by the organizers. I want to return the favor to the real mastermind pulling the strings behind the scenes. In your heart, you silently anticipated, let's see who's really playing whom. In front of you, 2 guys were grabbing each other's hair and bickering. "Let me go. You let go first. You let go first, then I will." Suddenly, they went silent when a hand was placed on their heads. You coldly smashed both their faces into each other. "Let me help you 2 out." Quickly finishing off, the 2 Hacham headed toward the hallway ahead. The group's image was immediately noticed. The assistant asked suspiciously, "This Hacham guy, what is he trying to do? He's not joining the fight and just staying on the lower floor. Is he trying to run away?" Director Tran ordered, "Someone who doesn't listen doesn't need to be kept around. Let the wild wolf take him out." The assistant replied, "Hacham's level is 16, so it shouldn't be a problem." Then he spoke into the radio, "Wild wolf, here is your order. Find your way to the 3rd-floor staircase in the east. Kill the participant on the 4th floor. There are 3 others with him. Kill them too." Wild Wolf had just sent a few people on their way when he received the command, "Understood." Meanwhile, Hacham felt lucky. Thank goodness Tai Ditch went back to the car to sleep. Otherwise, this battle would have definitely scared the pants off him. But the one who should have been scared was perhaps you when a sharp spike suddenly surged up from the ground. 3 girls sensed the danger. When the spike struck Hacham's crotch, it was blocked by his armor. Hacham immediately jumped upward the floor behind you, cracking instantly. The 3 girls had just run down the stairs. They saw the scene of their man sprawled on the ground. Quan Ki shouted anxiously, "Hacham!" You let out a breath of relief. Good thing the holy armor has an automatic dressing function when it senses danger. Otherwise, I would have been done for. Quan Ki and Huang Diu were still babbling with concern. "Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Is it still working?" Cao Qin was always like that. She held her sword vigilantly, looking around. "Who's there? Come out." Wild Wolf smashed through the wall behind her to ambush her. The 3 remaining people were stunned to see Cao Qin restrained by Wild Wolf. Hacham was deeply surprised. He actually defeated Cao Qin in the blink of an eye. You quickly spoke up. "She is not a tournament participant. She poses no competition to you. If you want something, aim at me. Let her go." Wild Wolf did not answer. He stared at you gloomily. In the end, he did not agree. Cao Qin was thrown far away. Before she could free fall, his blade swung out, targeting Cao Qin's people. Quan Ki immediately used her fire element ability to block it. "Stop!" Huang Du on the side yelled anxiously. "Don't!" Hotch Ham rushed forward using his sword to block it. Cao Qin was caught by the other two. They exclaimed, "That was close, we caught her." Wild Wolf still calmly said, "A weapon that carries lightning." Interesting. Seeing the opponent's relaxed demeanor, you became even more tense. You used your highest level of lightning, but it only made him recoil a few steps. The terror of such immense power was real. This guy was truly dangerous. He also discovered your weakness: you couldn't keep emitting lightning at such high intensity. So Wild Wolf swung his blade. Swung. Ready to face his opponent, Hotch Ham, who had charged in, had no choice but to risk it all. Their two bursts of power collided. After just one clash, Hotch Ham's sword chipped. With another slash, the sword snapped in two, leaving only the hilt in your heavy hand. You slammed into the wall behind you. Huang Du worriedly said, "It's over. The weapon is shattered." Wild Wolf continued his attack arrogantly, saying, "Rest in peace." This was the moment Hotch Ham's holy armor exerted its power. The blinding light and resistance forced Wild Wolf to retract his arrogant attitude. A golden dragon arrogantly pierced through the roof of the building. A real golden dragon has manifested. Just as Director Tran was dozing off, a sudden tremor from the wall behind him made him jump. He stood up abruptly and asked, "What's going on?" The assistant pointed at the surveillance screen. "It's gone pitch black over there," the assistant said. Director Tran shouted angrily, "Why is everyone just standing there like a bunch of clueless wooden statues?" But a dragon appearing in the sky had grabbed their attention. The assistant was so shocked his jaw dropped. The dragon's power surged down, shattering the lone wolf's blade into pieces, leaving only the hilt. He lay helplessly on the ground, unable to accept the truth. He asked, "You? What kind of equipment do you even have? How could it be this powerful?" Hack Ham looked surprised at the energy radiating throughout his body. "So this is a passive skill. Not bad at all, right?" Quan Qi and Huang Du cheered. "So cool, kill him." Someone was lurking above watching them. It was X. He thought to himself, "As expected of my Azure Dragon sacred armor, absolute success." Hack Ham questioned him. "There aren't any other contestants taking the stairs, so why did you ambush me here?" Lone Wolf replied, "I received orders to kill you. I didn't expect you to be tougher to deal with than those other dozen people." Hearing that, Hack Ham asked loudly, "A dozen people? You've already killed over a dozen contestants. Who ordered you, X?" Lone Wolf struggled to stand up and retorted, "I don't know any X. If you want answers, defeat me first." As the opponent prepared to attack, his armor activated its power. He thought, "It's coming again." The Azure Dragon materialized and lunged ferociously at the opponent. Lone Wolf was knocked out again. Seeing this, Hack Ham sighed in relief. "Phew, that's a draw, finally." The system updated. He had reached level 16. Hack Ham cheered happily. "Oh, finally leveled up." Quan Kai reminded him 6'9" is awake now, but she was still very weak. He calculated silently, "First I have to find a way to stop this chaos. The senseless mutual slaughter can't be allowed to continue like this. But as soon as I leave this building, they'll just send more assassins to stop me. What do I do?" After some thought, Hack Ham came up with a plan. He met with the group and said, "I have a crazy idea. You guys head to that hole in the wall over there." Huang Du asked curiously, "What are you trying to do?" He replied, "End this chaos." In Director Tran's office, someone brought him tea and invited him to drink. Director Tran asked bluntly, "Has the lone wolf been killed?" The assistant replied, "Yes, that Hack Ham's equipment is truly far beyond our expectations." The director remained very calm. "It's fine. The doors have already been welded shut. There's also a surveillance team outside watching. He won't dare to take any risks, as long as he's still inside the building. He'll definitely have to participate in the slaughter game, whether he's the prey or the hunter. After all, our goal is to reduce the head count." The assistant flattered him immediately. "Director Tran, your strategy is brilliant. This subordinate is filled with admiration." He was just about to crawl forward to bow when a massive explosion rocked the opposite building. Director Tran roared in a rage, "I only wanted to reduce the number of contestants, not wipe them all out." The building across the way had turned into a mess. Screams echoed, "Run, what's happening? Who blew up the load-bearing wall?" Hack Ham and Huang Du had already landed on the ground. Looking at the chaotic scene, he knew for sure that the surveillance team was outside watching the show. The night's battle royal was entirely the organizers' doing. Other participants whispered to each other, "Why are we still fighting? Are they crazy?" "Fighting right in front of the organizers. Aren't they afraid of being disqualified? Suddenly, a voice boomed, "Which idiot blew up the building?" It was Director Tran ordering with authority, "Get out here right now." Hackham confessed immediately, "I blew it up." Because there are members who aren't participating in the fight and need to get out of here. Director Tran felt his authority was being challenged. You brat! Do you even know you're in big trouble? The arena is located under the dormitory. If the building collapses and destroys the arena, what will happen to the elite competition? Hackham's face darkened. The competition is underground. The next morning, the arena returned to its peaceful state. When Hackham arrived, the other participants looked at him with hostile gazes. One guy was casually playing with a knife in his hand. Hackham laughed it off. "Ha ha, I just punched it a little. How could it have collapsed?" "It'll definitely be fine." 6ix9ine complained. "You didn't even look like you were using that much strength." As we were about to call out, the supervisors arrived. Someone shouted, "They're here! Director Tran is here!" Director Tran immediately noticed Hackham. Hackham kept whistling casually as they walked coldly past him. Director Tran stepped onto the platform and announced, "Attention contestants! We've just evaluated the arena and the damage is negligible so the competition can proceed." Hackham clutched his chest in relief. "Scared the life out of me. Good thing it didn't affect anything." "Why make such a huge deal out of it then?" He continued, "However, the act of sabotage has indeed caused instability in the magnetic field, which may lead to unforeseen dangers. Everyone must be aware of this." Tianfeng chimed in. "For example," the director replied, "our understanding of this world is limited. I cannot predict the specific scenarios. Anything could happen to you." The rest of the group reacted. There was a stir. What, that world? What kind of competition is this exactly? The assistant also spoke up. "Yes." Director Tran continued. "According to the original plan, details could be revealed before the competition, but due to unexpected circumstances, I will give you an advance briefing on the first stage survival. We are currently standing at a mine that has existed for nearly 100 years. 3 months ago, shortly after the first landing, alien monsters began appearing inside. The government immediately took over and sealed the entrance. According to our internal investigation, there are over 100 types of alien creatures inside, making it the most dangerous place in the world. Your goal is to enter the cave. Reach the deepest level, find the amethyst crystals placed by the robots, and bring them out safely to pass the first assessment." Tianmin asked directly, "How many crystals are there in total?" He answered, "Considering potential losses during the journey back, we've included a surplus. There are 16 crystals in total, but there are only 8 slots for contestants. Only 8 who bring a crystal to the surface will advance to the next round." Hackham calculated, "At a 50% mortality rate plus the journey back for the survivors, there might not even be 8 people left." Quan Ki added, "Furthermore, it's not just the monsters. The contestants will be competing against each other. It's likely to be a bloodbath." Mok Van questioned the supervisors. "If you've already scouted it, why did you say you didn't know much about the world below? What exactly did that sabotage do to the mine?" Director Tran revealed, "The original structure of the mine was normal. But I must tell you, those monsters didn't break in from the outside. They crawled out from within." Hackham was shocked. "What? Are there other passages inside the cave?" Hackham asked the system, "What on earth is going on?" Van Tuong replied, "I just found out myself." "Could there be a rift between dimensions?" He looked silently at Van Tuong. "Looks like you're in big trouble." She smiled wryly. "I'm fixing it. It'll be back to normal soon." 6ix9ine asked directly, "If there really is a rift at the entrance, what will happen?" Van Tuong revealed, "Hackham's punch might have triggered it, causing the rift to widen and bring in even stronger monsters. After all, rifts are quite temperamental." Director Tran reminded everyone, "In any case, the competition is about to begin. The entrance is active and everyone is about to depart. Remember, the mine is very unstable. If you don't want to be buried alive, tread carefully before you make a move." The participants realized the gravity of the situation. They glared at Hackham. He looked around confused. "Why are you all staring at me?" Director Tran announced that the entrance was open. "Contestants, please prepare to enter. You have been given support equipment, a wristband to monitor your vitals. If the signal disappears, command will assume you are dead. Good luck to you all." Hackham said goodbye to the 3 girls. "I'm heading in. You guys wait for me outside, okay?" The announcement sounded, "Approaching the branch cave, contestants, please disperse. The competition begins in 3 minutes. Huang Ruo said worriedly outside. 3 minutes delay is just to give everyone time to prepare, otherwise they might just start killing each other in the cave immediately. 69 also knew the situation was bad. Ham is likely in danger from the start. The other two were skeptical. Why? She explained the strength he showed earlier. We'll make the other contestants see him as a threat that must be eliminated first. Plus, his attacks could cause the cave to collapse, whether to win or survive. They have to take Ham out first. Just as she predicted, the other contestants looked at Ham with killing intent while he was still casually looking around. This cave is huge, huh? Outside, the underground gate slammed shut. The assistant reported, Director, the exit is sealed. Director Tran said, life and death are up to fate. Success is up to heaven. From now on, it's all up to them. But I hope they bring us some pleasant surprises. Inside the cave, a mysterious light emanated. A group of people saw it and guessed, the cave walls are glowing. Must be some kind of ore. Tin Feng spoke up. 1 minute left until the competition officially starts. I'll take my leave first. Hope we meet again and hopefully we can work together. The Vanguard has spoken. There's only 1 minute left until the competition officially begins. If you'll excuse me, I'll be heading out first. Hopefully our paths will cross again and we can stand side by side. Stop slaughtering each other or the monsters will just reap the benefits. Someone laughed. Ha! That's funny, fighting side by side if the ceiling hadn't suddenly collapsed. I would have sliced you in two with one strike. Ham didn't seem to care, replying, Rivers change their course and people have their moments. Wish you all the best. Goodbye. After saying that, he vanished. An announcement echoed the competition had officially begun. The people in the cave started to clear out. Someone left behind thought, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Seems like everyone's first priority is just making sure they survive. Seeing Ham still there, he was quite curious. Why is there still one guy just standing there like a fool? Seeing the guy yawning, he was even more bewildered. Is this guy insane? Ham stared into the void and threatened, You all heard me, right? You've already seen what I'm capable of. A building with over 10 stories can be destroyed easily, let alone an empty cave. If anyone's blind enough to attack me, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll take you down with me, I swear. A guy hiding on the cave wall was terrified. You bastard, did you come here to compete or to commit acts of terrorism? Ham repeated himself. Did you hear what I said clearly? Any objections? No one's saying a word right. Then I'll just assume you all agree. People went their separate ways, though some were disgruntled. That annoying brat, he's too arrogant. In the same cave, two guys glared at each other with pure hatred, while Ham strolled along casually. He pinched his nose and muttered, Ugh, this reeks. The web of tunnels here is way too dense. Even a normal person would have trouble finding their way. Getting to the deepest level is hard enough, let alone for someone who's terrible with directions. He reached a cavern where a dried-up corpse was slumped over. Ham realized it was a miner killed by a monster. Examining the wounds on the skull, he tried to figure out what caused them. While Ham was pondering, a monster appeared. It opened its massive maw to attack, but he agilely dodged to the side, leaving the monster to bite nothing but dust. Ham didn't underestimate it. Such a huge, stone-crushing beast, and the cave is so quiet. It's a formidable opponent. Van Tuong was surprised to see it. Why is a razorback appearing here? They're clearly supposed to be in the forest. Ham, used to the game's mechanics, replied, It's normal for these to pop up. I want to draw a card. Give me a weapon that can pierce the beast's armor. Van Tuong replied, Maybe you should log out and log back in. Ham snapped, Van Tuong, stop wasting my time. You've watched me fight enough times. Haven't you gotten addicted to it yet? Draw the card. Die, you monster. I represent the game. But then he looked at the weapon in his hand. After drawing the card, he screamed, What is this? Van Tuong apologized sheepishly. My bad, a little glitch. Let's try again. Draw card, draw card, draw card. Suddenly, kitchen tools like a frying pan, a knife, and an oven appeared. Holding a ladle and a spatula, Ham fumed. Are you running a clearance sale for kitchenware? Van Tuong explained. No, the magnetic field in this cave is off. The card system is malfunctioning. But the razorback isn't hard to deal with. You can take it down with your bare hands. He realized she was right. First, let's deal with this immediate headache, then worry about the rest. However, there wasn't just one centipede on the ceiling, there were many. Seeing this, Ham lost all his bravado. Well, this is actually a disaster. A centipede lunged at him, and Ham had no choice but to block it with the frying pan. When the centipede was sent flying into the cave wall, he stared at the item in his hand, stunned. Whoa. Van Tong was also surprised. This frying pan actually packs a punch. The pan in his hand gave him a burst of confidence and hope. Come here! With one swing, he sent the centipede flying. It immediately opened its mouth and spat out potent venom. Hacham quickly used the pan to block it. Seeing the pan being corroded by the toxins until only the rim remained, Hacham was shocked. This! The centipedes fired their venom in unison and the holy armor was activated. Every drop of venom was blocked. He scoffed, "Are you joking? The toxicity is terrifying." Van Tong warned, "You can't hold them off. Think of a way to retreat." Ham gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. "Do you think I need you to tell me that?" At the same time, another player was smugly running away. "I successfully dodged 5 monsters and 3 other players. As long as I'm careful enough, nothing should go wrong. Easy pickings. But as the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes." A rock hole appeared above his head and debris rained down. He was flattened by something impossible to identify. It turned out to be Ham. He groaned, "Damn it, that hurts." Suddenly, a notification popped up. Level 17 reached. He was caught off guard. Wait, why did I level up? Van Tuong saw the centipedes pouring down from the hole above and shouted, "Look out!" "Stop standing there, run." Struggling to escape the pursuit of the centipedes, he cursed, "These things are like ghosts that just won't leave me alone." Just as he reached the cave entrance, a blue light radiated from within, forcing Ham to stop. He didn't know what it was, but in his eyes a magnificent flash of a blade was reflected. The sheer power of this blade forced Ham to arch his back and dodge, leaving the swarm of centipedes behind him completely caught off guard. He stood there stunned, watching as the centipedes were wiped out in one hit. "That move, that's just absurd." A voice rang out. It was none other than the Trouble King himself, Mo Van level 18. She asked bluntly, "Do you want to stay in this mine?" Ham, now annoyed, snapped back, "Don't look at me with such a biased perspective, all right? I'm just trying to escape." Mo Van's blade twitched. Without a second thought, she lunged at Ham. He raised his hand to activate his holy armor to block. Wait! Are you just going to ignore my warnings? Are you trying to pick a fight with me?" Mo Van remained silent, her eyes locked on the dragon spirit swirling within his holy armor. I see, she thought, that's how it is. That dragon strike attack that destroyed everything, it's the armor's passive skill. When you're in life or death danger, it triggers automatically. You handle yourself. If you're in danger, take a detour. Don't go making more trouble for others, Mo Van retorted. Ham replied, "It sounds like I'm doing this on purpose." Mo Van warned him with good intentions. "The deeper you go, the more dangerous it gets. You'd better prepare yourself." He shrugged. "Then I can't guarantee anything. Whatever happens, that's on you. If I accidentally trigger that passive skill again, don't blame me if you end up, well, you know." Mo Van frowned. "What are you trying to say?" He proactively suggested, "How about we team up? When danger strikes, you block for me. How about that?" Realizing his true intentions, Mo Van grew even more irritated. "You want me to be your bodyguard?" Ham, thick-skinned as ever, insisted, "Of course not, we'll protect each other. You handle the regular enemies and I'll take care of the tough ones." Mo Van didn't want to waste any more time with him. She turned and walked away, cold and dismissive. "I wouldn't dream of relying on you." Suddenly a scream rang out, stopping her in her tracks. She froze. "Was that?" Ham said in a low voice. "That was a player's dying scream. Looks like there's something pretty intense up ahead." A player in the distance was screaming incessantly, "Help! I don't want to die, I don't!" But a wave of burning red killing intent from behind him cut him down. Another player gone. The last one standing was pointing his magic staff at the mysterious beast, trying to threaten it. "Go to hell!" He channeled all his energy into his staff to strike the creature. It didn't even flinch. It pounced on the player and the ground exploded. Ham and Mo Van, hiding in a corner, were left speechless. The monster's glowing red claws stomped into the earth. It was a Crimson Peak Dragon level 15. It let out a roar, its pressure filling the cavern. The two of them had to cover their ears tightly. "That power, it's too much," Mo Van gasped. Ham whispered, "This guy is bad news. Let's go take another route." But she seemed interested in the dragon. "I want to test it out." Ham was horrified. "Are you serious? Are you insane?" Didn't you see how it just shredded that guy? Movan was already moving. This has nothing to do with you. You go. Hacham tried to call out, "Hey!" Movan activated her title, the Silent Night Reaper, increasing her attack speed by 50%. Hacham was surprised. She has a title, too, Van Tuong replied calmly. For participants at this level, having a title is pretty standard, isn't it? The Peak Dragon was busy savoring its latest kill. Movan seized the chance for a sneak attack. Hacham realized immediately, "That's not right. She's going to be in trouble," Van Tuong asked. "What do you mean?" Movan's blade slashed down, but it didn't do a single point of damage. Even she was shocked. "Are you kidding me? I'm a speed-based fighter, so why is this armor so hard?" The dragon noticed her and let out a furious roar. Movan realized the surprise attack had failed. "Guess I have to fight it head-on." She activated her title, Queen of the Sixth Sense, allowing her to perceive enemy movements 1 second before they happen. 1 second of prediction. I can dodge its attacks now and wait for a counter. However, her plan fell apart when the dragon lunged at her. She panicked. "Oh no, this speed!" Fire roared from the dragon. Van Tuong watched from the side, anxious. "Can she really keep up with the dragon's speed?" he continued. "She's not fast enough. This is real trouble." Movan realized she'd made a mistake. Even if I can predict its moves, my speed is way too slow. I know exactly where it's going to hit, but I can't get out of the way. Seeing the dragon roar again, she knew it was over. There was no chance left. It turned its head toward Movan, seeing her as the next meal. She felt truly desperate. "I never thought I'd die here." Just as all hope seemed lost, Hacham appeared and blocked the dragon. She felt the immediate threat of death fade away. She opened her eyes, stunned, to see him Hacham still standing tall, his back looking as bold as ever. Blocking the wind dragon, he coolly reminded her, "I told you you handle the easy enemies and I'll handle the tough ones. Just leave this beast to me." Mac Van shouted in panic, "You idiot! What are you trying to prove? Your level isn't even as high as mine. Stop throwing your life away and get out of here." Hacham remained unshaken, his fists already coiled with power. "That remains to be seen," he retorted. He launched a punch straight at the monster, which couldn't block it, and stumbled backward. Hacham declared confidently, "My level is 34, and I'm just getting warmed up activating title Dragon Slayer, doubling my damage against dragon-type opponents." Mac Van gasped, thinking, how does this man possess such hidden power? The wind dragon began gathering energy, its body surging with supernatural currents. Van Tuong recognized this as a sign that it was about to attack. "Be careful," she warned. "Even if you deal double damage, your defense can't withstand a single hit from it." Hacham replied, "Got it." He thought to himself, the biggest problem is, I don't have a weapon. How am I supposed to finish it off in one hit? The wind dragon let out a roar, triggering a violent gale that swept through the cave. Hacham stared in shock as the gust hit him, sending him flying backward. He clawed at the cavern wall, managing to anchor himself just in time. Hacham coughed, annoyed. "Cough, cough! That's some serious wind." Ahead of him, the wind dragon moved again, charging toward him while unleashing even more terrifying gusts. Hacham had to admit, this thing is actually pretty smart. Knowing it couldn't win a direct confrontation, it used this method to blur his vision, circling him and closing in from all sides. Van Tuong urged him, "Use the move you used against the siren at the water's edge. And when it attacks, use the Azure Dragon Holy Armor," she added. He firmly refused. "No, it's too dangerous to use that against an enemy of this caliber. The Azure Dragon Holy Armor might not hold up to a direct strike. Plus, if the passive ability triggers, everyone in this mine might get buried here. I'm not risking those odds." Mac Van watched in anticipation. How exactly is this guy going to pull this off? He knew there was only one way. Hacham stomped the ground, launched himself into the air, and recklessly dove straight into the whirlwind, throwing a powerful punch. Mac Van cried out in confusion, Are you just throwing punches at nothing?" Hacham kept going, wildly punching the air. "Take this! And this!" The wind dragon swerved away, dodging every single strike. Van Tuong shouted, "It's useless! You can't catch up to the wind dragon, save your stamina!" Meanwhile, Hacham kept pouring his strength into his fists, while the wind dragon increased its speed, darting away. Its tail whipped around, smashing into him. Hacham hit the ground hard, and Van Tuong asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" He coughed a few times before answering, "That power is incredible. I tried my best to dodge, but it still clipped me. And after a hit like that, I don't have the energy left to dodge again." All right, let's end this. He stood alone amidst the swirling dust in the cave. The wind dragon opened its maw to breathe fire at him, and at that exact moment, Hacham put everything into a final punch. That's it. He drove his fist straight into its mouth. The wind dragon flapped its wings to flee, but Hacham screamed, "I'm not letting you get away!" He chased it relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of punches. Seeing the situation under control, Mac Van stepped out, but just then an explosion rocked the spot next to her. The wind dragon had been taken down. Hacham let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was a close one. Mac Van was still shocked. "How did you do it? How could you track its full-speed flight pattern head-on?" He explained, "I couldn't actually keep up with its speed, but I just needed it to attack along the path I'd set up." They both looked at the narrow tunnel ahead. Mac Van finally understood. So he wasn't just throwing random punches earlier. He intentionally forced the fight into this narrow tunnel, then feigned weakness to bait the dragon into attacking the exact path he had prepared. That way, he didn't have to worry about which direction it would strike from. He just had to time his counterattack perfectly. This guy. Finally, he reached out a hand. "So, still want to team up with me?" He doesn't need to worry about which direction Fong Long will attack from. All that matters is waiting for the perfect moment to strike. "So you've finally shown your hand, huh? Well, how about it? Ready to team up with me now? You really are a natural-born fighter." Mac Van sighed, helping her up. "You're stronger than I thought. You really are the perfect partner." As she placed her hand in his, Hacham replied, "Of course I am." Scanning the surroundings, he realized, "Looks like the only way is down from here." Mac Van said, "I'm worried about what exactly might be lurking down there. Even a level 15 monster made it up to the upper floors, so whatever is below must be even more terrifying." Hacham casually reassured her, "Don't sweat it. If things really go south, we can just collapse this whole mine." As they walked together, Mac Van cautioned him, "You'd better take it easy." Hacham immediately brushed it off. "Live or die, it's all fate. If they don't like it, I'll just kill them." As the two of them slid down the passageway, Hacham shouted with high spirits, "Let's do this!" At the same time, someone arrived at the upper level and spotted the remains of the wind dragon. The person stopped in their tracks. It was Tianfong. He guessed, "Looks like we're a step too late." Tianmin kicked a stone in frustration. "Someone not only beat us to it, but they also took out the gatekeeper dragon with ease." Lo Mang coughed a few times before speaking up, "Cough, cough. Doesn't look like things are in our favor, huh?" Tianfong replied. "Seems there are people who aren't afraid of dying. They know how dangerous this place is and still chose to take the risk." Tianmin reminded his companion, Liu Mang, "Boss, I heard you've got a time-piercing skill. Why don't you try using it so we can find out who the hell killed that dragon?" Liu Mang replied wearily, "Are you out of your mind? Why on earth would I reveal my skills just to make things easier for you guys?" Tianfong stepped in to mediate. All right. Given the current situation, trying to finish this mission solo is almost impossible. The only way we have a chance is by teaming up. Since we've crossed paths, it must be destiny. How about the three of us join forces? It'll be easier to handle what's next. Liu Mang, use your ability to check who did this. It'll help us gather intel, and since there's a chance we'll run into them, it's actually better for you, too. Convinced by his words, Liu Mang agreed, "Fine. For you guys, I'll take a peek just this once." Tianming was annoyed by that. "What do you mean, for us?" Tianfong had to remind him, "All right, enough. Don't pester him." Liu Mang used his skill and reported back, "The one who defeated the wind dragon is Hacham. He lured the wind dragon into a narrow path to trap it, then killed it in one blow." Tianmin's jaw dropped when he heard this. Him again. That brat sure is getting famous, isn't he? Tianfong added, "Looks like he's become a massive threat. If we can't take him out in round 1, we'll have even less of a chance in round 2. Liu Mang pointed to the side. He teamed up with another player and jumped down from the cave ahead. "If we set off now, we can still catch up." Tianfong held out his hand, signaling he wanted to form an alliance. "If that's the case, this is a rare golden opportunity. Let's form an alliance and take him down together." Tianming chimed in with his own intel. "I'm good at assassination. I can guarantee I'll finish him off before he can destroy the mine." Liu Mang sighed. "Fine, then." The three of them joined forces, high-fived, and cheered. "Let's do it." Meanwhile, over on Hachham's side, he was complaining, "I'm starving. Should have had a late-night snack before coming down here." Mac Van replied, "You've been saying that the whole way. Aren't you tired?" He sat down to take a break. I'm not tired, just hungry. Suddenly, there was some movement in the cave ahead. Hacham asked his teammate, "Did you see that?" Mach Van confirmed, "Yeah. Just two small demons? Let me go take care of them." However, he remained very cautious. "Wait, no. I feel like we should hide and observe the situation first." So the two of them hid. The two demons were walking out holding staffs and glancing around nervously. Hiding silently in a corner, Mach Van threatened him, "You'd better have an explanation for this. Why are we hiding here?" He replied, "Didn't you notice something unusual?" She frowned. "They're just level 3 monsters. What's so unusual about that?" Hacham countered, "Have you ever seen level 3 beasts patrol in a formation?" That's when it finally dawned on her. "You mean they're an organized group?" The two of them left their hiding spot once the monsters had moved on. Mach Van asked, "Do you want to go over and take a look?" Hacham answered, "No, let's keep moving. Just wait, how come your clothes changed back?" She explained, "It's just the effect of an item, but it did get a bit damaged earlier." Just then something strange whizzed past, and the sacred armor automatically activated. Mach Van saw this and was startled. "Are you losing your mind? Why did you suddenly put on your armor?" He looked nervously in one direction. "I didn't do it on purpose. The Azure Dragon sacred armor activated on its own. It sensed danger nearby." Mach Van was stunned again. "What?" The cave ahead remained dark and silent. Mach Van whispered, "Are you finally done? Why are we going in?" Hacham signaled her to be quiet. "Shh." Footsteps echoed through the silence. Both of them stared in that direction, alert. A giant monster clad in imposing iron armor walked past them. They peeked out from their hiding spot and watched the creature's silhouette fade away. Hacham exclaimed, "I honestly didn't expect you to have the ability to warn us. How thoughtful of you." Mach Van stuttered in fear. "The pressure is terrifying. Just what level of monster is this?" Hacham replied calmly, "I'm going to check it out." Mach Van cried out, "Are you crazy?" "Facing an enemy of that level going over there is just begging for death," Hacham explained. "The big bosses have all moved to the upper levels. The enemies left down here are even harder to deal with. We might as well take this chance to wipe it out, then leveling up will make the dangers on the lower floors easier to handle." Hearing his advice, Mach Van hesitated. He continued to coax her. "It didn't notice us earlier, which means its sensory perception isn't very strong. Just follow me and take a look. If things don't look good, we can just run away. No harm done." Seeing him calmly walking inside, she called out, "Wait for me." The two of them entered the cave together. The 3 members of the Vanguard team arrived just then. Liu Mang reminded them, "Hey, you two, I feel like something isn't right." The Vanguard asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" He explained his theory. "Hacham should have been just a little way ahead of us, right? Why would he let those 2 low-level mobs pass through here?" Thien Min thought perhaps there was a side path they had missed, but Liu Mang flatly denied it. "No way. We walked this whole way. There were no side paths at all." The Vanguard asked, "Are you suggesting he intentionally let them pass to deal with us?" Just as he finished speaking, his face was struck by something. Watching the Vanguard collapse to the ground with a blackened face, the other two realized, "What, we fell into a trap." Thien Min pointed in one direction. Over there, the very monster Hacham had seen earlier appeared. Liu Mang couldn't identify it. "It's not Hacham. Could it be a level 1 monster?" Thien Min rushed in to attack, not caring about anything else. He quickly formed a barrier around the monster and unleashed his strike. Thien Min was very confident in his extreme speed, believing he could easily kill enemies above his level without much effort. But the monster just casually raised one hand and his face turned pale. What? One strike like a giant arrow shot toward its target. Thien Min only realized it just as he was hit. He still couldn't believe it. Impossible. His whole body had to endure the force of that impact. Liu Mong acted quickly, activating his skill, and countless streams of energy radiated from his fingertips. The barrier closed in from all sides, and the whole cave lit up with that power. Finally, Thien Min was released. He lay flat on the ground, his whole body in too much pain to move. Seeing this, Liu Mang grew tense. The monster calmly walked toward them. Hiding in a corner, Mach Van whispered, "So strong. It doesn't give the opponent any chance to fight back at all." Hacham was curious. How strange, with such powerful force. "The wounds it causes are so minor." He added, Look, even after that shocking attack, the target is still alive. Mok Van understood his point. You mean it's all just for show? Hotch Ham pulled out some popcorn and said, I mean, the real threat is still waiting behind the scenes. This guy's true strength definitely doesn't stop here. Focus. Let's watch the show. Seriously, this is going to be good. She stared at him, stunned. Where on earth did you get popcorn from? Thien Ming struggled to lift his body and stood up, saying, Hey, brother, what do we do next? Liu Mang replied, We have no chance of winning at mid or long range. I'll provide cover and you get in close to kill him. He ordered, Go. Thien Ming immediately rushed forward. I'm counting on you. The monster created a sonic wave to block them. At that moment, Liu Mang was fully focused, concentrating his energy to cover his teammate. Every bit of power the monster unleashed was blocked by Liu Mang's energy. Watching from the corner, the two spectators commented, This teamwork actually seems pretty effective. They might be able to force out his successor. Thien Ming swung his sword confidently. Let's see how much longer you can act so arrogant. Facing his attack, a cruel glint flashed in the monster's eyes. Energy waves covered its entire body, and Thien Ming's sword slashed through empty air.